We're back on the record in case number 2020. Oh. We're back on the record in case number 2022-00372. Counsel, would you like to call your next witness?
Good morning, Your Honor. At this time, Duke Energy Kentucky calls Mr. Bruce Sailors to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? I do. Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Bruce Sailors, 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202.
Counsel?
Mr. Sailors, can you complete the record by stating your title for the record?
Is a Director, Jurisdictional Rate Administration.
And Mr. Sailors, if I can have you move that microphone a little bit closer
A
to
little closer?
Yeah.
How's that?
That's better.
Okay.
Did you cause to be filed direct, rebuttal, and responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any changes to that testimony or those schedules?
I do. On my direct testimony, page 4, line 3, lists numerous schedules that I did not make changes to in this proceeding. You need to delete number 75 and number 76. Associated with that, I have exhibits to submit.
And so you also have changes to certain tariff schedules, is that correct?
Yes, I sponsor the Series L schedules, the tariff sheets. And in this proceeding, we are offering or proposing a new RSTOU CPP rate. And in that rate, of course, I listed all the riders that were applicable to that rate. Well, my omission is I didn't put the actual rate on the rate list in the riders. So there are 3 riders that I'm adding just the rate name to the tariff sheets.
So, Your Honor, we do have copies of those tariff changes that we can provide and offer as exhibits at this time, or we can just file it as a correction.
If you don't mind, go ahead and provide those, and you can approach if you would like to, for him to go over them and to pass them out, just so that we have them for purposes of cross-examination.
Thank you.
No, I don't have a copy.
Mr. Sailors. That was not public.
Thank you. So what this is this. So look at the bottom right-hand corner, so the first one is the second, it's underlined, is the current one. The other one that has strike throughs is the markup version,
Okay.
and the one that has the 2023 date at the bottom of it.
Yeah. And Mr. Sailors, I've handed you what's been marked as Duke Exhibits 2, 3, and 4. Can you please walk through what Duke Exhibit 2 shows?
So council, before he does that, can you identify which ones you would like to name 2, 3, and 4?
And of course, I gave away my only copy, so I'm hoping that he can identify for us what is 2, 3, and 4.
Well, so I could, let me just ask. So I have a copy here of what appears to be the current tariff dated 2022 with no markup. Would you like to make that DEK 2?
Is that correct, Bruce? The one with no markup is 2?
DEK2 is the red line version, or that would be consistent with Schedule L 2.2. So that was what is numbered DEK2 here.
Okay. The one with markup.
Yes.
Can you reference it based on what's at the, if you go to the issue date at the very bottom,
Yeah.
those seem to be
So-
distinct, that might help me.
Well, so here's the 3 documents I have. Okay. One is the current tariff with the issue date of the 2020. Then I have another that's a markup that shows the 2020 struck through and the 2023 added. And then I have a clean of the edits that have the 2023 effective date.
Correct.
Which one are you all intending to refer to as DEK2?
I think you referred to it as the markup. In Schedule L, there's 3, you just described the 3 different versions that are typically filed.
Which one are you all referring to as DEK3?
DEK3 would be the, I believe you referred to it as the clean version.
The proposed version?
Proposed, yes, proposed.
With an
clean.
effective date of 2023.
I used the same dates that were used in Schedule L, yes.
And DEK4 is the current tariff, but with your, with our regulatorily required margin notes of N for new, T for text change, correct?
Correct, and only underlines where the changes will be made. So this is the tariff that is currently in effect with just those underlines.
Okay. Council?
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Can you walk through the changes that are made on these 3 exhibits?
Certainly. I'll talk from DEK2. And on the very first line on the first page, we simply add the name and RSTOU CPP, proposing that if that rate is approved, that will be part of the residential class and would, Ryder DSM would apply to it as the other residential rate.
Thank you. And so the remaining exhibits just show that change in the, as required by Schedule L. Is that right?
Yes.
At this time, we'd offer Duke Energy Exhibits 2, 3, and 4 to the record.
Any objection? All right, that'll be fine. So we'll enter DEK2, DEK3, and DEK4. Council, anything else on direct?
Just briefly. Mr. Sailors, do you have any other changes to your direct testimony schedules or data requests?
No.
And if I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same with the corrections that we mentioned earlier?
They would.
Is it your intent that your testimony and those data requests be received as evidence of this proceeding?
Yes.
Your Honor, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Let's go.
No questions.
I think, well, let me check my list. Yeah, sorry, Sierra Club. I don't wanna short the Kentucky Broadband and Cable Association, so Sierra Club.
Appreciate you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Sailors. My
morning.
name is Kate Huddleston. I represent Sierra Club in this proceeding.
Nice to meet you.
So I have just a few questions for you. First, do you have your direct testimony in front of you?
I do.
Could you please refer to page 15, lines 25 through 30 of your direct testimony?
I am there.
Okay, so you state that rate RSTOU CPP, quote, recognizes and facilitates the continuing customer adoption of technologies such as electric vehicles or EVs and internet-enabled smart thermostats, correct?
Yes.
Could you please refer to your direct testimony at page 1, lines 2 through 4?
Direct testimony, page 1. It's page 1, lines 2 through 4?
Yes.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, so you state regarding rate RSTOU CPP, quote, for customers who can shift load to the year-round 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. discount period, e.g. EV customers are excellent candidates, bill savings can be realized, correct?
That's not what I see there.
Oh.
It says my name is Bruce L. Sailors, business address.
Oh, I greatly apologize. I have, give me 1 second to find in your direct testimony exactly where you discussed this. I apologize, Mr. Sailors.
No worries.
So, in your direct testimony, you state at page 15. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, so at page 15, at the bottom of that page, you discuss benefits of the new tariff sheets for electric vehicle customers, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you discuss at page. Alright, well, we'll just leave it there for now. I guess my question is, one of the key goals of RSTOU CPP is to facilitate the continuing customer adoption of technology such as electric vehicles, correct?
Yeah, I would say it allows customers to leverage their adoption, the technology that they are adopting, and potentially lower their bill.
And so the redesign is intended to promote off-peak charging, correct?
Yes.
And the rate design is intended to provide savings for EV customers, correct?
And other customers as well.
And to incentivize participation in off-peak charging, correct?
That is one incentive that it provides, correct.
And in order for rate RSTOU CPP to work as intended, customers must enroll in the rate, correct?
It is optional, yes.
And the rate is intended to, having that off-peak rate is intended to benefit EV customers, correct?
I wouldn't single out EV customers, but they certainly have a very flexible load that they could charge in the super off-peak or discount period, as we call it, to save on their bill, yeah.
Okay, so please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 2.
Okay,
Lines 19 through 21.
I'm there.
You state, the company notes that the on-peak price is 50% higher than the off-peak price, while the super off-peak rate is 20% lower than the off-peak price, correct?
Correct.
And the super off-peak rate, there's another name for that in your testimony as well, correct, or in the rate sheet?
We call it the discount period.
Okay.
Correct.
So the super off-peak discount, same throughout?
Same thing.
Okay. So please refer to, in your direct testimony, the first attachment that accompanies your direct testimony.
Okay, I'm there. What page did you want me to get to?
To the second page where it has, it lays out the different residential service rates.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, so what is, for a customer who chooses residential service rate RS, what is the energy charge per kilowatt hour?
Currently it is 8.0995 cents. The proposed rate is 10.7428 cents.
And for a customer who chooses rate RSTOU CPP, the off-peak charge would be what under the proposed rate?
In the summer and winter are the same, 9.9417 cents.
So between the proposed rate for residential service and then the proposed off-peak rate for RSTOU CPP, that's a difference of less than 1 cent per kilowatt hour, correct?
Yeah, it's like 6, 7, 8%, something like that.
And then for the discount per kilowatt hour, or in other words, the super off-peak per kilowatt hour, what is that proposed rate for RSTOU CPP?
7.9534 cents.
And what is the difference between the proposed RS rate, so just the ordinary standard customer proposed rate, and then the super off-peak or discount rate per kilowatt hour?
Could you repeat? I'm not sure. You want me to tell you the difference between the RS rate or the RSTOU rate?
The difference between the RS rate of 10.7428 cents and then the discount or super off-peak rate of 7.9534 cents, that's less than 3 cents, correct?
It would be less than 3 cents, yes.
Per kilowatt hour, correct?
Correct.
So you examined Ms. Shenstone Harris's testimony for purposes of writing your rebuttal testimony in this case, correct?
Yes, I do.
Do you have Ms. Shenstone Harris's direct testimony in front of you?
I do not believe I do, no. No, I don't.
Okay, that's fine. So in your rebuttal testimony, you do not dispute any conclusions regarding the difference between on-peak and off-peak savings per month for an EV customer, correct?
Say that again so I know what don't I dispute?
Yes, in your rebuttal testimony, you do not dispute any, or you do not take on any discussion of the difference or the savings for an EV customer per month, correct?
I don't believe I did in terms of her calculations of the savings. I think I simply said they weren't valid because it wasn't just EV load that we're looking at.
So for EV customers, that differential would be the same as for all customers per kilowatt hour, correct?
Correct, and whatever shifting of load that they could do, EVs and beyond.
So the company could strengthen the on-peak to off-peak differential, or could strengthen the differential even between, I should say, the differential between the regular RS rate and then between the off-peak and the RSTOU CPP rate, correct?
It's possible what we use is some LMP input. You could strengthen them, but I would say that my testimony was basically saying that, we're not going down that path of disaggregating the rate, for residential customers. That kind of gets a little complex. So we're not trying to break it into distribution, transmission, generation. It's an average rate. It's a time of use rate, which is closer to cost causation, we feel. So we use the LMP guidance to do those differentials.
So would you agree that as an electric utility customer, folks are not, taking the time to look at the LMP differential and all of that sort of like broader disaggregation, correct?
I would think a customer who is interested in going this rate would be looking at the rates on that schedule and looking at the discount, possibly from rate RS, because they might want to know how much they're going to save on their bill, but also looking at the differential between RSTOU CPP on peak versus off peak versus discount.
So to incentivize the customer, to help the customer, to change the customer's sort of choices, The thing that would probably be most salient, or would be most salient, would be changing the difference between, for example, rate RS and then rate RS TOU CPP, correct?
What was the first part of that question?
So, when you're talking about how to incentivize the customer, you just said the customer would be looking at sort of the rates that are in front of them. Changing the differential between rate RS and then the off-peak or the super off-peak times for rate RS TOU CPP would incentivize the customer in choosing rate RS or rate RS TOU CPP, correct?
Correct, it is a balancing act. I mean, the more you put on to on-peak or, the critical peak, that's even more risk the customer takes during those periods. Yes, but again, we relied on the input from the LMP differentials.
So strengthening the differential between rate RS and then the off-peak or the super off-peak or discount rate for RS TOU CPP would increase incentives for EV customers that are enrolled in rate RS TOU CPP to charge their vehicles during off-peak hours, correct?
I'm not sure I would agree with that completely because there's lots of other variables related to that. But in terms of just the dollars, yes, I agree.
And strengthening the differential between the RS rate and then those off-peak and super off-peak charging times, or super off-peak rates for RS TOU CPP would therefore increase enrollment in RS TOU CPP, correct?
I'm not certain I know that answer. Possibly.
So a differential between RS and RS TOU CPP off-peak of 1 cent is unlikely to incentivize customers to join the RS TOU CPP rate, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I would not agree with the statement.
Counsel?
I'm happy to continue. So in your direct testimony, you described again the design of this rate as in part to incentivize the continuing customer adoption of electric vehicles, correct?
I apologize. I missed the first part of your question. Could you repeat that?
In your direct testimony, as we discussed earlier, you state that this rate facilitates the continuing adoption of electric vehicles, correct?
I would broaden that to the continuing adoption of home technology.
And so by strengthening the on-peak, strengthening the differential between the off-peak or the super off-peak and then the ordinary residential rate, that would create bill savings and incentives to join the RS TOU CPP rate and charge off-peak, correct?
Objection, I think this again calls for speculation as to customer behavior.
I think the entirety of Mr. Saylor's testimony depends on customer behavior in this front. Mr. Saylor, do you have a response?
Not different than the other responses that I'll talk about. It is uncertain to me how many people will actually join the rate. We hope there's robust participation as it's designed currently.
I'll overrule the objection. Counsel?
Thank you. And so greater electric vehicle adoption means more sale of electricity for the company, correct?
All other things held constant, yeah, sure.
And it also means for the customer that that sale of electricity or that the load is spread over a larger number of customers, that you have essentially a larger base, as I discussed with Mr. Gordon yesterday, correct?
It would increase KWH sales, yes.
Okay. And that pushes rates downwards for all customers, correct?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, so I want to shift from talking about rate RS TOU CPP to now discuss rate DT. So please refer to page 9, lines 12 through 15 of your direct testimony.
I am at page 9.
Okay, so you describe updating the structure of rate DT and rider LM, quote, in recognition of potential future customer technology adoption regarding electric vehicle charging and the associated reasonable recovery of revenue, correct?
Correct.
And please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 6, lines 20 through 22.
I'm there.
So you state non-coincident demand reflects a customer's maximum use of the distribution system, correct?
What line were you talking?
Page 6, lines 20 through 22.
20 through 23. And what was your question?
And so you state non-coincident demand reflects a customer's maximum use of the distribution system and is a commonly used and reasonable methodology to spread the collection of the distribution demand revenue requirement among the customers in a non-residential class, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if an individual customer is maximizing their use of the distribution system at an off-peak time, that customer is not necessarily adding stress and costs to the distribution system, correct?
It's not necessarily true.
So if an individual customer, they are using the distribution system, but they're using the distribution system not at a time during peak demand, they are at least minimizing stress and costs to the distribution system, correct?
I think I probably need to talk about what the definition of peak demand on a distribution system. Peak demand, if you're talking about system peak demand, in general, you can say, well, the whole entire distribution system is likely, at a high usage. As you drive down with distribution costs closer and closer to where the customer is, as you know, the peak on that feeder or that substation, may differ, potentially substantially, from the system peak hour. So I guess I'm asking is, what do you mean by peak? System peak or feeder peak or substation peak? What are we talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about distribution system peak.
In its entirety? Okay, then I would say that's not necessarily true.
But you would say that sort of as you work your way closer to the distribution point, it becomes more and more true.
But maybe you should restate your question, because I would say exactly the opposite of that.
Okay, I guess what I'm saying is if you're operating at an off-peak time, then that is minimizing stress compared to if you're operating at an on-peak time to the system, correct?
Getting to the entire distribution system. It could be stressing out that local feeder substation piece of the distribution system. But if you're talking in the entirety, okay, I would agree with that.
And we were just talking about rate RSTOU CPP, and my understanding is that the design of rate RSTOU CPP is intended to divert customers to off-peak times for just that reason, to minimize stress on the system, correct?
Well, yeah, I thought we had segued to rate DT. I apologize. For RSTOU CPP, residential customers and heavily concentrated residential substations with lots of residential customers on them, I think you could generalize that, yeah, they peak coincident with the system, and they probably have a summer afternoon, peak, and consistent with the on-peak times. As you're getting more and more away from residential customers and the larger and larger commercial customers, and especially those feeders and substations that are heavily concentrated with commercial and industrial customers, that's not necessarily true. Yeah, that's why there's a difference that I see between residential, which we did not try to disaggregate rates for the residential, in the residential rate, versus you know, the smaller commercial customers rates DS and DP, and then over to rate DT, which is your largest commercial and industrial customers on a distribution system.
Okay, I feel like I'm asking my question in too abstract of a way, so let me try clarifying.
Okay.
Imagine that you have 3 industrial customers, and each of them uses like 1 million megawatts, let's say, but a very large number of megawatts of electricity. Ideally, when you're designing a rate, you would not and say each of them uses that electricity for 8 hours a day. Ideally, when you're designing a rate, you would prefer for those customers to not be using electricity during the same 8 hours of the day from like 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. for all 3 customers, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Why not?
So as we were just discussing, if everyone is using power at the same time, obviously that would, you know, contribute to a peak load. Now, I'm kind of getting confused about whether we're talking about total system or just distribution, and whether we're talking about overall distribution system versus the feeder or the substation. So it's kind of hard to keep track of the questions that are coming. But right, to the extent that customers on the same feeder at the same substation, if they are using power all at the same time, well, that would contribute to a distribution system peak at that area. That would, and whether it's off peak or on peak to the system, there would still be, there would have to be recognition that, oh, we need growth at that substation or feeder.
Yeah, and so just, and I'm sorry, Council. I believe I'm a very optimistic person, but maybe I'm about to implicitly show I'm not in reality.
Check me out.
Under the example here, or something similar, you have 3 industrial customers, and each one of them uses, has a peak demand of, let's say, 1,000 megawatts.
Okay.
Or they can only, a peak demand of 1,000 megawatts. And let's just say, and this is not going to be accurate or anything, but they have a certain load factor each one, and they only need to operate 8 hours a day. And they all use in a year, this may not even be technically possible, let's say in a year at 1,000 megawatts, they all use 10 million kilowatt hours a year. Okay. So combined, a utility system could would expect to sell 30 million kilowatt hours a year of electricity to those 3 customers. Up to this point, does this make sense?
I'm following.
Okay.
Yes.
That could be done in an infinite number of ways, or a nearly infinite number of ways of how that ends up being the case. But they could all demand electricity from, the midnight to 8 a.m. The next they turn off. The next one goes from 9 a.m. They run different shifts. The next one runs at 9 a.m. until 4, I guess maybe, and then the last one runs from 4 to 12. Maybe that makes sense. But they all run separate times of the day, 8 hours a day. That system over a year still sells 30 million kilowatt hours of electricity, but the peak demand of that system is only 1,000 megawatts, right?
Correct.
They could all run for the first 8 hours of the day. That system also sells 30 million kilowatt hours a year, but its peak demand is 3,000 megawatts. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So there's operating a system, there's meeting customer demand, there's being, you got a monopoly system, you have to, customers show up and demand something, you provide it to them, right? I mean, in general. You have a service obligation, I guess is what I'm really trying to get to. And then there's what you're talking about, some of the questions that you're being asked is about rate design and affecting consumption and behavior, or maybe not affecting consumption and behavior of consumers pursuant to giving them certain, we're going to call these price signals, but giving them certain changes in price depending on how or when they use electricity. Do you agree?
Agreed.
Okay. So just for my own bigger picture understanding here, under the first scenario, you all only have to build production and transmission up to 1,000 megawatts plus a reserve margin, and let's just pretend that, contingency reserves and things like that don't exist. So you need a 10% reserve margin. You have to build your system up to 1,100 megawatts. Would you agree?
You said transmission and generation, yes, absolutely.
Okay, a little headroom on transmission, just in case, a little redundancy, whatever. But your distribution system, your transmission system, your production system, just 1,000 megawatts. Okay, production with a little reserve margin. Under the second scenario, you could build 3 different distribution circuits with 1,000 megawatts capacity each, right? You could serve them directly from transmission, not have a distribution system, depending on what voltage they take from. But whatever it is, you have to meet the 3,000 megawatt demand, right?
I think you said the key piece there, Mr. Chairman, is that on the distribution system, if they're all on that same substation, all on that same feeder, yeah, you would need to serve that 3,000. If they're all on separate substations feeders, you would only need that 1,000. Correct?
Yeah, and I think council may be asking you about diversity load or other thing. I'm gonna let her finish those questions. That's, I guess what I'm trying to get to is on production and transmission.
Okay.
Great. The largest driver of what I hear in all of these rate cases is fixed costs, fixed costs, fixed costs, right? When we talk about rate design, all about recovering fixed costs and all this discussion about, well, we recover, it's transmission and generation is a large driver of what is deemed for your job as fixed costs, right?
Okay.
The company would have to build transmission to meet that 3,000 megawatt demand and generation for that 3,000 megawatt demand.
If they were all using that power at the same,
For
sure.
the second scenario, right? They
Yes.
all use a coincident. So that's a benefit to the company in the sense that, it's a place to be able to invest, right? It's not a terrible situation for an entity that earns a return on its investment. You get to build 3,300 megawatts of production and 3,000 a transmission system that can take 3,000 megawatts of demand all at once.
What-
Where
and
does
I
that?
agree with that.
I haven't asked my question. Sorry. All of that prefaces this. Where does internally? Where does that friction? Given that friction, that trade-off between trying to minimize costs by creating rates that change behavior or incentivize behavior, internally, how do you, in your role or the folks you work with, how do you balance that against maximizing the opportunity to make investments?
Well, from my perspective, and bringing this back to rate DT, that I think we're discussing in general here, the transmission and generation, obviously we need to send that price signal, that the on-peak period, there's a cost to that. And I haven't really changed that much in this proposal. I've kept that consistent with the way we've done it in the past. We've had an on-peak and an off-peak demand charge. So that's the one thing the signal, I think what you're asking is, where are we giving the signal of how much it costs to provide that service? And that's embedded in that on and off-peak demand charge. And to some extent is additionally in the energy charges as well, on and off-peak. What I pulled out is that in the new environment that we're in, and that's a generalized statement to say, okay, well, people are adopting solar, people are adopting EVs. At the distribution substation level, we don't have that data right now. I don't have that analysis to go to the point of saying, well, we're going to charge rates at a localized level. Nor I really think that we would ever do that because we charge average rates to customers in a class. But since we don't really know when that peak is, that's why we've pulled out distribution and said, well, it seems like fair, excuse me, just and reasonable way to do it is, what's the maximum use of the distribution system? They could be off-peak, could be on-peak. If you're talking about system, we don't know if it's on-peak at the distribution level. And so we've pulled that demand charge out and said, well, let's just charge it with a max demand charge across the entire class.
Yeah, so let me just ask it more directly. Aren't those rates that you're talking about just making the utility indifferent to how customers use electricity?
I think it's showing a price signal to the customer of what the cost of the electricity to serve is.
Well, it's not a price signal. It's just it costs a service-based rate so that you all can hopefully meet your revenue requirement, right?
Based on the current load shapes and amount of billing KW, et cetera, you're absolutely correct, but it's still a price signal, I would argue. And
Let me
it's
ask
telling
you-
customers that if you use energy off-peak, you don't have to pay as much.
Yeah, let me ask you this. Is it a backwards looking amount based on embedded costs? Or is it a forward looking amount based on the expected cost that the user is driving based off how they use electricity?
It is definitely an embedded cost. We're trying to collect our cost to serve.
So it's
It is
not a
based on
signal-
that.
oh, sorry.
I would also say that it does have the element of a forward-looking, if you're going to use it, because that's the time of use nature of it. It has that embedded in it, that if you're going to use power on peak, I forget the actual charges, but I'll just say in general, it's $10 per KW, for your on-peak max KW, and it's $1 if you use it off-peak.
Let me ask you this. Is it a reflection of the fact that the more the person uses during those periods, they're gonna pay a larger share of the costs that have already been invested in the system? Or is it explicitly based off of the cost that that person is driving of investments that will need to be made on their behalf?
Say that again, please.
Okay. Is it reflective? You're in charge of demand rate to recover this amount. You use more, you pay more. Oh, okay, I got that part. But is it reflective of what they're paying for? Is it reflective of that they're going to pay a larger amount of the system assets that have already been put into place for their benefit? Or is it reflective of the cost that they are driving for assets that will have to be put into the system to serve them going forward if they continue to use at that rate? And
It is-
rate, I mean
Right.
pace.
It is based on the historical determinants. Of course, we do use a future test year, so there's a little bit of an element of what you're talking about there. But yes, it is based on historical determinants of those rates are set.
So when you say price signal, you really mean cost signal. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. I guess I'm still stuck on the idea that it doesn't, I think you're saying it doesn't send a signal. I think it just says, well, it's more expensive to use power on peak. So I think it is a signal, in my view.
Okay. Counsel?
Okay, so please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 7, lines 14 through 17.
Okay, I'm at page 7 of my rebuttal, line 13,
Line 14.
line 14, okay?
Okay, so you state, quote, under the current rate design, EV load can be added off-peak with no additional demand charge bill impact until the customer's off-peak demand exceeds the customer's current maximum demand, typically set on-peak, correct?
That is what it says.
Okay, and so we've had a lot of discussion of off-peak versus on-peak, and your testimony just flatly refers to off-peak. Can you clarify for everyone, what do you mean by off-peak here?
So the off-peak period is set, this particular statement is referring to Rider LM, I believe. Let me read the full amount here.
I think it's actually REIT DT, correct?
Yes, this is referring to DT. The way the pricing works in DT is the on-peak demand charge is, well, just that, an on-peak demand charge, but you don't pay an incremental charge for off-peak. So,
we-
go ahead.
We were just discussing on-peak and off-peak, and I am seeking to clarify, you named off-peak for the distribution system, off-peak at sort of like a feeder or substation level. When you're talking about off-peak here, you're talking about off-peak for the distribution system in its entirety, correct?
Well, I believe I'm talking about off-peak here, just how the demand charge works, which would mean how it's defined in rate DT.
Okay, so when you're here where you're discussing this different sort of setup, imagine under the current rate design, EV load can be added off-peak, no additional demand charge until off-peak exceeds maximum demand. So imagine you have a commercial fleet owner with large electric trucks. So those large electric trucks require chargers that are hundreds of kilowatts, correct?
Yes.
And charger size for the electric vehicle could therefore affect a customer's peak demand, correct?
I will say maybe.
And a commercial electric vehicle fleet could therefore add significant load during its time, that customer's time of peak demand, correct?
Oh, I think I lost track now. Okay, a fleet of heavy-duty trucks, lots of demand, and did we assume that they're peaking on peak or off peak?
So we're not, during that customer's time of peak demand, so the time that customer,
Okay, whenever it is, okay?
so that could therefore add significant load to the system, correct?
If they're adding it to the system peak period or into the customer themselves, if they're adding it to the time that they are peaking, yes.
And so the difference would be if they're adding it toward the system peak period, that could add significant load that could be problematic, correct?
It would increase our peak load, yes. Yes.
So incentivizing that commercial electric vehicle fleet to charge off-peak, even where that charging exceeds the fleet's current maximum demand or the customer's current maximum demand, that would prevent new future load being added during peak hours for the system, correct?
If we're talking about the system peak, absolutely, and that's, yeah, that's what we do.
And that would decrease stress on the system, correct?
Say that again?
That would decrease stress or minimize stress on the system, correct?
If we're talking about GMT, I would agree with you, yes.
And so, all else being equal, that would likewise decrease or minimize costs for all customers, correct?
Under these assumptions, it would, if they didn't add to the peak load, right, we wouldn't have to have that, wouldn't be added to our load forecast, we wouldn't be building more generation, transmission, correct?
So you just said that this entire sort of like line of thinking is essentially what you've already done with rate DT, correct?
I didn't follow that, could you restate that?
So you have with rate DT, my understanding from what you just said is that you are attempting to accomplish this, correct? To divert the large commercial fleet's use of electricity to an off-peak time.
Rate DT does have on and off peak demand charges and energy charges, and we have pulled out the distribution piece. So yes, it does incentivize customers to charge off peak to the system.
But it only incentivizes customers to charge off-peak to the system up to a certain point, and that point is until the customer's off-peak demand exceeds the customer's current maximum demand, correct?
No.
So I'm looking at page 7, lines 14 through 17. You state, quote, under the current rate design, EV load can be added off-peak with no additional demand charge bill impact until the customer's off-peak demand exceeds the customer's current maximum demand, which you describe as typically set on peak, correct?
Correct.
So if the customer's current maximum demand, or the customer's maximum demand, if the off-peak demand exceeds the customer's current maximum demand, then EV load requires an additional demand charge bill, correct?
It does, yes.
And so,
Maybe
You are
this
not-
would help if I could add to that answer.
no, so my question is, you are not proposing time-limited demand charges, correct?
I'm not sure I know what the definition of that you're suggesting.
Ms. Shenstone Harris, in her testimony, which you reviewed, described time-limited demand charges, correct?
So I don't remember that piece, but again, I'd like to clarify what we're talking about. The on-peak demand charge and rate DT is one price, much higher price per kW than the off-peak. You do not pay any off-peak demand because it's kind of embedded in the on-peak price until your off-peak exceeds the on-peak. So, if your on-peak demand is 1,000 and your off-peak demand is 500, there's no off-peak demand charge. It's just, well, you pay the on-peak demand charge of 1,000. If your off-peak demand is 1,500 and your on-peak demand is 1,000, well, then you pay the 1,000 on-peak demand charge, but the off-peak charge, you only pay 500. So when you say, are they incentivized to use off-peak? They're always incentivized to use off-peak because they can either add off-peak demand without any demand charge consequence up to their on-peak demand, or they pay a much lower charge for adding additional demand off-peak if they exceed their on-peak demand.
Yeah, and I guess my question is, there is an additional demand charge bill impact if the off-peak demand exceeds the maximum demand typically set on peak, correct?
There is, yes.
Okay, yes, that's
Yes.
what I'm trying to drive at.
Yep.
So incentivizing a commercial EV fleet to charge off-peak where that charging exceeds the fleet's current maximum demand prevents new future load during peak hours, correct?
Correct.
And something like a time varying volumetric charge or a time limited demand charge, as Ms. Shenstone Harris described in her testimony, which you reviewed, would do that, correct?
Could you show me which, I don't recall exactly what she was proposing. What I remember her proposal, she said we should not pull out the distribution demand charge, was her recommendation for rate DT.
So Ms. Shenstone Harris's recommendations for rate DT were time limited demand charges or time varying volumetric charges.
Which is what we have, correct.
And so I guess my question for you is, it sounds like there's a time varying volumetric charge, but only up to a certain point under rate DT, correct?
No, that's not correct. Unless I just simply don't understand your question. Could you rephrase it in some other way? Because there's on-peak and off-peak demand charges and on-peak and off-peak energy charges, KWH. And those are always applicable. And I think I've just described how the demand charges work. So I'm not sure why you say that. Yeah, I would say no. What your statement was is incorrect.
Okay, so just to simplify, the EV load requires, once the customer's off-peak demand exceeds maximum demand, requires an additional demand charge, correct?
The off-peak, yeah, if we're assuming that the EV load exceeds the on-peak, then there would be an off-peak additional demand charge at like $1 per kW, yes.
And so decreasing that off-peak demand charge or reducing that off-peak demand charge would further incentivize large EV customers or customers with large EV fleets to charge off-peak, correct?
It possibly would, but it would be not fair, just, and reasonable price.
But my point is it would incentivize those individuals to further incentivize them to shift their loads to an off-peak time, correct?
If you are limiting the question here to say, okay, well, if it's free, they would shift more, I would agree. Yeah, if you don't charge them anything, it would incentivize them, yes.
Or a further reduced rate would incentivize them, correct?
A further reduced rate, again, as long as it's fair, just, and reasonable, I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay. Please refer to your direct testimony at page 25, lines 17 through 20. I'd like to shift to Ryder LM.
Did you say direct?
Direct.
Direct, page 25?
Page 25, lines 17 to 20.
I am there.
Okay, so you state recognizing the on-peak provision of Rider LM for rates DS and DP customers and the potential in future years for customers to adopt electric vehicle off-peak charging behavior, the company proposes to add a provision to limit the avoidance of demand charges for off-peak demand by changing the determination of billing demand under Rider LM from only the on-peak period to the higher of the on-peak period demand or 50% of the off-peak period demand, correct?
Correct.
Okay, please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 10, lines 13 through 16.
Page 10, what line was that?
13 through 16.
I'm there.
Okay, you state, even assuming a customer on either rate DS or DP with only off-peak EV charging load, participation in the proposed Rider LM lowers the customer's bill as compared to rate DS or DP without Rider LM participation, correct?
Yep, that's what it says.
Okay, so again, incentivizing a commercial EV fleet to charge off-peak where that charging exceeds the fleet's current maximum demand would prevent new future load during peak hours, correct?
So, I don't know if I can answer just one way here without a little explanation. For rate DT, we did start, the larger customers, we did start this disaggregation approach. So we were pulling the distribution out. We did not do that for the smaller commercial customers, rate DS and DP. So this is a combined rate. With that backdrop, yes, I think what you're saying again is the same question that you asked for rate DT. If you don't charge anything, it would incentivize them, or lower. The lower the price off peak would incentivize more use off peak. Yes.
So if currently, if charging exceeds a customer's current maximum demand, Rider LM does not incentivize off-peak charging as much as it could by reducing or limiting that price in some way, as you've just discussed, correct?
I think correct with that caveat that I'm saying is you just don't lower the price just because you want them to incentivize off-peak. There is a cost to recognize there. So as long as it's fair, just, and reasonable, yes.
So this would include for a commercial electric vehicle fleet, correct?
It would, or I thought we were talking in general for all customers here, yes. Mhm.
And as discussed yesterday, an electric vehicle charging load can be, quote, fairly significant for the company, correct?
It can, if you're comparing it to that example that you used earlier, I'm not sure that the smaller customers are in that same situation that you compared, but electric vehicle loads can be significant, yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Let's go ahead and just take a short recess now. And since we'll take lunch a little earlier today, so let's take a recess until 10:25, and we'll come back and continue with Mr. Sailors.
we've already given them to the parties.
We're back on the record in case number 2022-00372. Counsel for the Kentucky Broadband and Cable Association, do you have cross-examination for this witness?
I do, Your Honor, thank you. And
Please proceed.
we've passed out some documents we may be referencing during our cross to the commission and the parties, and we'll be referencing them by tab number. And just so you know, we also may be referencing Duke's response to KVCA DR 01005, which is an Excel spreadsheet that would be many, many thousands of pages to print. So if we need to reference that, we have a computer and we can provide the witness a copy of that Excel spreadsheet on the computer if that works for the commission.
My preference would be, does Mr. Osterloh have that? Is that?
Yes, sir.
My preference for that is, in the meantime, while you're doing your initial cross-examination, if you could speak to staff counsel and get the login information for the go-to meeting. We specifically provide that so that if we reference things like the website we did yesterday, it can be part of the recording and therefore part of the hearing without necessarily having to constantly refer to an out-of-hearing document. And it may be easier for the entire room to follow along as opposed to Mr. Saylor's having a single document
Yeah.
in front of him. So if Mr. Osterloh can do that while you're doing the first part of your cross-examination, that'd be great.
Absolutely, thank you. Good
And
morning,
then-
Mr. Saylor.
Good
I'm
morning.
sorry, just one last thing, counsel. You're gonna mark each individual exhibit, or is everything in the cross binder already evidence in this case?
There are some demonstratives that are not, so I will mark those as I go along.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Saylor.
Good morning.
My name is Hannah Wigger, and I represent the KVCA. So we are going to completely switch topics now and talk about pole attachments.
Okay.
Now, you submitted rebuttal testimony in this proceeding, right?
Yes.
And part of the purpose of that rebuttal testimony was to address the testimony of Patricia Crafton, right?
Correct.
And she submitted testimony on behalf of the KVCA, right?
Correct.
And you've read that testimony, obviously.
I did.
And so you understand that in her testimony, Ms. Crafton takes issues with two aspects of Duke's pole attachment rate, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so the first issue is related to Duke's non-unitized poles, right?
Correct.
And then the second issue is related to the actual distribution of attachments on Duke's poles, right? Okay, so I want to talk to you about both of those two topics. And I want to start with the non-unitized poles. Non-unitized poles are poles that are recorded on the utility's property records as unspecified property units, right?
To my understanding.
Okay, so a non-unitized pole, just bear with me, it occurs when a pole asset is initially placed into service and the utility classifies the asset to the appropriate utility account, so like account 364, for example, based on a work order before the utility's accounting process is able to finalize a classification of that work order down to the exact retirement or property unit level, right?
That is my understanding.
Okay, and depending on the lag in the utility's accounting process, non-unitized poles can remain unspecified for a year or maybe even longer, right?
I believe that to be true. I'm not in the accounting department, so I don't know how long for certain, but I think a year or longer probably is accurate.
And that creates the potential for mismatches between investment dollars and then the property units, right?
I would say I don't believe that's true, but I would just say I don't know on that, a mismatch between the investment dollars and the property units.
Well, if there is a lag in actually reporting these non-unitized poles, that would create a difference between the number of poles that are actually reported and then the non-unitized poles that haven't been added in, right?
Objection, Your Honor, it's outside the scope of this witness's testimony. I believe he just stated that he wasn't familiar with how these poles were accounted for, but that's outside of his.
It is not. He directly responded to these points that Ms. Crafton raised in his rebuttal testimony. He addresses non-unitized poles, and it's certainly fair to inquire as to the scope of his understanding of his rebuttal testimony.
Yeah, no, so I agree, I overrule the objection. To the point, Mr. Saylors, you don't know the answer to your question, to a question. Say as much, but otherwise, whether he knows or not is something that he can respond to affirmatively without the need for an objection. Counsel?
Okay, so again, the lag in this accounting process when they're actually counting for these non-unitized poles can create a mismatch between investment dollars and the actual property units, right?
Please define mismatch for me.
Yeah, there's a difference in the number of poles and then the corresponding investment amount between what you're reporting for your pole attachment rate and what actually exists in reality, right?
To the best of my knowledge, I cannot say whether that is true or not. I think they account for the investment amounts, and they don't put an investment amount for a non-unitized pole in that pole size until that has been unitized. This is the best of my knowledge.
Okay, let me go at it this way. You would agree with me that Duke identified 2,464 non-unitized poles that it had not quote-unquote finalized when you did your first pole attachment calculation, correct?
That number was not just poles. That could have included cross arms and other things as well.
Okay, so it identified 2,464, what would you call it?
I do not know the accounting term for that. Ununitized assets?
Non-unitized and estimated retirements? Does that sound right?
Okay.
Okay, so let's do this. In that binder in front of you, please go to tab 7. Tell me when you're there.
I am there. I think it's KBCA DR01-011.
Okay, so this is Duke's response to KBCA's data request 01-011, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if you look at the as of December 20, do you see under quantity where it says non-unitized and estimated retirements?
Okay, I see that.
Okay, so we have 3,375 there, right?
Okay, yes.
All right, now there's an asterisk next to that. And so if we look down at the bottom of the page, the asterisk says quantity for non-unitized / estimated retirements will not be finalized until unitization and actual retirements are done, right?
That is correct.
Okay, now there is some portion of that that Duke did end up quote unquote finalizing, right?
Yes. Yes, for all years, I would assume.
Okay, and that was 911, correct?
My recollection is that the 911 was the number of poles unitized in the 35, 40, and 45-foot vintage, or not vintages, that's the wrong word, classes during the year 2021. So they weren't unitized at the end of 2020, but they were unitized during 2021.
Right. So in stating the poles were not finalized, that means that Duke did not include them in the number of poles in your pole attachment calculation, correct?
If you're talking about the 911, that is incorrect.
You did not include them in the number, in the pole count in that calculation, correct?
Incorrect.
How is that incorrect?
So the data I requested from our asset accounting group was consistent with the year-end 2021 FERC Form 1 filing, and she gave me all the poles that were unitized at that date at the end of 2021, consistent with the numbers that were in the FERC Form 1 for 2021 for Duke. That FERC Form 1 would have been filed in like April of 2022. So those 911 poles that you mentioned, they were in the counts, the original filing. I'll stop there.
Okay, I think we're gonna walk through these sheets a little bit more carefully in a second. You do agree with me, though, that of that 3,375 number that we looked at earlier, there were 911 finalized in 2021, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Ms. Crafton did her analysis, she took the 2,464 non-unitized units and recalculated Duke's pole attachment rate, assuming that the proportion of 35-foot, 40-foot, and 45-foot poles in the non-unitized bucket would be the same as the proportion of 35-foot, 40-foot, and 45-foot poles that Duke otherwise reported, right?
Her calculation was incorrect.
I understand you think that, but that's not my question. My question right now is just about what she did.
Oh, okay. So
And so
she
you
took
would
the
agree-
2464 and distribute them among those 3 pole sizes. That's exactly what she did.
Okay, so Ms. Crafton's calculation of the pole rate using those additional poles operated to lower the pole attachment rate from the $9.99 that Duke is requesting to $9.62, right?
That was her result.
Okay, and then it reduced the pole rate by more than 30 cents per pole, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then it lowered the pole rate for a 3-year user pole from $8.62 to $7.96, right?
Approximately, I don't remember the exact number, but I agree. You're reading from the testimony.
Okay, so that one would be almost 70 cents, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, now you assert that Ms. Crafton did not use the correct numbers of 35-foot, 40-foot, and 45-foot non-unitized poles in her calculation, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, prior to your testimony, Duke did not report the number of 35-foot, 40-foot, and 45-foot non-unitized poles that it had, correct?
Could you repeat the first part of that?
Yes. Prior to your testimony, Duke did not report the number of 35-foot, 40-foot, and 45-foot poles that it had, correct?
Prior to my testimony, I'm not sure when witness Dang reports on the number of poles and who she reports them to. Is that your question?
No. Prior to you identifying, well, let me ask it this way. In your testimony, you assert that some of the 2,464 non-unitized poles, of those, 22 are 35-foot poles, correct?
No, incorrect.
Okay, let's go to your testimony. It's at tab 1. Let's look at page 14, lines 3 to 4.
I assume we're in his rebuttal testimony?
Oh, yes, your rebuttal testimony, thank you.
Is that tab 1 still, or tab 2?
Yeah, tab 1,
Tab 1.
page 14.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, so here you say, note that the additional pole counts added to the previous pole counts are 22, 9, and 40 for 35, 40, and 45-foot poles respectively, for a total of 71 poles. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
Okay, so of those non-unitized assets, you're saying that 22 are 35-foot poles, right?
So those numbers were unitized, I think, in 2022. So, yeah, so with that caveat, I think that was why I said incorrect originally. Yes, those were the number of 35, 40, and 45-foot poles that were unitized after the end of 2021 in that group, of the 2464.
Okay, so 22, you identified 22 that were 35-foot poles, right?
Yes.
You identified 9 that were 40-foot poles, right?
Yes.
And 35 that were 45-foot poles, right?
Counts are 22, 9, and 40 for 35, 40, and 45-foot poles respectively.
Right, thank you. And that's for a total of 71 poles, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree there could be additional 35, 40, and 45-foot poles in the remaining non-unitized poles identified by Duke, right?
So if I could give a little more detail, I'll tell you exactly what I meant by that. So you start out with this number at the end of 2020, well, I think we're working on the number at the end of 2020 of 3,300 poles that were assets that were ununitized. During 2021, a number of those assets were unitized, and some of them went to these size poles, some were cross arms, some were different. So at the end of 2021, there was a remaining number, and I have that somewhere, but I don't remember what that number was.
It was 2,393, right?
No, I do not believe that's true. But at the end of 2021, there was a certain number that still wasn't unitized. So out of that number, that original end of 2020 number, now we're saying, well, how many more were unitized in 2022? These numbers, the 22, 9, and 40, were the number of those size poles that were unitized in 2022, about what remained at the end of 2021.
Okay, thank you. But my question is, in that bucket of non-unitized poles that we still have, we could have additional 35-foot, 40-foot, and 45-foot poles, right?
In the bucket of assets, because I know they're not all poles. There could be additional ones, but there would be very few at this point in time.
Okay. How do you know there are very few at this point in time?
There's just not that many left that are unitized, and I guess that's subjective. Of the ones that are left, I don't know how many are unitized because they're not unitized yet, so I do not know.
Right, and I think your testimony, you say those numbers are not available, correct?
Correct.
Okay, why aren't they available?
To the best of my knowledge, the remaining assets are not unitized, so they would not, they're not, I guess Ms. Dang could not give me the numbers.
So am I correct in understanding these assets that we're talking about were installed, say, in 2021?
Unless I'm not following your line of questioning, I thought we were talking about the number that were ununitized at the end of 2020, and then how many were unitized in 2021, and then how many additional of these size poles were unitized in 2022, and then we're talking about, well, what's left? That's
Right.
ununitized.
And those assets that are left, though, my point is, these are assets that were installed 1, 2, or 3 years ago, right?
Potentially,
And they still haven't been unitized?
to the best of my knowledge.
Do you know when they will be unitized?
No, I do not.
Is that long lag between when these assets are installed and when they're unitized Duke's normal practice?
I do not know.
Who would know that?
That would be Witness Dang.
Now, when you have non-unitized assets and you're looking at whether or not to, or how to include them into a pole attachment rate, you would agree that Duke could add a number of 35-foot, 40-foot, or 45-foot non-unitized poles to a pole count in its rate formula based on the proportion of 35-foot, 40-foot, and 45-foot poles that Duke otherwise has, correct?
Okay, that was a long question. Let me say what I think you asked, and then you tell me if I got it right. So at any time when we file for a change in pole attachment rates during a rate case. And at that time, wherever that is, you're saying, well, what we do is we use the FERC Form 1 data, the most recent that's available. But that there might have been some time between the FERC Form 1 and there could have been other poles that were unitized during that interim period. And yes, what I was saying is we could add those unitized poles that happened since the FERC Form 1 was filed into the numbers.
That is not what I'm asking.
Okay,
There is a number of poles that remain ununitized. And you told me earlier that some of those ununitized poles could be 35 or 40 or 45 feet. And my question is, since you don't know which of your ununitized poles are 30 or 40 or 45 feet, could you estimate it based on the proportion of poles, 35-foot or 40-foot poles, that you already have in your system, and use that number since you don't know the actual number?
as long as the allocation was done properly, yes, we could, because like I said, those are assets and not poles, so you'd probably have to include the number of cross arms and things like that, and allocate appropriately, yes.
Okay, and that's something that Duke did not do here, right?
We did not allocate the ununitized balance, no.
And that choice results in higher pole attachment rates imposed on broadband providers, right?
No, I cannot conclude that.
Well, you would agree with me that the more poles you include in your pole attachment formula, the lower the pole attachment rate, right?
Everything else being equal, but if you include more poles, you have to include more investment, which means, you know, it's unknown.
Okay, we'll get to the investment in a second. My question, though, is just that you would agree that the more poles in the pole attachment rate, the lower the rate, everything else being equal, right?
I would say that statement is vague, but yes, I would agree with that.
Do you know what Duke's average percentage of pole replacements per year is for the past, say, 5 years?
The number of pole replacements,
Yes.
I do not.
I want to talk about this. I want to get now to the investment associated with adding non-unitized poles into the rate formula, which I think is something you discussed in your rebuttal testimony. Now, if I understood your rebuttal testimony, you assert that adding the non-unitized poles to the rate formula does not materially change the rate because you would also have to add the corresponding investment associated with those poles into the formula. Is that accurate?
When we recalculate the numbers, adding those poles, yes, that was the result.
Okay, so I'm with you. So that's what you did. You added in the non-unitized poles that you have now unitized, and then you added in their corresponding investment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now, Duke did not provide information showing the investment for the 71 poles that you've added back into the pole formula, correct?
I don't believe that was requested in discovery, but I did file that with the spreadsheet in my rebuttal exhibit or attachment.
And that attachment you're referring to is BLS Rebuttal 1?
Correct.
Okay, let's take a look together. That's at tab 4 in your binder.
Okay,
Tell me when you're there.
I'm there?
Okay, so this is the attachment you just referenced that you attached to your rebuttal testimony, correct?
It looks like it, yes.
And this is a revised pole attachment calculation, rate calculation, incorporating the additional 71 unitized poles, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I want to focus on the right side of this spreadsheet, at the top, where you have a little, let's say, box that says cost, number of poles, and source. Do you see
Yes.
that?
I do.
Okay, and I want to look just for an example at the 45-foot pole line. So
Okay,
do you
sure.
see there that you list 10,967 45-foot poles?
10,976 is what I see.
Yes. Okay, and I want to compare this to the earlier version of the spreadsheet that you attached to your direct testimony as BLS 7. So we can flip back and forth. BLS 7 is at tab 3, or we can go to tab 13 of your binder, which is a blown-up screenshot of both of those boxes in the sheet. So tell me when you're at tab 13.
13. I'm there.
Are you with me?
I'm with you.
Okay, so on the right here, we have that
Sorry,
box.
Counsel.
Yes.
Before you get started on this line, I apologize for interrupting. So I think up to this point, everything you've provided has been something that's been in the,
Yes.
if you want to number something as a hearing exhibit, you're more than welcome to, even if it's in the record as evidence. But I think now officially tab 13 is the first item that you refer to that's otherwise not in the record. Would you like to mark it?
Yes, please, KBCA 1.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so-
marked, and the reporter has a copy?
Yes.
Okay, all right, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Saylor, so looking at tab 13, which is KVCA 1, on the right, we have the blown-up screenshot of what we were just looking at in your rebuttal exhibit, correct?
Without comparing them, yes, that's what it looks like.
If you want to compare them, go ahead and do it, or you can just say subject to check.
Subject to check, sure.
All right, on the left, we have the same section of the spreadsheet from BLS 7, right?
Yes.
And again, if you want to check, BLS 7 is at tab 3 in your binder, so feel free.
Okay.
Okay, so we were looking at the 45-foot pole line here, and we had just established that the number of poles in the rebuttal on the right-hand side is 10,976, right?
10,976, okay.
Okay, and then that's an increase of 40 from the BLS 7 number of poles of 10,936, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the same time, what you label as cost here, the investment, increased from 19,253,744 in BLS 7 to 19,328,392 in the rebuttal exhibit 1, right?
That's what's shown here, yes.
Okay, so that's an increase of a little more than $74,000 for the 40 unitized poles, right?
Okay, yes.
Okay, now looking at the BLS rebuttal 1, there's an extra column there that says source, right?
Yes.
And the source says asset accounting, right?
Correct.
Okay, and this is the point where I want to pull up the Duke's response to KBCA DR 01005.
Okay, so Mr. Ostrolo will go ahead and go to that document and then share his screen, and then we'll amend the size of the screen so that everybody can see it on the videos behind me. Okay, and if, before you get started, counsel, if from the back, if we could make the primary page a little larger. Thank you. And counsel?
All right, Mr. Saylor, can you kind of see this document?
I can see the screen, yes.
Okay, great, and we're on tab 2021 at the bottom, do you see that?
I see that.
Okay, so this is the asset accounting from which you get the number of poles and the investment data, right?
I can't confidently confirm that because I simply asked for it from asset accounting. Yeah, I imagine.
Do you have any reason to doubt that this would be the
I
asset accounting referenced in your spreadsheet, in your rebuttal spreadsheet?
did not look over that data request. I don't believe I sponsored that one, but, so I don't know if it's the exact same data that I used or that was provided to me upon request, but it's probably very close.
Do you know where the numbers in your rebuttal exhibit come from?
Witness Dang.
Okay, so beyond that, you have no idea if those numbers are actually accurate?
I don't know how they compare to this spreadsheet.
Okay. You don't have any reason to doubt, though, the information that Witness Dang would have given you to create your pull attachment rate, right?
No, for the information that I was seeking.
All right. Have you ever seen this spreadsheet before?
I didn't know. I did not review that data request response.
Okay, so you have no idea what this information says?
Looks like the polls, list of polls.
All right, let me see if you can answer this question. So this spreadsheet contains certain information about polls, right? You can see that from looking at it.
Yes.
Okay. And that includes, that information includes things like the pole height, correct? And I'm going to direct you to column Q, for example. Can we please pull up column Q?
I see where it says, talks about the pole height there. Yep.
Okay, so for example, if you look at line 1, it says pole wood 30 feet or less, right?
Okay.
And if you scroll down, it has different pole heights for the poles that are identified in this spreadsheet, right?
Okay. Sure.
Okay. For non-unitized poles, Duke has not disclosed a pole height, correct?
Depending on the source of this information, if it's not unitized, and again, I'm not sure what database this is coming from, but you're right, there wouldn't be a height assigned yet, is my understanding.
Yeah, so for example, if you look at row 600, I don't know if we can go there on the screen now, but if you look at row 600, column Q, instead of saying, you know, pole wood 30 feet or 40 feet, it just says non-unitized, right?
I see that, yes.
Okay. So KBCA or the commission can't identify the 71 poles that were not unitized that you now unitized and added to your pole attachment formula, right?
I do not know if that is true or not. I don't know. There, I
Can
see
you
there's
tell
a
me which
2020.
specific poles were non-unitized when you file your original rate testimony that are now unitized?
I see a 2022 tab, and that's when they would have been unitized as stated in my testimony. So I don't know how you would find that number, but I'm not familiar with this spreadsheet, so I couldn't tell you.
Okay, I mean, we can agree from looking at it, you know, there are tens of thousands of rows in each of these spreadsheets, right?
Indeed.
Okay, so I guess my question is, there's no way for KBCA or the commission to know whether or not Duke has properly calculated its rate using the numbers of the now unitized poles and the investment associated with them.
I would not agree with that.
But
I
we
think
can't go
that's-
back and check your math because we don't know which 71 poles you added into your pole rate formula, right?
What? Okay, I'm sorry, I don't want to be flippant here, but I think upon discovery, you could ask that, correct?
Okay, so that's something that Duke would be willing to provide then.
If we knew the poles were unitized, yes.
So Duke would agree to provide KBCA and the commission information about the pole height and corresponding investment of each of the 71 poles that you identified in your rebuttal testimony.
Yeah, and actually, we have done that in total in that rebuttal exhibit, yes.
But just to be clear, in the rebuttal exhibit that we looked at, your source was listed in asset accounting.
Correct.
What I'm asking about is I want to see the actual investment associated with each of the poles that Duke has now unitized.
I understand, and so I should say, I don't know. It looks like you might be able to through this information here, but I do not know. I don't.
Okay, so would Duke agree to provide KBCA information about the pole height and corresponding investment of each non-unitized pole that is installed each year?
If I followed your question correctly, I don't believe that is possible because you just said they were non-unitized, so we would not know the heights until they are unitized.
So you're telling me Duke does not track the height of non-unitized poles anywhere in the company?
Doesn't track, I do not know. The information I am provided is that we know the heights once they are unitized.
How do you determine the heights once they are unitized? How do you come to know that?
The way I determine it is I ask witness Dang to please provide me all the 35, 40, and 45-foot pole counts.
And do you know how witness Dang determines the height of non-unitized poles that are then unitized?
I assume that she has a method. I have not asked her for those details.
At some point, it'd have to be recorded, right?
You would assume that there's a database somewhere, that once they're unitized, she has all that information. Indeed, this, I don't know if that's the database or not, but it could be.
All right, I have one more question about this spreadsheet before we move on. And if you can't answer it, you can just tell me. But I would like to go now to tab 14. And I'm going to mark this as KBCA 2. This demonstrative at tab 14 that we marked as KBCA 2 has 2 boxes on it. And one is a screenshot of the top portion of BLS 7. Do you see that?
Oh, it's labeled in the bottom. I'm sorry, I was looking at the top. Okay, attachment BLS 7. Yes, I see BLS 7, correct.
Okay, and then we,
Sorry, Council, before you ask the question, would you like to mark this as KVCA 2?
yes. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay, and then you can see on top of BLS 7, we've added 3 red boxes under number of poles, right?
I see that, yes.
Okay, do you know what a pivot table is?
I do know what the pivot table is, yes.
Okay, so the bottom box here is a pivot table of the 2021 tab from Duke's response to KVCA DR 01-005, which is still up on the screen. That ran the number of poles for 35-foot poles, 40-foot poles, and 45-foot poles. Do you see that box?
I see the box, yes.
Okay, so I just want to look by way of example at the 40-foot poles. The quantity in the pivot table is 16,827. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay, under 40-foot poles in your rate calculation in BLS 7, it says 16,707. Do you see that?
I see that. Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to me why there's a discrepancy between the number of poles in the account 364 data up there and the number of poles in your rate calculation here?
I can tell you that I know our polls counts change daily as things are unitized or retired. I cannot tell you why the number of 16,827, which you say you're getting from the spreadsheet, doesn't match the 16,707 that Ms. Dang gave me when I performed this calculation.
Okay, and just so I understand, this 2021 tab on DR 01-005, that's the polls as of 2021, correct?
I do not know.
So do you know if that would be changing daily? Or would 2022 be changing as things are added in?
If you're asking about at a certain point in time that this was extracted, well, clearly the data wouldn't change. But I don't know how it is updated otherwise.
All right, you can set that aside. I want to switch gears and address a second issue that you talked about in your rebuttal testimony. And that's the distribution, the actual distribution of attachments on Duke's polls.
Okay.
Now, you would agree with me that Duke charges different attachment rates for polls depending on whether there are 2 users or 3 users on the poll, correct?
Correct. We follow the guidance from administrative case 251, correct.
And that was my next question. You are familiar with administrative case 251, correct?
Yes, I have read it before.
Yeah, in fact, you referenced it in your testimony, correct?
Absolutely.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely.
That order sets out the standard methodology for calculating rates for pole attachment space, correct?
Yes.
And the order analyzes situations in which you have 2 users attached to a pole and 3 users attached to a pole, correct?
Correct.
Now, administrative case 251 assumes there are 2 users attached to 35, 40-foot poles, correct?
I believe those are the assumptions that are, yes, it does, yes.
Okay. And it assumes that half the applicable attachments are on 35-foot poles and half are on 40-foot poles, correct?
I do not recall what the assumption, what I remember is from reading that was that there was this order by the commission that said, you know, different companies like telephone companies versus the utility companies, you know, electric, there were different pieces of data that were being given to the commission, and they took all that information. They said, you know what we're gonna do is we're gonna take, you know, a 2-user pole is gonna be, you know, 35 and 40-foot poles, and 3-user poles are gonna be 40 and 45. And then they decided the assumptions about usable space and things. I don't know the answer to your question, I don't recall.
Okay, let's look at it together. So if you go to tab 2, this is Patricia Crafton's testimony, and she attached Order 251 as Exhibit 2 to her testimony.
Okay?
So take a second, go to page 11 of Administrative Order 251, and tell me when you're there.
I'm sorry, what exhibit did you say it was?
It's tab 2,
Oh,
and then it is Exhibit 2 to her testimony. So,
got it.
sorry, I can't be more specific than that.
I am there.
All right. I want to look in the second paragraph, looks like the second sentence. It says, electric and CATV connections are commonly made on 35-foot and 40-foot poles, and therefore a 37.5-foot average pole will be reasonable for the computation of the charge for that pole use. Do you see that?
I was at Exhibit 2. I'm not on the page you're on.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead and get to the page I'm on. I'm on page 11.
Okay, and you were reading from what paragraph?
Paragraph 2,
Okay,
second
I'm there.
sentence. It says, electric and CATV connections are commonly made on 35-foot and 40-foot poles, and therefore a 37.5-foot average pole will be reasonable for the computation of the charge for that pole use. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
Okay, so what they're doing is they're saying if you have one 35-foot pole and one 40-foot pole, we're going to add them together, divide by 2, and say that your average pole height is 37.5, correct?
Correct.
And that calculation only works if you have an equal number of attachments on 35-foot poles and 40-foot poles, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to respond to that. I mean, the commission's order is very clear here. Yeah, so I guess they're just taking the average.
Right, it's just the average. In other words, it's not a weighted average. It's not you have, you know, 2 40-foot poles and one 35-foot pole, and we're gonna add those together and divide by 3 and get a different number. It's just the average, assuming you have an equal number of 35-foot poles, an equal number of 40-foot poles, and the average of that is a 37.5-foot pole, right?
Correct, correct.
Okay, so then administrative case number 251 assumes there are 3 users attached to 40 and 45-foot poles, right?
Yes, 3 users are 40 and 45-foot poles.
Okay, and again, when we're looking at the average pole height for that, we're assuming half the utilities attachments on poles with 3 users come from 40-foot poles and half come from 45-foot poles, correct?
That's what it looks like they calculate here.
And that is why the 2-user or the 3-user assumption presumes an average of 42.5 as the pole height, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
It's the average height of a 40-foot pole and a 45-foot pole. Are you with me?
I'm with you.
Okay, so you would agree that the usable space assumptions in administrative case number 251 are based on average pole heights, correct?
Okay, you switched there, I mean, like from pole heights to usable space.
I'm just asking you about pole heights right now.
Oh,
would
I thought you
agree-
said usable space assumptions were based on pole heights.
Yes, actually that's correct. So you'd agree the usable space assumption is based on average pole heights.
I don't see where they've specified the usable space on each of the different pole heights, so I'm not exactly certain.
Precisely. So go with me to page 13 of Administrative Order 251. And I'm looking at paragraphs 2 and 3 in the middle of that page.
Yes,
Okay? And I just want to take the 2-user as the first example. The commission, or this order says, assuming the typical two-user electric and CATV pole of an average 37.5 feet in length, less 6 feet buried, 20 feet lowest attachment, and 3.3 feet required safety space, there would be 8.17 feet of usable space. The CATV customer must be responsible for 1 foot, and then that gives you 0.1224. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, correct.
Okay, so again, the usable space assumption that they're talking about in this paragraph is based on the average pole height, correct? The 37.5 for a two-user.
It is calculated using that number.
Yes, it is calculated based on an average pole height, correct?
Correct.
And then same thing for the three-user pole. The typical three-user pole, 42.5 feet in length, and it continues on. But again, we're using the average height of a three-user pole, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you would agree the cost in units of a 50-foot pole is not expressly included here, right?
I do not see anything about 50-foot poles.
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit more about how Administrative Order 251 treats this usable space, and just drill down on this a little. Now, the administrative order here does not directly determine usable space, correct? Let me say it another way. It determines the unusable space, and then derives a usable space based on the difference between the total average pole height and the unusable space, correct?
Okay, I'll try to follow even more this time. Can you restate that?
Yes. Administrative Order 251 determines the unusable space on the poles. And then it derives the usable space based on the difference between the average pole height and the unusable space, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this
Yes.
question,
From-
in that the order speaks for itself. To the extent she wants to ask about his understanding about the order, that would be a more proper question.
Would you like to restate the question?
Yeah, I think the witness already answered it, but these are foundational questions.
Yeah, the calculation is here in the order. It's in the order.
Okay, and I just want to make sure we're on the same page about this. So Administrative Order 251 sets assumptions for 3 components of unusable space on a pole. They're the part of the pole that's buried in the ground, the space between the ground and the lowest attachment, and the safety space, right?
That's what it says.
Okay, so it assumes 6 feet buried in the ground, right?
That's what it says.
It assumes 20 feet to lowest attachment, right?
Correct.
And it assumes 3.33 feet of safety space, right?
Correct.
And those 3 numbers that we just talked about do not vary by the average pole height of 37.5 or 42.5 used by the commission in this order, correct?
Right. It doesn't say they do.
Well, it says that they don't, correct?
It's just the calculation that's in the order, correct?
Right, so we had the same 6 feet buried in the ground for both the average height of 37.5 and the average height of 42.5, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, I want to talk about the concept of discrepancies between the actual number of attachments on the pole and the averages assumed by the commission in this order. So under administrative case number 251, the Kentucky Public Service Commission stated it would allow deviations from the mathematical elements found reasonable in its order only when a major discrepancy exists between the contested element and the average characteristics of the utility, correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay, you would agree that major means notable or conspicuous in effect, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask for a legal conclusion.
I'm asking for his interpretation of this.
I think that you're asking for his interpretation of a legal conclusion. Would you like to restate the question?
This is also something he addressed extensively in his rebuttal testimony and used it as a basis to justify the rates that he calculated. To the extent he opened the door to his interpretation of this order and how it affects the rates that he and Duke therefore calculated, I think it's fair to inquire into what he meant by his rebuttal testimony and by the rates that flow from it.
Yeah, and I think if you ask that question, you'll be fine.
All right, you opine in your testimony that there's no major discrepancy here, correct?
Can you tell me what page that is?
Yeah, let's look at your testimony tab 1 at page 16 at line 9 through 11.
I'm sorry, are we in his rebuttal or?
I'm sorry, your rebuttal testimony, thank you. And I can just read it for you. It says, the order in administrative case number 251 does not define the term major discrepancy, and the commission does not agree with Ms. Crafton that a major discrepancy exists, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you're opining there's no major discrepancy, right?
I'm opining that the commission didn't define what major discrepancy is, and so it's a matter of interpretation for the commission. And I think the order goes on to say that if we want to deviate from 251, it would be the party who wants to deviate's burden of proof to show that.
Okay, I'm just focusing you on the part of your testimony where you say the company does not agree with Ms. Crafton that a major discrepancy exists. Is that your opinion or no?
That is stating that it's not defined in there, so no, yes, it's my statement that, yes, we don't agree. I mean, she says it does, and we're saying, well, it's not defined.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand then what you mean by major discrepancy here. And you'd agree with me that major would mean notable or conspicuous in some effect or scope, correct?
I am saying that there's no reason I would believe that there's a major discrepancy based on what Ms. Crafton stated.
I hear you saying that, but I need you to answer the question that I'm asking you. And my question is about the definition of major. You would agree that major means a notable or conspicuous in effect or scope, right?
I would say, basically what it says here is that major discrepancy is not defined by the commission.
How do
That's
you
what I meant.
define it?
I would not even try to, talk for the commission, how they would define that.
So when you said that you don't agree with Ms. Crafton that a major discrepancy exists, you had no definition whatsoever in mind for what a major discrepancy might be?
My statement there was about she has not shown, I did not see anywhere where she was showing proof that, well, here, this is what my definition of a major discrepancy is, other than, we should include 50-foot poles, which isn't in the order. We just followed the commission's order in calculating the rate.
Can you turn to tab 16 of your binder, please? And I'm going to mark this as KBCA 3, please.
KBCA 3. This is tab
Tab 16.
16. Thank you.
Are you with me on tab 16, Mr. Saylor?
I'm there, one page?
The tab 16 should only have one piece of paper in it. Okay, do you see at the bottom of this where it says source KBCA DR 02002?
I see that.
Okay, so I just want to walk through this demonstrative bracket by bracket. The top one says Duke actual distribution. Do you see that?
I see that.
It says description twos are poles, and we have 35-foot poles and the 40-foot poles, right?
Correct.
Then there's a quantity of attachments and a percentage of attachments, correct?
Correct.
Now that quantity of attachments, those are based on Duke's own numbers, correct?
I will take you for that, yes. They look familiar, yes.
Okay, and at tab 8, we have Duke's response to the document cited at the bottom, KBCA DR 02002. So if you want to check those numbers, we can go back to it. It's on page, about 4 or 5 pages into that. Let me know when you're there.
You're talking about on what is labeled as page 1, 0202? Yep, I'm there.
Okay, so the numbers in tab 16, where it says quantity of attachments for 35 and 40, those match the numbers of attachments, third-party pool attachments, that Duke reported in KBCA DR 02002, right?
Correct, they match.
Yep, they match. Okay, so the first one is just Duke's own numbers, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then we see admin 251 presumed distribution. Do you see that?
I see that.
And we have 35 and 40-foot poles, yes?
Yep,
And then we have the 50% percentages of attachments that we talked about earlier,
Correct.
right?
yep,
Okay, and then in variance at the bottom, we have a variance for 35 and 40-foot poles. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay, now the variance is the difference between the 50% presumed by Administrative Order 251 and Duke's actual percentage of attachments on these poles, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so for 35-foot poles, the variance by percentage of attachments is 26.91%, right?
I see that.
In other words, we're 26% off the presumption established by Administrative Order 251, correct?
Attachments. I follow what you're saying, yes.
Okay, so wouldn't you agree that 26% difference is a major variance?
I'm not sure I would, because I don't see the result of what the resulting pole attachment charge is, which may or may not be a major variance by
I'm
the
not
commission.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I cannot make that determination. In what I was saying is that it doesn't follow through to what the charge would be. There may not be a major deviation in the charge. So I don't know. I guess that's up to the commission to decide. We simply followed the guidelines of Administrative Case 251 to calculate the charges.
To be clear, I'm not asking you about any deviation in the resulting pole attachment charge. I'm just asking you right now about the distribution of attachments on poles. And if you have a 27, almost a 30% variance in the distribution of pole attachments, that would be pretty noticeable, right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overrule, he can answer.
Okay, what was the question again?
You would agree that nearly a 30% variance is pretty noticeable, correct?
A 30% variance would be, I think the word you used, noticeable, yes. I don't know how that translates into the pole attachment charge.
Are you familiar at all with pole attachment tariffs? Have you seen one before?
I've seen Duke Energy Kentucky's pole attachment tariff, yes.
Are you aware that Duke audits poles to determine if the number of third-party attachments that they've recorded matches the number of third-party attachments actually on a pole?
I am not aware of the auditing process.
Are you aware that they audit as a fact, though?
Witness Gibson may have mentioned that to me. I am not familiar with the auditing process.
And if the third-party attacher had 26% more attachments on a pole than Duke was expecting, that would also be a pretty big discrepancy, correct?
I'm not familiar with the auditing process. It may be. Sounds like, 26%, sounds like 26%.
It's probably something Duke would be pretty concerned about, right?
Probably.
All right, I want to look at another demonstrative. Go to tab 15, please. And I'd like to mark this as KVCA 4, please.
Okay.
This is just like the chart that we were looking at, except this time we're looking at 3-user poles, correct?
It looks right, yes.
And by 3-user poles, I mean we have the 40 and the 45-foot, and then we also have a row for 50-foot poles, right?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and this is the same setup. At the top, we have Duke's actual distribution for 40, 45, and 50-foot poles, right?
Correct.
We have a quantity of attachments that's based on the numbers Duke reported in KVCA DR 02002, correct?
Correct.
And then we have a percentage of attachments, again, based on KVCA DR-02-002, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then in the administrative 251 presumed distribution, again, we have the 50% for 40 and 45 feet, correct?
Correct.
And then since we talked about earlier, administrative order 251 doesn't talk about 50-foot poles, so we have a 0 there. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay, so the variance off what you would expect, or what administrative order 251 presumed at the bottom there for 40 feet poles would be 1.47%, right?
I see that.
And then it would be 10.65% for the 45-foot poles,
Correct.
and 12.13% for 50-foot poles, correct? Sorry, I might
Oh,
have
I'm sorry,
missed
was
it.
there a question?
I'm sorry, I might have just missed your answer. It would be 12.13% for 50-foot poles, is that right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that administrative case 251 came out in 1982, correct?
I believe that is correct.
Yeah, so way back then, Duke had fewer 50-plus foot poles than it does today, right?
I can only assume that's true.
You would agree at least that today Duke has almost the same number of attachments on 50-foot poles as it does on 35-foot poles, right?
I would suggest that Mr. Gibson provide a whole distribution of attachments on different pole sizes, including 30, 50, and even higher than 50, yes.
Yeah, and he did, and you're looking at tab 8, again, at that response to KVCA DR 02002, right? And if we look at tab 8, at that response, it looks like there's 8,606 attachments to 35-foot poles, right?
Correct?
And 7,164 attachments to 50-foot poles, right? And then, 2,500 to 55-foot poles, right?
Yep.
Okay, so again, Duke has roughly the same number of attachments on 50-foot poles as it does on 35-foot poles, right?
Roughly, I mean, it's 1,500 less, but yes, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, roughly.
Roughly 10% of its pole attachments.
Roughly 10% of what, I'm sorry, what was the question?
The 50-foot pole attachments account for roughly 10% of the attachments on Duke's poles, correct?
Roughly, yep.
And of course, Duke is putting in these 50-foot poles for a reason, right?
I can only assume so.
It's because there are benefits to installing taller poles, right?
I assume so.
One benefit is that 50-foot poles have more usable space than shorter poles, right?
I'm not familiar with why they install 50-foot poles, but I assume so.
But you would agree that 50-foot poles have more usable space than shorter poles, correct?
Potentially. I think my conversations with Ms. Gibson was simply that it's not a one-to-one relationship and we don't really have a study. You could easily assume that, yeah, well, it's taller, but I don't know the details behind that, but you would assume so.
Let me do it this way. We looked at Administrative Case 251 earlier, and we talked about the 3 parts of a pole that Administrative Order 251 excludes from usable space. Do you remember that?
I do.
The part in the ground, the part to lowest attachment, the safety space,
Yep.
right? The safety space doesn't change because the pole gets higher. It's 3.33 feet, correct?
I don't know that, but I would ask Mr. Gibson that question.
Well, it didn't change in Administrative Order 251 from the 35 to the 45-foot poles, correct?
Well, I think what you just stated a minute ago, that you had me agree that this was from 1982. I don't know if that holds true today. I don't know.
You don't know today if the safety space on a pole is still 3.33 feet?
Do I know? I do not know what the safety space on the pole is, no.
You don't know if that's a number Duke applies today?
I know we apply it, because I use it out of the order. I don't know if that's the number that's out in the field.
You'd agree with regardless of how high a pole is, there's still 20 feet from the ground to the lowest attachment based on Order 251, correct?
I will agree that Order 251 actually says, yes, 20 feet
Okay.
is the safety space, yes.
And you would agree that Order 251, regardless of the actual height of the pole, presumes 6 feet in the ground, right?
I agree, yes.
Do you know the standard safety formula for how much of a pole you bury in the ground based on how high it is?
No, I do not.
Have you ever heard that it's 10% of the pole height plus 2 feet?
Okay,
Okay, so take that for a 50-foot pole, that would be 7 feet, right?
it's 2 feet, yes.
Okay, so that's only a foot more than, say, a 45-foot pole, right?
It's 2 feet. Okay, 10% plus 2 feet, did you say?
Yes.
So it would be 5 plus 2 versus 4.5 plus 2, yeah, half a foot?
Yeah.
Doing math on the fly here, sorry.
So again, you're not seriously contesting that a 50-foot pole has more usable space than, say, a 40-foot pole, are you?
I am saying I would assume it probably does, but I do not know what the different items are. That's really a question for Mr. Gibson. I assume it does.
You would agree with me that extra usable space on a pole can be rented out to attachers, right?
Usable space can be held, yes.
And the broadband providers pay Duke rental fees for attaching to its poles, right?
Per the pole attachment tariff, yes.
And you would agree that accounting for Duke's 50-foot poles, the way that Ms. Crafton did, results in a lower pole attachment rate, right?
I do not know that. I haven't performed that calculation.
Sorry, what was the end of that?
I said I have not performed a calculation using 50-foot poles.
Right, but you read Ms. Crafton's calculation, right? You read Ms. Crafton's
I
testimony
read
setting
her,
forth her
yes.
calculations.
Yes.
And you would agree that using her method and her calculations results in a lower attachment rate, right?
I believe I found fault with her calculation.
Right, but I'm just asking about the fact that you'd agree that her calculations result in a lower attachment rate, right?
Oh, per her calculations using the exact numbers that she used, I think it did result in a lower attachment rate, yes.
You just said that you haven't performed any calculations yourself. Have you then not recalculated the pole attachment rates using the usable space factors Ms. Crafton used, but your distribution of unitized poles?
Say that again?
Have you recalculated the pole attachment rates using the usable space factors identified by Ms. Crafton, but your distribution of unitized poles?
I did a calculation, I filed with the application using just the unitized poles, and then I performed another calculation using additional unitized poles in the investment, associated investment with them, which I filed with my rebuttal testimony, yes.
Okay, let me ask it this way. You don't contest that the Duke distribution data that Ms. Crafton used to calculate her revised usable space factor, right?
No, I didn't dispute that, no.
Right, because that data comes from Duke itself, right?
Okay. Mhm.
In other words, you don't contest the underlying data Ms. Crafton used to recalculate the two-user usable space factor based on an average pole height of 38.85 feet, right?
I believe the only fault I found was that it did not follow Administrative Case 251, and that we did, so yes.
Exactly, so the answer to my question is correct. You do not contest the underlying data Ms. Crafton used to recalculate the two-user usable space factor based on an average pole height of 38.85 feet, right?
Again, I think it's just semantics here. I think I did contest it because they didn't include investment in those polls that were included.
I understand you contested her doing the calculation at all, but you don't contest the actual numbers that she used, which comes from Duke's own data, correct?
I don't know, can you point me to my rebuttal testimony where I was disputing the items of her calculation?
I didn't find it. I didn't find you contesting the underlying data that Ms. Crafton used to recalculate the usable space factor
Then I
based
did-
on Duke's actual data.
And it sounds like I did not contest it, no.
And again, you don't contest the underlying data Ms. Crafton used to calculate the three usable space factor either, which is based on the average pole height of 43.2 feet, correct?
I think I did contest that because I said 50-foot poles are not used in the calculation of that.
Right, but if we did use the 50-foot poles, you don't contest her math, correct?
I do contest her math because she didn't include the investment for those poles.
Right. Those are actually two separate things, though, whether to include 50-foot poles and whether to include the investment, correct?
Okay.
I'm just asking you about including the 50-foot poles right now. And you don't contest the way that she recalculated the usable space factor for a three-user pole with the 50-foot poles, correct?
I don't believe I contested that, no.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is if you did any calculations with her usable space factors, but adding in the investment and the unitized poles that you identified in your testimony. Do you understand?
I don't recall doing any calculations using her spreadsheet. I don't believe I did.
Would it surprise you to know that the two-user rate under that scenario would be about $8.57?
Using her math and calculations, probably not.
And the three-user rate would be about $8.18?
Okay.
Your proposal is to raise the two-user rate by about 16% just in this proceeding for broadband attachers, right?
I don't recall the percentage, but we are raising it to $9, and yes, it's approximately that.
That's a 16% increase in one go, right?
Okay.
And your proposal is to raise the three-user rate by 19%, right?
Approximately.
Those differences in poll rates have a conspicuous effect on what it's going to cost broadband providers to provide service in Duke's territory, right?
I do not know that.
You don't know if raising a rate by 20% will have an effect on what it's going to cost broadband providers to provide service in Duke's territory?
Oh, I thought, state your original question again?
Raising the rates by 16 and 19% has a conspicuous effect on what it's going to cost broadband providers to provide service in Duke's territory, right?
It will increase the cost of a pole attachment, yes.
Right, it's going to raise the cost of attachment for broadband providers and make it more expensive for them, right?
Correct, I just didn't know what you meant by conspicuous thing. Okay,
It's
yep,
going to, by extension, raise the cost for their customers as well, correct?
potentially.
Thank you, Mr. Saylor. Any other questions?
Sorry, I've lost my paperwork as to who goes next.
Walmart has no problem.
I can always depend on you, Ms. Grumman.
I'm ready.
Mr. Bain, do you have any cross-examination of this witness? Okay. Staff counsel?
We do. Mr. Sailors, I'd like to start with the line extension policy and customer installation that's proposed, the changes to the tariff.
Sure.
As the line extension policy is in place now, what costs are the customers responsible for?
So, okay, let me make sure I get things straight in my head. The line extension policy, the way it is applied today, is if there is an impact on the primary distribution system, then we apply the line extension policy. Okay, so if there is not, so that's the first criteria. If there's not an impact on the primary distribution system, what was the right terms they used? Primary main line distribution system was the terminology I was taught to use. Then the line extension policy is not used. It's just if the transformer needs to be replaced, we just replace the transformer for the customer. So that's the first step. And then there is a revenue test. So if the cost, assuming that the primary mainline system is impacted, we look at a 3-year estimate of the increased load, or new load, the way it's applied today. We look at that 3-year estimate of revenues, and if make sure I say this correctly, if the revenues are greater than the cost, then there is no charge to the customer. Did I say that right? If the 3-year revenue test is greater than the cost, right, there's no charge to the customer. If it's less than the cost, then the customer is asked to pay that cost. And they can do that in 2 different ways.
Okay, can I stop you before you get to the 2 different ways? Because I do want to hear about that too.
Okay.
But the 3-year estimate on the load and revenues, what components go into making that estimate?
The components I'm familiar with is simply an estimate of the amount of power that the new facility, again, this is the current line extension policy only really applies to new customers. So the estimate of what their power is, and a determination of what rate they would be on, and multiply out the revenues.
Okay. And then you mentioned that there's 2 ways that the customer can make arrangements to cover the cost.
Correct.
Okay, what were those?
Okay, so if the customer wants to just pay upfront, we would look at the cost, give them a credit for the 3 years estimated revenues, and then say, okay, well, just pay us the incremental cost. And that would be under CIAC, and then there would be no, agreement required with the customer. The customer simply pays that charge, and off we go. If they want to do a guaranteed bill, that would be an ongoing, oh gosh, I should look at the tariff to remember the amount of time that is for. But for a certain amount of time, they have to guarantee a 1% residential or a 2% of cost for commercial.
Okay. And you all don't have a preference what they choose, those are just their options under the current policy?
Correct.
Okay. And then what costs are they responsible for if the customer has a change in their installation
Okay, and you're talking about currently?
currently?
Currently, okay. So currently, the customer comes in, the same criteria is used there. Is there an impact of the primary mainline system? If there's not, well, we simply change out like the transformer and we're good. If there is an impact, then again, we would look at the 3-year revenue, and that would be used as a credit against the total cost, and they're asked to pay that cost, the difference.
Okay, so it's a little different in that there's the credit is the only option for the customer at that time.
Currently, correct.
Okay. Okay, so under the proposed tariff, how does that change for the installation portion?
So I was talking about this with our field folks and looking at it and really, it's all new load. The processes are just about the same. So we just decided, why don't we just combine them and just let everybody, new load is new load type of approach. And you just use one policy. And so the way that works now is using the current line extension policy. We did add another criteria in there that you probably noticed is about the $1 million threshold. But otherwise, can I say that? Excluding that $1 million threshold, I mean, it would work approximately the same as the current line extension policy.
So how did you all, well, let me ask this first. The options the customer had, the line extension policy previously, they had 2 options. The installation, they had 1 option for the expense.
Yeah. Mhm.
Under the proposed, how does that affect those differences?
Oh, they still exist. They still have the 2 options.
Okay, so even the installation will now have 2 options?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. All right. I think that I'd like to move on to the rate, the critical peak rate that's
Yes.
proposed. According to your direct testimony, it's obviously an optional rate, and you all are requesting a waiver of a regulation as part of proposing this rate.
Correct.
And the part that you're requesting the waiver on relates to including the meter readings on the bill.
Correct.
You all are proposing to use only the usage information.
Right. The interval data from the AMI meters provide those usages in the different buckets, the different time periods. And so, yes.
Are you familiar with any other utilities asking for this same type of waiver?
I am familiar with the Duke utilities. I am not familiar with other utilities' time of use rates and whether they put the meter read on the bill still or not. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar.
That's okay. I'm just asking.
Okay.
And is this rate similar, or this tariff similar to any other Duke like the Duke subsidiaries? Do any of those have a similar type tariff?
Yes, that don't put the meter read on the bill?
Well, yes. Is it written similarly to what you've proposed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have pilot rates that are very similar to the Kentucky rate in Indiana. We have a approved rate in Ohio, which due to other situations is still under implementation. And we do have rates in the Carolinas that are similar to the one that we're proposing in Kentucky.
And if we asked for copies of those tariffs, you would be able to provide those?
I'm sure I would.
Okay. And then, you mentioned the AMI meters, and I know this kind of segues into some previous testimony I think you've given in a related case.
Okay, yeah, I think I remember that.
The DSM case, it was 2022-251. I believe you testified. It
recall.
wasn't that long ago,
I
I
recall.
don't think.
March
Um,
28th.
The AMI meters, you mentioned that one of the reasons you are requesting the waiver is because you all utilize those. Is that correct? The AMI meters.
We utilize the interval data to calculate the KWH in each bucket. Yes.
Okay.
So and
How-
the interval data comes from the AMI meters. Correct.
Okay. How, do you have AMI meters for all of your customers?
Practically.
What, when you say practically, like percentage wise, what would you?
Oh, gosh, 290, I think, opt out of the AMI meters. There could be a few, I'm trying to remember, I thought there might have been a discovery request on the meters. It is my understanding that almost all the residential customers in Duke Energy Kentucky have the AMI meters.
So can I ask a clarifying question, just to get to the point of that? Are you saying that you're unaware of any RS customers that don't have a smart meter? But let me ask it this way. All RS customers have a smart meter unless they are taking service under Rider AMO.
Well, and those customers may have a smart meter, just that the capabilities are turned off.
Okay,
I'm not saying all, because I'm sure there's a few out there that there's some reason why just the AMI meter won't work. I can't confirm a number for you, but like I said, I thought there was a discovery request to our metering group in this case that talked about that.
Okay, you've covered it, I think, the rest of those particular questions. Do you, in your rebuttal testimony, you mention on page 5, lines 8 through 9, and I'll give you a minute to,
Okay, I'm there.
okay. You mentioned several technologies that customers could use with this particular rate. Do you feel like that those technologies are ones that the residential customers have access to?
Smart thermostats are available widely. I don't have detailed information on who's buying them and who's not. I think they have, well, I'll just stop there. I know they're available widely. Electric vehicles, I think we were talking about, I believe Mr. Gordon said 1,400 is now the number in Duke Energy Kentucky. Subject to check, I believe that's in his testimony. And then rooftop solar, I should know that number right offhand, but shoot, I think it's about somewhere between 400 and 500 customers.
That's not a large number, though, would you say, 400 or 500?
No, but growing exponentially.
Okay. I know that I'm skipping back just a minute. I know that in your direct testimony, you mentioned that you're introducing this as an optional program now, or an optional tariff, sorry. And you all may transition it to a DSM program.
Yes, I made a statement that, we slapped that label of experimental on it because we're going to look at it, let it go for a while, do a study, try to figure out whether it should better be positioned as a DSM program or not.
Okay, can you explain the difference then between the peak time rebates
Yep.
demand program that you all are saying is not cost effective, I think?
Mhm.
And why you think this might be cost effective? Or do you just not know yet?
Cost effectiveness is really, when we're introducing this rate, that's not part of the calculation of whether we're introducing it or not. We're introducing this pretty much across the Duke Energy footprint because it's AMI enabled, and it's a good robust rate for customers to leverage using their technology at their home. So we're doing it for customer satisfaction, customer optionality. That we didn't calculate the cost effectiveness of this rate before we decided to implement it.
Okay, so you've not actually done any analysis as to the benefits related to cost yet?
The benefits related to cost. We have not, if you're talking about the DSM framework and like try to calculate the avoided costs associated with it, no, we have not.
I think that's all I have for Mr. Sailors.
Thank you. I know we've spent a lot of time this morning on the discrepancy in the line count, so I'm not sure you can answer this, or you're the right person, and if I need to do it in a DR after.
Okay,
You get your data from the asset management team, correct?
correct.
And they pull their data from the system that they're using?
That's my understanding.
And the input would be from the operations team out in the field, correct?
Okay, that's where I get a little vague.
Okay.
I mean, poles installed, how that information gets from installed in the field into the system that the asset, accounting group uses, okay, is a little fuzzy to me.
Okay.
And the unitization of those assets, the details of that, I think, we would need to ask Ms. Wang.
Okay, because I'm thinking it would be human input.
Potentially.
Yeah, okay, we'll follow that up.
The time of use CPP rate, RSTOU CPP.
Yes.
You all want that rate?
I'm sorry?
You all want that rate, right? You're proposing
We've
it.
proposed that rate, yes.
P-time rebate, you implemented that rate pursuant to a stipulation.
Correct.
Is that distinction important when it comes to the fact that you proposed the time of use CPP through the cost of service study, indifferent to whether it was cost beneficial versus proposing the PTR program through DSM?
And in terms of, does it make a difference? I think the PTR rate, as you know, and we've talked about this pretty good, is, we recommended to terminate that rate simply because it was introduced as a DSM program, and it just calculated out not to be cost effective. I believe, it's our obligation to suggest that it's, be terminated. But we do believe that customers should have optionality. We have AMI meters which enable time of use rates. So yes, that's why we are proposing TDCPP, RSTOU CPP.
Does the P-time rebate program have, what was it? The P-time rebate program, P-time rebate DSM program. Does it have time varying rates other than those called during a critical peak event?
No.
How about RSTOU CPP?
It does. It has a time of use structure underlying it, and then a critical peak pricing period on top of that.
Is that a significant distinction?
The price, I believe the price signal during those critical peak events is significant difference, yes.
Well, but that's very similar to peak time rebate, right?
It is similar.
In that the times are generally the same,
Correct?
or at least in concept.
Yep.
Right. But then the on-peak, off-peak, and I think you referred to the super off-peak, but the discount period, are those more related to cost of production, cost of transmission, embedded cost of production, and embedded cost of transmission, or embedded cost of distribution?
We have not disaggregated that rate into transmission, generation, distribution. We did apply a time of use feature of it, which we believe gets it much closer to cost causation in that manner. And we used the LMP guidance to do that. We looked at those average LMPs during those periods of time. It said one type of distribution of the prices, and we did kind of tweak those a little bit and say, well, you know, let's raise the critical peak price a little bit, let's raise the on-peak price a little bit, just marginally, and those were the ones we proposed.
So you keep going back to cost causation, but these are rates for usage. Cost causation, when we're talking about the terms of an embedded cost of service study, we're talking about what action drove those costs, right? Past tense. Would you agree?
The actual charges that are calculated are revenue neutral, and we are trying to collect that embedded cost that the cost of service study suggests that we should have.
Right, but you keep using cost causation as if it's a forward-looking concept, but in the terms of creating a cost of service study and designing rates, you're looking at assigning cost to those people who, or to those classes and customers who drove those costs, past tense, right?
Those, since we don't have any customers on them right now, those will be the same customers that will adopt.
Well, I mean, I'm bigger picture. You've used the term cost causation a couple of times. Just in conducting embedded class cost of service study, the concept or the principle of cost causation, when you're doing a cost of service study, would you agree that when discussing that principle, it's assigning costs to those classes or customers that drove those embedded costs?
My understanding of the cost of service study is exactly that, yes.
Okay. That's different, inherently different than what you're discussing with a brand new rate about providing people a lesser rate for this time of day or a higher rate for that time of day. This is a new rate. You're not assigning those people different values based on the cost they drove. You're discussing it about making sure they change their behavior or, effectively change their behavior of usage so that they don't drive additional costs. Would you agree?
I think you said it perfectly there, is that it's a signal that moving forward, this is the cost, or this is a price signal, however you wanted to look at that, in that period of time, and they can move load out of there to save money on their bill and to avoid additional costs in that time period.
Your signal is really only one rate in relation to another rate, being higher or lower, right?
Correct.
It's not in relation to the cost that those people will drive if they conduct themselves a certain way during those time periods.
Correct. We did not try to disaggregate it into and break it down into, okay, well, let's decide, make some kind of assumption about how we're going to collect generation costs. Let's decide how we're going to collect transmission costs and how we're going to collect distribution costs. That was not done.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. See, that's why I want to go back to. You're talking about collecting your revenue requirement for embedded costs. What I'm asking about, what I'm clarifying is, when you talk about sending price signals, you're only talking about setting one part of a rate differently than another part of the rate relative to that other part of the rate. It's higher during this time period, it's lower during this time period. But that's not related at all to the actual cost that those individual customers will drive based on when they use that electricity, right? Let me ask it this way. LMP is a great example. You use a little more, the price is going to go up, right? It's reflective of expectations, not necessarily embedded costs. Would you agree?
Not perfectly, but it does highlight the on-peak period where generation is peaking. And so if it's sending that signal and keeps customers from using more energy, I see the rate as having a component of both. You are absolutely correct. We are trying to collect the revenue requirement that comes out of the cost of service study for the residential class. But it is also giving them a price to say, if you use energy during our system peak periods, then you're going to pay additional. for that.
So let me be clear though. You're equating a rate to recover an embedded cost with a price.
Yes.
So, effectively, your entire system has advanced metering equipment, is that right?
My understanding is it's very close. I know for certain that there are customers that do not have the, AMI meter, but they have other interval meters that work maybe a little bit differently. But it's
Let's talk
close
about
to that.
RS then.
It's close to that.
Yeah, let's talk about RS. Effectively, RS customers have advanced meters unless they've opted out.
My understanding is it's pretty close. Pretty
And
close to
even
everybody.
those that have opted out, I think you all have an opportunity under your tariff, and correct me if I'm wrong, to you all can still give them the same meter that's able to do interval data. It just has the communications module either removed or turned off.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So it's still able to do the interval, when you go and do a reading, you're still able to receive from it that interval usage in between readings.
Well, my understanding is that when I think I'm pretty confident in this answer, is that when the meter reader goes out to read that data, they're not necessarily reading all the interval meter data. They're reading just as a standard meter would have worked before. They're getting a
Okay.
meter read off the meter.
Okay. I will clarify that in a posterior
Yep.
data request then.
Please do.
So this time of use CPP experimental program, you're limiting it to 1,000 customers.
In the short term, yes.
All I've got is the
That's
tariff filing is all that
related to it.
matters.
Correct.
Yes, I got enough on my plate. We
Yeah.
just do what's in front of us here. All right, so you've got a net monthly bill that's calculated using a customer charge and then 4 different energy charges. Is that right?
That is correct.
A critical peak kilowatt hours, an
Yes.
on-peak kilowatt hours, an off-peak kilowatt hours, and a discount kilowatt hours.
Correct.
And the proposed rates are, the same for the energy charge of critical peak in both summer and winter, right?
Yes.
The same for on-peak summer and winter, correct? The same for off-peak summer and winter, correct? And the same for discount kilowatt hours, winter and summer, correct?
Correct.
Why provide a summer period and a winter period with the exact same rates?
Just do the on-peak periods change. Oh, with the exact same rates, simplifying it for customers.
So can you have an appreciation that when you have 2 different tables, you kind of expect to have 2 different amounts, but the amounts are exactly the same, summer and winter, right?
Since we break off since there's different times of those different periods between summer and winter, we have the different tables. So in other words, in the summer, the on-peak period is 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. And in the winter, it's from memory, I think it's 6 to 9 and 6 to 9. Yes,
But the rate for both of those on-peak periods is the exact same amount.
you could combine the table.
I'm just,
if you could
they're
combine
the exact
table.
same amount, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then we get to the actual times, I'm glad you brought it up. The rating periods is what the tariff refers to it as, right? So a discount period is 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., Monday through Sunday, right?
Correct.
All throughout the year.
All throughout the year.
A summer on-peak period is 2 p.m. to 8 p.m., Monday through Friday, but not holidays. But not holidays.
Non-holiday weekdays, correct. During the summer, May through September.
So summer on-peak is never weekends, never holidays, Monday through Friday.
The holidays that are recognized in the tariff sheet.
Okay. Okay. All right. Winter on peak, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Then again, 6 PM to 9 PM, weekdays, not holidays, as defined in your tariff.
Correct.
Critical peak periods, this is we'll call it super on peak, if we're gonna call discount super off peak. Critical peak charges will be effective during the summer on peak and winter on peak periods. Okay, so it can only occur during those those 3 time periods, right?
That is when summer is 2 to 8, same as the on-peak period in the summer. Winter is the going in position is it'll just be 6 to 9, 6 to 9. But that can change because we can see a lot of variation in weather patterns in the winter. So we can notify the customer of a different time period.
Yeah, so let's just be clear. Winter on peak, 6 AM to 9 AM, then again 6 PM, 9 PM. Critical peak is during the winter on peak, it's during the summer on peak, it's during the winter on peak, plus it's also could be between 9 AM and 6 PM.
Yes.
Monday through Friday, not including holidays.
Yeah, I think I followed you. Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then you all will be implementing those through some communications. Is that right?
Very similar to the PTR plot that you're
Yeah, we're
familiar
going to get that into a second.
with. Okay.
And then off peak is the balance.
Everything else. We usually, oh,
So can I ask you a question? You do this as a career, right? How long have you been working in the utility industry?
since 1990.
Okay. Do you have friends and family not involved in the utility industry?
I do.
When you start talking about your job, do their eyes glaze over?
They do.
No, and I ask that from a place of, I think most of the people in this room appreciate that, right? So you can understand this, okay? You're the witness that supported that tariff. I can figure it out. Maybe the people in this room can understand it. Talk about your friends and family for a second. Do you think that this is going to be easy for them, or just generally, the people that you know that don't do this as a career, does this sound like it's a simple enough proposal that customers are actually going to be able to dynamically respond to it in a meaningful way?
The purpose of these, well, let me answer your question directly. We do provide nice little pictures on the web page of the clock. That really helps a lot. It shows like the on-peak periods and the hours are bolded, and they're like colored differently, red or orange for the on-peak periods, and the off-peak periods. And I'm sure we'll probably have something like in green for the discount period. And that helps a lot, just looking at the clock for customers. This rate is just enabling customers who are adopting these technologies that can utilize it to save on their bill. I think for customers who, such as, purchase an EV, customers who might have solar on their roof, customers who they just need to do it once and program their smart thermostats to say, oh, you know what, I think I want to turn back my thermostat 2 degrees during the on-peak periods. I believe they will. Now, in mass, that hopefully, we've had this conversation when we talked about PTR, is, the marketing for this rate is going to be, grassroots. People call in, talk about high bills. People, want to participate in one of our EV programs. Hey, you want to get on this TOU rate? When our new rate comparison tool, comes out online, people can go in and say, oh, well, what would my bill been last year on this new TOU rate? I hope they do it. I'm not saying it's easy, but, we try to simplify as much as we could.
Okay. We're in the tariff, because I've looked before and I can't find, what's the definition of winter and summer?
Winter is October through April, and summer is May through September. that should be in the tariff.
Okay.
Where would that be? Would you like me to try to point out where that's at?
Well, I've got here billing periods, and I see that summer is May through September,
Oh, okay.
and winter is October through April.
Yes.
But it's just weird to talk about Kentucky having something less than 4 seasons. But we I just want to be clear. When we're talking about things happening in October, November, or September for that matter, maybe not September, October, November, March, April, May.
Yep.
I guess those are times that are considered in the utility industry shoulder months, right?
They can be. There can be significant events during those times, but yes, they're few and far between.
Yeah. Okay. And so when we're talking about what sort of savings this is driving, system savings, a lot of the questions that you had from Council for Sierra Club, right? What kind of incentive and the difference between what folks kind of cost they may be driving if they'd been using it this time versus this time. The savings are eroded in those time periods. Would you agree? Relative to winter months?
I would not agree. Usually,
Okay, let me ask this question.
Okay.
Let me ask this question. In the winter, generally, there's more usage at 6 a.m. on an ordinary December, January, February day than there is at 6 a.m. in a April or May day. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to. So a deviation from that has a greater impact in getting people to use less electricity at 6 a.m. in the winter, has a greater benefit to the entire system than trying to get people to use stop using electricity at 6 a.m. on an ordinary day in April, May, June.
But I think it's, when you're looking at it, you might be missing the fact that in the shoulder months, people are using much less energy altogether. And if you think about that perfect residential customer that doesn't exist, right? That it has the system average profile. They use exactly how much the class uses. It's all about what percentage of their of their usage is on peak and what percentage is off peak. Well, in the shoulder months, as percentage-wise, there's a lot lower percentage in the on-peak periods. And so those customers usually, in the shoulder months, see bill savings without doing much of anything. Now, they need to do something during the winter because the percentage of on-peak usage shoots up. And in the summer, same thing. On peak, their usage shoots up on the on-peak periods. So they do need to do something there if they want to see savings in those winter and summer months.
So you say this is as simple as it can get. Is that right?
It's not as simple as it can get, no.
Okay, well, that was what I thought
I
your
said
statement was
we
earlier.
kept it-
As
we
simple as you all
kept
can
it-
make it, I think, was what your statement
For a
was.
critical peak pricing rate, that's what we saw as an appropriate design.
Okay.
There are time of use rates without critical peak pricing, and there are simpler time of use rate structures.
Okay, so, but back to my question about the difference in shoulder months versus, real winter and summer months.
Yep.
You all aren't necessarily going to be studying, if this is implemented, the net benefits like you would under using like a California test, right?
We have promised in my testimony to research it. I think I stopped short of saying, well, we're gonna run cost-benefit tests on it, because, if it looks like, well, it's something that might work better as a DSM program, I basically would say, well, maybe we'll come back and say, we'll introduce it as a DSM program, ask for it as a DSM program. But that decision hasn't been made. As I mentioned too in a previous discussion, when we talk about PTR, we have no intention of getting rid of the rate. So, if we do not come back and ask for it as a DSM program, we don't intend to get rid of it either.
Get rid of PTR or CPP?
The one that we're introducing here, or proposing.
You said PTR, that's why I want to make sure.
Oh, when we were having a discussion about PTR.
I got this. Okay. So, so we've got all these defined dates, all these defined times with dates, and then we've got a catch-all for critical peak periods of any day when there is a system emergency. And is that a system emergency as defined by the tariff?
System emergency pretty much defined by PJM. The system emergency exclusion is in the tariff sheet, we say there's only 10 at most events, critical peak events during a year, during an annual year. But if by chance, let's say it's December, and we've called the 10 events, which would be very unusual, but let's say we called 10 events, critical peak events. If a system emergency occurred on, let's say, December 24th, we could implement another critical peak event.
So never on holidays unless it's a system emergency. And then in that event, you'll charge people on this tariff more for their electricity
During those hours,
during the event.
during the event hours.
Okay. So we've got 10 days per year. How are you going to make the call? Are you going to do it differently than you do PTR?
Exactly the same as PTR. Now,
Okay.
PTR is a pilot program, and I would say we were pretty liberal with calling the days because we needed to get that information to assess, the load reduction. It's using the same process as PTR. The trigger is a THI of 82. That doesn't sound high, but a THI of 82 is like 95 degrees and humid. So it's a hot day. So if we see that the forecast is saying it's a THI of 82 or greater, definitely launching, an event. If it's, really what we're doing right now is PTR was, if it's around 81.5, we should do it just in case it gets hotter than it was forecast, and do that. I think we'll be a little tighter with this program because we really want to limit it to, as I said in my testimony, we developed the rate to be, 5 events a year.
Yeah, but just to be clear, you're talking about emailing people up to, 2 hours before the event or 1 hour before the event?
Email and or text, however the customer wants to specify they want to be contacted.
Well, let me ask very directly about that. At the time that you sign people up for this, are you going to immediately ask them for their phone number?
We are going to ask them for their email address and text
Let
number.
me finish the question. Are you going to immediately ask them to opt in to provide you their cell phone number when they sign up, or is that going to be a separate action in order to provide you all their cell phone number?
We're going to ask them to provide that when they sign up.
Would you appreciate that that's a lesson learned from the sign up from Peak Time Rebate?
I appreciate that it is a lesson learned, yes. I'm still unconvinced that if a customer doesn't want to receive text messages, I don't know the impact of how that, I don't know if it matters the impacts received, but it is a lesson learned. We will make it easier for the customer.
And with an experimental rate, do you anticipate using mass media to identify or to notify folks when a critical peak event is going to occur? Or a critical peak day is going to occur?
No, we do not. With a limited participation and the electronic means of communication, it might be confusing using mass media to everyone who's not on the program, which would be most people.
Okay. When you call a critical peak day, does that apply to the entirety of both time periods in the winter, for instance?
Say that.
So you send somebody, I'm making updates here, you send somebody a notification on December the 24th that December the 25th is going to be a critical peak day.
Okay, that would be a significant event, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's a significant event. It's going to be a critical peak day. Well, okay, let's call it something else. December 12th. I'll give you a holiday
Okay,
you all get.
thank you.
December 12th.
Thanks.
Tell somebody on December 13th it's going to be a critical peak day. That's a winter day, correct?
Yes.
So there's 2 time periods
Yes.
for winter days.
Yes.
Is the critical peak rate in effect for the entirety of both of those time periods on December the 13th?
Yes, and that would be, sorry, that would be in the email or text message to make sure that the customer was reminded about what the critical peak times are.
In the winter, if it's a significant day, so on the 12th, the 13th is a weekend or something, right? It's not supposed to be a critical peak day. but it's a significant event. You're worried there's going to be a loss of load event across PJM.
Okay.
You tell people, tomorrow, it's a critical peak day. What time periods does critical peak pricing apply during that day of significant event?
It would be required to put that in the communication to the customer.
So it's
If
an
it was-
hour, let me just ask, it can be an hour, a time period different than the time period that customers are told critical peak events can occur during winter days.
It can be a different time period than the on-peak period in the winter, if that is called for. And I think you were alluding to this earlier, so I want to connect the dots, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, is when you're talking about those shoulder months of October, as you know, we've had significant events, 90-some-odd degree days on October 3rd. And that would be the example of a deviation where we would have to tell customers, oh, yeah, this is winter, it's not 6 to 9 and 6 to 9, it's 2 to 8. It's a summer-like day instead of a winter-like day. So that would be an example of something that would happen in that. Thankfully, that doesn't happen very often.
So today, ordinary RS customer, demand conservation kicks in, it's a PJM EEA2, EEA3 event, whatever it is. You're going on the nightly news asking people to use less electricity. That's what you do, right? In the future, this is implemented for anybody under this rate. You're not saying, we'll pay you money to stop using electricity. You're saying, we're begging for, all but 1,000 of you to stop using electricity, but those 1,000, up to 1,000 of you that are on this very defined rate, just let you know you're gonna be charged more during these times. That's the idea behind the system emergency carve-out, is that right?
Yeah. The emergency carve-out, right, would be a critical peak event, correct. Yeah.
And then finally, you all have had AMI meters for a number of years, right? You all have had AMI for
2018, 2019?
3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so the agreement was approved by the commission in 2016.
Okay.
I think rollout started in 17, I think it took
Yeah,
a year and a
yeah.
half to get in, so 19 through. It's been at least long enough to do a full 2-year pilot on the PTR. Would you
Absolutely.
agree? Okay.
Yes,
And you all operate in other jurisdictions?
yes,
Okay. At least one of those is is restructured Ohio, is that right?
correct,
Okay. Are you generally aware of competition restructured markets in Ohio?
generally.
Okay. Are you aware that in restructured states, you have an opportunity to shop for programs, and some states even offer rate calculators where you can put in I don't know exactly how it works, put in your meter number, whatever, use your own information about your own usage and see how you would have been charged under a suite of different rate options.
Correct.
Okay. So, and I know he's not in the position anymore, but Mr. Weintraub, when he was I think he's in charge of gas in North Carolina now or something
Yes.
like that, but ages ago at this point, he discussed all the optionality that may be available, but we got to get the smart meters in first, right? The different things that can be done. And I'd say all of that to ask specifically about. This is for these 1,000 customers, this is impossible for any of these customers without access and probably specialized knowledge, access to their interval data and specialized knowledge about how rates and tariffs work, to ever figure out whether they would be better off or worse off, at least using historical usage under RS TOU CPP. Would you agree?
I would have to say no, and that's because the company has scheduled to release their rate comparison tool. I haven't checked on that, but I believe it's still scheduled. Well, it was originally scheduled to be released in May of this year, which is, currently. So I would have to check on when that
Yeah,
intends
and my
to be
question
released.
was, a person couldn't do it. Like, a person couldn't go through and take the tariff and take their interval data and probably ever figure it out on their own, was my question.
You would just need to have some spreadsheet skills, yes.
Yeah, okay. And probably a real healthy understanding of utility tariffs and rates and lots of different things, right? An ordinary person couldn't do it.
I don't know. I imagine the picture you're painting. I'm not sure if the ordinary person would. They'd probably just go to the rate comparison tool and say, how much did I save last year?
Well, that's what I'm trying to be very clear about. You're telling me today, you have a rate comparison tool that I can go onto your website and do this.
I cannot confirm that, but we
That's
have
my
a rate
point.
comparison tool
You're-
that is coming out, that's gonna be released.
But that's my point, right? There's something that doesn't yet exist or is applicable to consumers. So this rate comparison tool that you all have mentioned a couple of times, I think I've heard it, and I think maybe you even mentioned it during the DSM
Yep.
proceeding. Are you saying that customers will be able to go to your website, just in their account, click on what would have happened over a certain time horizon, and figure out how they would have fared under this proposal?
My understanding is it will be the default for the last 12 months, and it will give them a number saying, well, this would have been your bill over the last 12 months on RSTOU CPP. Here is your bill under rate RS.
Okay, and are you saying that, okay, let me ask you this way. You refer to him as the perfect customer. All customers are perfect. But this perfect customer, the average RS customer, if applied to this rate over a certain time horizon looking back, 5, 6, 12 months, what would the impact of their bill be?
The customer with the same exact profile as the RS class should have the same bill as they would under RS.
That's your
That-
expectation.
Was the calculation that it would be revenue neutral.
The revenue off $2, like rounding error, right? That's what that schedule is supposed to show.
Yes.
But the hope or anticipation in providing it is that ultimately those customers that do take under RS end up having less bills than they otherwise would. Is that right?
Through conservation and load shifting, yes.
So then if everybody participated in a time, if this was the default rate, your anticipation is that based off of using your terms here, the price signals that the tariff sends, that the overall revenues from that class should be less.
After they adjust their usage behavior,
Okay.
correct.
All right, so I just want to make sure I have an appreciation for what we're talking about, big picture. You remember the question that Walmart, counsel for Walmart had for Mr. Zilkowski yesterday when she was asking about, I believe it was a term RRI?
I don't recall that.
So you ever heard in cost of service terms, relative rate of return?
Oh, yeah, okay, yes.
Yeah, so, the Walmart counsel, or Walmart's witness called it something a little bit different, but it was effectively relative rate of return.
Okay.
Above 1 or below 1, system rate of return was 1. At present rates, the residential class was poor, I guess is the way to say it. It had a poor relative rate of return. Do you remember that?
I do, yes, because the residential class is being subsidized by other classes.
Default application of this RS TOU CPP would exacerbate that. Would you agree?
Under the assumption, as you just discussed, that customers adjust their behavior and perform conservation and load shifting, their bills would go down. However, the cost to serve them would also go down.
Okay, but I say all that, it's not really a trick question, but if people are actually taking under this rate and shifting their load, then they wouldn't necessarily be using electricity at those 12 CPs anymore, right?
Yes, correct.
So then it might actually increase the relative rate of return, for at least for under a 12 CP cost allocation basis, because they're using less electricity at those times, and therefore they would be allocated a lesser amount of those fixed costs at a cost of service study.
I'm getting stuck on the impact before the next rate case or the rates adjust, or the next cost of service study. But I understand what you're saying. I believe, yes, that things would adjust.
Okay. So as a post-hearing data request, we're going to ask confirmation of when the rate calculator is going to go into effect. We've done this before, Mr. Sailors, I don't know if in cases with you that you've participated, but we're going to ask for a dummy login for for the system so that we can have a better appreciation for what that website looks like and the rate calculator works.
Absolutely.
That's happened in other cases, and I hope you all will be able to satisfy that as post-hearing data request.
And just to, just set commission expectations, I do not know for certain if it's even available yet.
That's an answer too.
Okay.
But that's what we're gonna be asking for. And if it is available, a dummy login so that we can have an appreciation for the interface. You have anything else? Okay. We'll take a recess for lunch.
I actually do not have any redirect.
Okay.
Ms. Whitman.
Well, there any additional questions for Mr. Sailors? Thank you, Mr. Sailors.
Have you excused?
Uh,
I'll hang around for Ms. Lawler's testimony.
not until at least Ms. Lawler's done. All right, we will take a break. So let me just ask, we're gonna take a break. We don't know how long Ms. Lawler will take. It's my understanding that in terms of flights, that witness Chris is the earliest one. So if we can take witness Chris immediately after lunch and then move to Ms. Lawler, would that be okay with you all?
I've confirmed with the company that they are fine with that exact sequence of events.
Okay.
The only note I'd say is, Mr. Sailors does need to, leave about 3 or 4 o'clock today.
That's fine. When it gets about that time, if we're still not done with Ms. Lawler, then we'll take that up at the
Okay,
time
I
and we can
appreciate
excuse
that.
him at the correct time.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we will take, witness Chris up immediately after lunch. Let's go until 1:15. Take a 45-minute recess for lunch. Yes, I'm ready whenever you are. We're back on the record in case number 2022-00372. Before we get started, Mr. Osceola or Mr. Werner, I don't believe Ms. Wigger is here. During her, I see somebody. Nope. During her cross-examination of Mr. Saylor, she marked a number of non-record exhibits. And before we moved on, I wanted to see whether you all proposed or intended on introducing those in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor, it's my general understanding the Commission prefers, if we're talking about a document that's not otherwise entered in the record, that the preference is to introduce them. So if we did not, could we formally move the introduction of those four exhibits?
Okay. Is there any objection?
Your Honor, we would request, since some of them are demonstratives and take from other exhibits, to verify that those are indeed accurate, cut and paste jobs from those other exhibits.
So you'll have an opportunity to do so, but in terms of process, how do you propose to do that?
I guess I would take that we could admit them, and then if we do have an objection to them, we could go ahead and file an objection.
Yeah, so how about we admit them for whatever they are, and then if you all would like to address shortcomings of them, you can do so in your legal briefs. How about that?
That's
Okay.
great, thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll admit KBCA exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 5. And just so that we're clear on the record, I have here that KBCA exhibit 1 was tab 13 of the, from the binder that was handed out. KBCA 2 was tab 14, KBCA 3 was tab 16, and KBCA 4 was tab 15.
And just for clarification, it is 1 through 4, correct? That's
1,
my
2,
understanding.
1, 2, 3, and 4. That's right. Tabs 13, 14, 16, 15 in
That's
that
my
order.
understanding.
Okay. All right, Candace, do you have that down, or?
Yes, sir, I have it. Thank you.
Great. And then, counsel, before we take this next witness, I know that you had, and I guess we just need to figure out how we're going to go through it. Through your direct examination with Mr. Saylors, you had marked, you had asked to mark exhibits DEK2, DEK3, and DEK4. DEK2 being what I call the markup that has the strike through, the edits to it. DEK3, which is the proposed tariff with an effective date in 2023, and DEK4 being effectively the new tariff, but with the regulatory notations in the margins. Do you intend to introduce those following your direct examination of Mr. Saylors, or do you how do you intend to address those tariff changes? Sorry.
Yes, Your Honor, I did offer these, and these were admitted.
Okay.
And we can also file them as corrected schedules.
I think so. So I wanted to make sure I had down that I admitted them, but I wanted to make sure that I didn't just notate that. The second is I do ask that, given sort of the context of how you propose them, through corrections to his testimony or previous data request responses, that within the number of days I provided, that you provide them as errata or updates to his original testimony, since that was the intent.
We will do that. Thank you.
And those would be amendments to, I guess they're not technically, Schedule L?
That's correct.
Which he sponsored. Okay. All right. And so this is witness Chris, is that correct? Everybody's fine with taking witness Chris to lunch? Okay. All right. So Ms. Grunman, if you would like to call your witness,
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, Walmart calls Steve Chris to the stand.
please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Steve W. Chris. Last name is spelled C-H-R-I-S-S. Business address is 2608 Southeast J Street, Bentonville, Arkansas.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chris, would you please state your title and employer for the record?
I am Director Energy Services for Walmart, Inc.
And Mr. Chris, did you cause to be filed in this docket the direct testimony of Steve W. Chris on March 10th, 2023, that was then subsequently corrected and filed in the docket on April 7th, 2023?
That's correct.
And was that testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to the corrected direct testimony and exhibits of Steve W. Chris that was filed in this matter?
No.
Would you like to adopt it as your direct testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Your Honor, well, I don't think we've moved it in. Your Honor, at this time, I believe Mr. Chris is available for cross-exam.
Do you intend on updating that?
It was filed in the docket already
Okay.
on April 7th.
Oh, that's right, I've seen that, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So there are no further corrections beyond the corrected version that was already filed in the docket.
Very good. Ms. Goode, any questions?
No questions, Chairman.
Mr. Osterloh?
No questions.
Oh, sorry, counsel?
No questions, Your Honor.
Questions for Sierra Club? Mr. Bain?
No questions, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you have questions?
I do have a few questions.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chris. My name is Liz Brahma. I'm an attorney with the Taft Law Firm. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
I'd just like to ask you a few questions, particularly on the topic of your ROE recommendations. In preparing your testimony, you reviewed authorized electric ROEs from the time period 2019 to the present. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you discussed this on page 10 of your direct testimony?
I do.
And when we say to the present, that would be through roughly March 7th of 2023?
That would be the case. Let me check the date. The date on the exhibit is March 7th, 2023.
And by the exhibit, you mean exhibit SWC3 to
That's
your
correct.
testimony?
Yes, that's correct. SWC3.
Thank you. Did you provide any testimony, or in your testimony in this proceeding, any analysis of how capital market conditions have changed between 2019 and the present?
I did not.
And I'd like to just run through those quickly at a very high level. I mean, for example, COVID-19 happened in 2020, and it had a significant effect on the economy in 2020 and beyond. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And we then entered a period of increasing interest rates compared to the levels that had been in effect for a number of years. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
And we also entered into a period of higher inflation, didn't we?
That's my understanding.
And the peak of 9.1% in July 2022 was the highest inflation we had seen in the United States since the 1980s. Is that fair?
I couldn't testify to that number sitting here today, but I will accept your representation.
Fair enough. And the Federal Reserve has significantly tightened monetary policy such that the federal funds rate is above 5% for the first time since 2007. Is that right?
I will accept your representation.
Okay. And have you performed any market analyses such as a DCF, CAPM, or other models in the current environment as compared to 2019?
I have not.
Okay. So I'm going to refer you now to your exhibit SWC3, please, on page 5. Let me know when you're there, please.
I'm there.
Okay, so this schedule on each page shows different combinations of either authorized returns on equity in particular for 2019 to the present. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this a schedule that you regularly prepare in utility regulatory proceedings?
Yes.
Now, on page 10 of your direct testimony, and we can go back there, but you may not need to, you note that the average ROE authorized for vertically integrated utilities as of the time of your direct testimony was 9.68% so far in 2023. Does that sound right?
That's correct.
And when we say so far, again, we mean through approximately March 7th of 2023.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that since March 7th, the S&P has reported 2 additional authorized ROEs, including a 9.9% authorized ROE for Upper Peninsula Power Company in Michigan on March 24th?
I mean, I'm generally aware that that's happened, but I haven't testified in something yet where I've had to update the exhibit, so.
That's fair. I just want to make sure that you're aware that that has happened. And in addition to the Upper Peninsula or UPCO ROE, A 10.00% ROE was authorized for Liberty Utilities in California on April 27th. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware.
Okay. Now, in exhibit number SWC3, you've also reported authorized equity ratios, correct?
That's correct.
And again, still on page 5, for 2022, you reported an average authorized equity ratio of 50.47% for vertically integrated electric utilities. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if we look at pages 3 and 4 of this exhibit, these pages listed the individual decisions that were used to calculate that average authorized equity ratio for 2022. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, in your 2022 average, isn't it true that you included authorized equity ratios for utilities from Arkansas, Indiana, and Michigan?
I'm sorry, did you say 2022?
Yes.
Oh, okay. 1 second. You said Arkansas, Indiana, and Michigan?
Yes, and if it would help, on page 3 in particular, about a third of the way down.
Yeah, I found them. I just wanted to make
Yes,
sure I
yes,
heard
okay.
the question.
So would you agree with me that you did include authorized equity ratios for utilities from Arkansas, Indiana, and Michigan?
That's correct.
And in fact, there are about 4 data points from those 3 states and utilities. Is that right?
I'm finding 3. What's the?
So I see Consumers Energy, Michigan, Indiana, Michigan Power Company, Indiana, Southwestern Electric Power Company, Arkansas, and DTE Electric Company, Michigan.
Okay, the consumers I'm seeing, I think, is actually in 2021. It was December, very end of 21.
Okay.
2 entries above that line.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Now, are you aware that these states include in the equity ratio sources of non-investor supplied capital such as deferred taxes?
Yes.
And do you know if Kentucky has included such items in capital structures in its prior decisions?
I don't know about prior decisions. I know just from the filing in the instant docket, it does not appear that Duke Energy Kentucky did.
Okay. And would you agree, subject to check, that the average authorized equity ratio for 2022, and leaving out the Consumers Energy from 2021, would be 52.13% if you excluded cases from Arkansas, Indiana, and Michigan?
I haven't run that math, but that math would be easy enough to run.
Okay. Does that seem like it's in the ballpark?
And I think especially as you, let's see, the last 2 months of the year, which probably reflects some of the interest rate information you were talking about,
Well,
there is a noticeable shift upward in the equity.
Thank you. And I think part of my question here is on page 3, when we look at the 3 that we talked about from 2022, for example, Indiana, Michigan Power Company, the authorized equity ratio was 40.70%, is that right?
That's correct.
And if we look at Southwestern Electric Power Company, that was 44.54%.
That's correct.
And then for DTE Electric Company, it was 39.62%.
That's correct.
So those are dragging down the average in general, compared to even the average you calculated. Those are low points.
True, those are the lowest.
Okay. Now, if we look at page 5 of your, the same schedule, there we see some of the summary data from which you drew your averages. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there we can see that the average equity ratio for vertically integrated utilities is 52.31%. Is that right?
For 2023?
Yes.
That's correct.
And so the company's requested equity ratio of 52.145% is actually somewhat below the 2023 average so far. Is that fair?
That math would be correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner staff?
I don't have anything.
Vice Chair? I have no questions. you have any redirect, Ms. Drummond?
I do not.
Is there any reason that witness Chris can't be excused?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate everyone's indulgence to get him off the stand. Thank you very much.
Is that the case for
That
for
is-
Walmart?
That is the case for Walmart.
All right. All right. Council, would you like to call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The company calls Ms. Sarah Lawler.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat.
State your name and address for the record.
Sarah Lawler, 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202.
Council?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lawler, would you please state your position and your employer for the record, please?
Vice President Rates and Regulatory Strategy for Ohio and Kentucky, and I'm employed by Duke Energy Business Services.
Thank you. Did you cause to be filed in this proceeding direct and rebuttal testimony as well as discovery responses?
I did.
Do you have any corrections or updates to your testimony or discovery responses?
I do not.
Is it your intention for the testimony and discovery responses that you provided to be admitted into evidence in this
Yes.
proceeding? With that, Ms. Lawler is available for cross.
Let's go.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Lawler.
Good afternoon.
You are not an attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And you state in your rebuttal testimony that you apply your expertise in utility rate and regulation to discuss the recently enacted Senate Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Lawler, can you please refer to your rebuttal testimony on page 7, lines 8 through 19, and let me know when you're there?
I am there.
Page 7, lines 8 through 19. Are you there?
I am, yeah.
I apologize. Could you read this paragraph into the record, please?
Where it starts as a foundational matter.
Yes, please.
Okay. As a foundational matter, it is indisputable that a law cannot be enacted in such a manner that compliance with it is impossible. If the commission does not approve the company's request to align the depreciation rates with East Bend's and Woodsdale's new estimated useful lives, this decision would make it impossible for the company to comply with SB 4. Here, SB 4 did not create an absolute ban against the retirement of a fossil fuel fire generating unit. Rather, it created a rebuttable presumption against retirement, a presumption that can be overcome with the required evidence. One such element of this evidence is that upon the proposed retirement date, or as defined by SB 4, complete and permanent cessation of operations, the utilities customers would not be exposed to net incremental costs. If the commission does not approve the company's request to align depreciation rates of the units with their new estimated lives, the utilities customers will be exposed to net incremental costs.
1 second, Ms. Goode. Sorry. Do you mind to do me 2 favors? The first is to make sure the microphone is as close to you as possible.
Okay.
And the second is, as I've indicated to other folks, however loud you think you need to speak, just a little bit louder, given the little cone of silence
I
there.
felt like I was being very loud.
No, you're even gonna need to be louder, so. Ms. Goode?
Thank you, Ms. Lawyer, for reading that. So based upon this excerpt from your rebuttal testimony, are you stating that if there's a net book value for East Bend when Duke files an application with the commission pursuant to Senate Bill 4 sometime in the future, that that net book value would be considered a net incremental cost?
When you say when we file an application for retirement, I would say, I think what I'm saying is I don't think we can file an application for retirement because we wouldn't meet the rebuttable position because, yes, the net book value would exist fairly significantly, and that would be net incremental cost to customers.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand. You are saying
like in that last sentence, when you say that the customers will be exposed to net incremental costs, you're including the net book value as a net incremental cost?
Whatever is remaining as a net book value at the time of the end of the life, yes, yes.
Would you agree that the net book value consists of sunk costs and are not incremental costs?
I don't think I would agree with that, no.
So is your testimony here today that the net book value is an incremental cost and not a sunk cost?
It would be an incremental cost to customers at that time because they would not only be paying that, but they'd be paying for the replacement generation. So if we have amounts still left in rate base, and then we're putting in another asset to replace that asset, the customers are still going to have to pay for that net book value over some period of time, and they're going to be paying for a return on the new asset. So that is net incremental costs.
And do Kentucky's customers will be required to pay the net book value of East Bend, whether it's producing electricity or retired? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, did you say they won't be able to?
They will. Do Kentucky's customers will be required to pay that net book value for East Bend, whether it's producing electricity or retired? Isn't that correct?
Yes.
My final question is, can you please refer to your rebuttal testimony on page 14? It starts at line 21. It's the bottom paragraph. Just
Yep.
let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
And so if you could read that bottom paragraph, and then I believe the last sentence goes to the next page on page 15. If you could read that into the record, I would appreciate it.
Finally, the third rate-making tenet is to design rates in an attempt to avoid rate shock to customers. Rate shock is a sudden or a significant rate increase for customers. I would pose that the Commission should not myopically consider the impact of rate shock in isolation to customers today, but consider how to mitigate the impact to customers in the future. Can we go on?
No, that's good, thank you. So I'm trying to understand, in the last sentence that you talk about, the commission should not consider the impact of rate shock in isolation to customers today. Are you admitting that the $25 on average rate increase on a residential customer's bill in this case constitutes rate shock?
I don't necessarily think that's what I'm saying here, no.
Can you explain what you mean by that sentence?
I'm saying that, let me look at what context this is. So this is talking about adjusting depreciation rates for East Bend, right? And I'm saying that there's several fundamental tenets of rate making that we normally follow. One of those is trying to avoid rate shock. And my point here is that if we don't adjust the depreciable lives today in this rate case proceeding, it's just going to prolong the rate increase to customers. It's going to increase the increase that they have to pay later. And my point is, we shouldn't just be looking at rate increases today. We should also be looking at how significant those rate increases are going to be later if the commission does not approve the depreciable lives in this proceeding.
Okay. So my last question to you is, do you believe that the average $25 per month rate increase on the residential customer's bill that's being proposed in this pending case would constitute rate shock?
I don't know if I would use the word rate shock. You know, it is a significant increase to customers, and, you know, I'm aware of that. I think we take that very seriously at Duke Energy. We don't like to increase rates any more than we absolutely have to do, but it is the increase that we need today to make sure that there's not more significant increases later in the future. We're just delaying a bigger problem if we don't address it today in this case.
Thank you, Ms. Lawler. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Councilor Fairclough?
Good afternoon, Ms. Lawler. I'm
Hello.
Ms. Henry. I represent Sierra Club in the matter.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Let's just continue with the, where you were, with the Attorney General's counsel. Staying on page 14. And on page 14, if you look at lines 6 through 15,
Okay?
I'll give you a moment to refresh your memory.
Okay? Yep.
And in this paragraph, you talk about, one of the tenets of rate-making policy is about equity between intergenerational users. Can you describe why that is a tenet that's applicable here?
Well, generally, we like to file the principle of cost causation, and that is that the customers who are causing the cost pay the cost. The customers who are benefiting from those costs pay the cost. And so here, we're saying if East Bend is going to retire now at what we believe to be at the end of 2035, it's important to adjust those depreciable lives to smooth those remaining costs over that remaining life, so the customers in that next 14-year period are the customers that are paying for that asset.
So essentially, you don't want customers from 2035 to 2041 paying for an asset that's not used and useful for them because it's been retired. Is that a simplified version of thing?
I'm sorry.
The people on the YouTube feed say they can't hear you.
Oh.
You could
Sorry.
move a little closer.
Is your microphone green?
My microphone is green.
Okay,
I
just
can
wanted
move
to make sure.
closer. I was sitting back. I can
That's
move
okay.
closer to the table. Is that better?
As if I can see it now, it'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Would you like to ask your question?
Yeah,
again?
I'll
I'm
ask my
sorry.
question again.
We've interrupted, but I apologize.
Is essentially the crux of the argument that if the plant were to retire, say in 2035, but not be depreciated until 2041, for those 6 years, customers would be paying for an asset that's not generating for them. And
I
so
would
that's
say-
kind of the intergenerational disparity you were talking about?
Yeah, I would say it slightly differently. I would just say that those customers are not receiving any benefit from that asset, and they should not be obligated to pay for something they're not receiving a benefit for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so one of the company's purposes of this rate case is to align the depreciation expense for the East Bend and for the Woodsdale generating stations, correct, with its projected useful life?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in March, you covered this a little bit with Counsel for Attorney General, but in March of 2023, SB4 became a law in Kentucky, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now, you are not an attorney, but you review Kentucky statutes and regulations as part of your job, is that correct?
Yes.
And according to your review of SB4, the law imposes new requirements that must be met before a fossil-fueled generation asset may retire, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And according to your review of SB4, the law creates a rebuttable presumption against retirement, correct?
Yes.
And according to your review of SB4, the presumption against retirement of a fossil fuel generation unit can be overcome with the required evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about this a little bit earlier, but according to your review of SB4, upon the proposed retirement date, the utilities customers would not be exposed to a net incremental cost, correct?
Yes, correct.
And according to your review of SB4, there can be no stranded cost that a utility seeks to recoup from ratepayers when a unit retires. Is that correct?
Say that one more time.
I can rephrase it. Your read, according to your review of SB4, the undepreciated net book value expenses for a fossil fuel generating unit should be at zero when a utility plans to retire a unit. Correct?
Yes, I guess so, yeah.
So it's essential that the commission align the depreciation rates with the probable remaining useful life, because that will help enable compliance with SB4, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Otherwise, I think you state it would be impossible to meet the burden imposed by SB4 to retire a fossil fuel generating unit, correct?
Yes, that's how I read it.
Okay. And I think you go further and you say this would result in customers being forced to unnecessarily pay for operation and maintenance and ongoing capital investments for a generating unit that is sitting idle because it's uneconomic, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And keeping an uneconomic unit operational could expose customers to costs incurred to comply with new environmental rules, correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, it is best to align the depreciation schedule with the probable end of the useful life and not to wait and make that alignment later, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to have you refer to your rebuttal testimony on page 14. And then lines 2 through 3. And let me know when you're there.
I'm there, yes.
Okay. You state that the lives of an asset can and do change based upon investments, changes in technology, obsolescence, and other factors, correct?
Yes.
Would new environmental rules that apply to active generating assets constitute another factor that could change the useful life of a unit?
That could change the useful life, new environmental rules.
If the unit had to comply with new environmental rules, would that be something that could change the useful life of a unit?
It would depend on what the rules were, but possibly.
Okay, great. Let's look at one of those possibilities.
Okay.
If it's, I'd like to mark as Sierra Club Exhibit 7 and Sierra Club Exhibit 8, a copy of a rule that EPA has issued a proposed 111D rule. And so I'd like to mark as Exhibit 7 a fact sheet that describes the rule, and as Exhibit 8 a copy of the proposed rule that was issued today.
Okay. Do you have a copy of them?
I do.
Okay.
And I'm going to, may we approach?
You may.
Okay, so I will note that the rule is 684 pages. I have one full copy of the rule available if the witness would like to look at that. We will
Okay.
digitally send a PDF of it to everybody here, and then we have an excerpt of the parts that I will discuss.
Does counsel that's sponsoring this witness have a copy of the entire rule that you're going to provide to the witness? Maybe even, if not in hard copy, at least in soft copy?
We can certainly email a digital copy, Your Honor.
Okay, my and my preference always is if we're going to hand something to the witness, that their counsel have an identical version.
Yeah, I'm going to focus
For
most of my
purposes of
questions on the
redirect.
fact sheet because it's a little bit easier to digest in the very short time we've had.
So that'll be fine. I don't, short time we have is, it's 14 hours? Is,
Oh, I meant since it dropped this morning.
oh,
For
that's
me
what
to
I'm-
digest.
Yeah, I meant, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so
Yeah.
the day is young.
Well, you can spend as much time as you like with it. Your
Well,
Honor.
and so, and I raise the issue only because I worry about you asking cross-examination of the witness of a document that the witness's counsel doesn't have the availability to also ask redirect.
Oh, of course.
Or
We can send that right now.
recross of.
Oh, of course.
Redirect, sorry, excuse me. So I just want to make sure before you start asking cross-examination that their counsel has a copy of the entire documents that you're handing.
I do not. I need, and.
Kate will send it right now.
Okay, yeah. And it may be just useful to the process to note that this is not an environmental lawyer or this is within the scope of this witness's testimony. It's not the environmental impacts of laws, particularly one that was just issued today. So if we're going to spend a lot of time on this.
We're not going to spend that much time.
Okay, I just wanted to put that out there before we got too far down into the
Yeah,
questions.
we're not going to go too nitty gritty.
So if you don't mind, have you already handed the witness the?
Not yet.
Okay. Oh, so, if you don't mind, you have,
So I was gonna give the witness the excerpt and the fact sheet.
so if you
give
could
her
give
the
the
full copy
witness
for
the
now,
whole, the
and
full
then-
one. Yeah, that's great, sorry. So for the court reporter, we just need the digital version so that we don't have to end up scanning it in, we can just take the PDF and add it, so, thank you. And counsel, when you confirm whenever you do receive that full copy, thank you.
I am in the process. I apologize.
So are you sending it digitally?
She's going to send it. Yeah, it's a PDF.
I apologize.
That's my concern as well. But, yeah.
I can send it.
So how about we do this, let's take while we're passing this up, let's take a short recess. We'll take 10 minutes.
That way, we can make sure that we have the documents ahead of time, or we'll take as much time as necessary to make sure that we have a copy of the document. So let's take a short recess until we get this taken care of.
Madam Chairman.
Okay. We're back on the record in case number 2022-00372. Council, would you like to, first, would you like to identify the two documents that you would like to mark?
Sure. I would like to mark as Sierra Club Exhibit 7, a copy of the fact sheet for the greenhouse gas standards and guidelines for fossil fuel-fired power plants proposed rule.
Okay.
And I would like to mark as Exhibit 8, 40 CFR Part 60, which is the Environmental Protection Agency's new source performance standards for greenhouse gas emissions from new, modified, and restructured fossil-fueled electric generating units, emission guidelines for greenhouse gas emissions from existing fossil fuel-fired electric generating units, and a repeal of the Affordable Clean Energy Rule, which was issued today, May 11th, 2023.
So marked, Council?
Sorry, say that again?
Oh, we've marked them as
Okay.
much. You can proceed.
Hello again, Ms. Lawler. Have you heard of the Clean Air Act?
I have, yes.
Okay. Have you heard of Rule 111D under the Clean Air Act?
Yes, I have heard of it.
Okay. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency just issued a proposed rule under Clean Air Act, Rule 111D. Have you heard rumors that it was coming?
I had heard rumors, yes. And
Okay.
I did hear this morning that it had come out, but that's the extent of
Okay.
my knowledge until
Okay.
now.
Do you know that 111D regulates carbon, was expected to regulate carbon dioxide emissions from fossil generating units?
I knew that there was a carbon component to it. I don't even know if I could go as far as to say carbon dioxide, but I knew that there was a carbon component to it.
And did you know that it would apply to existing plants?
Yes,
And East Bend is a coal-fired power plant, correct?
yes,
Okay. So in kind of the lead up to 111D, you knew that a Clean Air Act Rule 111D was coming and that it could impact coal-fired units such as East Bend, correct?
I knew that it could impact. I didn't know for sure that it would impact our specific unit. I still don't know that, but yes.
Okay. If you will indulge me, I gave you an exhibit which we have marked as Sierra Club Exhibit 7.
Yes.
And if you could turn to page number 6 of that fact sheet.
Okay. And there?
Okay. Do you see a section header called Emission Guidelines for Existing Fossil Fuel Steam Generating EGUs, primarily existing coal units? Do you see that?
Yes, I do, yes.
Okay. And do you, I don't want to rush you. Take a moment to review that because I'm going to just ask you a few questions.
Okay.
I'm going to direct you to the second bullet under the heading we were discussing.
Okay.
And that says, why don't you read that bullet into the record?
EPA is proposing that the BSER for coal-fired steam EGUs that will operate in the long term, i.e. after December 31st, 2039, is the use of carbon capture and storage with 90% capture of CO2. The associated degree of emission limitation is an 88.4% reduction in emission rate.
Okay. So that, even though you're not an environmental attorney, and you're not an attorney at all, but as saying that there is an emission limit of 88.4% as a reduction rate. Do you understand that somewhat?
I mean, generally I understand, but I would also say I'm not an emission or environmental expert.
Okay. But you understand that having an emission limitation on carbon dioxide would probably lead to additional costs at a coal-fired unit?
Objection, outside the scope of this witness's testimony and calls for speculation.
I tend to agree with the objection.
We can call Mr. Greers to the stand and cover this, because I believe we said we would recall him if that's possible, and if you...
That was not my recollection. My recollection was that because this would be so new, the thought was that this would be a post-hearing DR, and that it could be put into the record as a result of that. But Mr. Greers also testified that even if this was put in front of him, he would need time to absorb it and wouldn't be able to testify the same day it came out anyway.
Yeah, I specifically had that discussion with Mr. Gears, and then after his statement to that effect, I did excuse him for the remainder of the hearing.
Okay. How about this? Hypothetically, if there was a new regulation that provided, that hypothetically, if a new regulation was issued, and the new regulation called for significant capital costs to comply with the law, but the law also provided for 2 off-ramps that would negate the need to install that capital equipment. They could be, say, 2030 or 2032 or 2035. Would a utility want to evaluate whether it is in the public interest to retire the unit rather than incur those capital costs?
I think the company would absolutely evaluate the entirety of the rule to make sure that we were complying with the rule and to comply with it in the way that made the most sense for customers. So whether that's spending money, changing retirement date, all of that would be taken into consideration.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically that one of the retirement years was 2035, but the retirement year said that the facility could only have a 20% capacity factor. So it would have to reduce its emission, it would have to accept an enforceable capacity factor limitation. Would a utility want to evaluate whether it's in the best interest of ratepayers to continue to pay all of the cost to operate that unit if it can only operate at a 20% capacity factor?
I think absolutely the company would want to evaluate all of those facts.
Okay. And if the other off-ramp said you don't have to reduce your emissions, but you need to retire by 2032, would the company want to evaluate whether 2032 is better for the ratepayers versus another option?
I think that would be taken into consideration in the holistic company evaluation of the rule, yes.
Okay, so let's say that there was one finalized rule, two finalized laws, and 4 proposed rules that all would have significant costs on an existing generating unit. Would a company want to look and see whether that slate of new rules and laws should or could accelerate the planned retirement of a unit?
Yes.
Okay. And if after that evaluation was done, it necessitated bumping up the retirement date, shouldn't the depreciation rate also be bumped up?
Yes. I would want the depreciation rate to align with the probable useful life of the asset, yes.
Okay. If this slate of rules has increased the likelihood, or say the downward pressure for an earlier retirement date, if you have that fact, plus you have the fact that SB 4 says that you can't have any net book value left on your books, should a utility take a precautionary approach and accelerate the depreciation of a unit so that it has the options to pick which off-ramp is in the best interest of its ratepayers?
I think that we should we should be aligning the depreciable life with what we believe is the estimated useful life of the asset. We should be taking into consideration all of the known facts and circumstances.
Okay. We had Chairman Chandler had a couple conversations yesterday about resource adequacy and making sure that the customers in Kentucky know that they have adequate resources to serve their generation needs, their demands. And that could take up to 6 years. Were you here yesterday for those
was.
conversations?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's definitely a concern to make sure that we have replacement capacity and energy that can meet the demand in an appropriate time frame. Okay? Would the company be open to doing a new evaluation of when is the appropriate date to retire a unit based on all of the new rules that have been issued and proposed, and to make sure that there is replacement capacity that can come online in time?
Objection, this is again outside the scope and calls for speculation. This is related to resource planning determination.
This witness has talked about the necessity to make sure that depreciable life is aligned, that the asset is depreciated with the useful life of a unit. There's been, and she is the attorney or she is the witness who is talking about that. There's been a number of issues which we've talked about throughout the past couple of days that have impacted the analysis that was done. When we had Mr. Spanos on the stand, he talked about how it was Ms. Lawler who talked to him about the IRP analysis. All the information he had was from the IRP. Are you involved in the IRP analysis, Ms.?
So hold on, before we move on to other questions, let's fix the first question. So I appreciate the line of questioning. Yesterday it was brought up, the question was, will the company go back, or you promised to go back and talk to people about this? That's fine. I mean, that was asking a specific witness what that individual will do. Will they have a conversation? I think now asking Ms. Lawler what the company is going to do, big picture on this particular item, which is not directly related to her testimony, is probably inappropriate or definitely outside the scope. I do find an opportunity here, and I just, so I'm going to sustain the objection to that individual question before we move on to this. Here's the situation we're in. I'm going to ask you, you're not on the stand, counsel, but I'm going to ask you a couple questions. Is the intent of the cross-examination here to lay a foundation to introduce SC7 and SC8 generally, and then to also get initial feedback on the possible impact on SC7 or what is proposed here or discussed here in SC7 and SC8 with regards to Sierra Club's proposal on the depreciation rates?
We can take administrative notice of 7 and 8 if that's the preferred course of action. We could admit it into the record, whichever. We're open to both. I think that the important issue is, as Ms. Lawler talked about, that we have to align the depreciation life of a plant with its probable retirement date. I think there's been a lot of developments that have happened since the IRP analysis was done in 2021. We've talked about a number of them. The Inflation Reduction Act, 111D.
Your Honor, this is.
I just think that the point is I want the commission to have all the information to figure out, like, okay, do we have to look at this?
Yeah, but I guess the reason I ask this, because I don't know what hearing the cross-examination on this issue to this point, I don't know I don't know what actionable evidence that we're getting from this witness on the cross-examination.
We can-
So I just, not telling you how to conduct your business or to conduct your work, I wouldn't even start to do so. I would note that there are 4 witnesses that we have not excused from this case. Okay. Ms. Steinkuhl, Mr. Zokowski, Mr. Sailors, and Ms. Spiller. And I just throw out that your entire line of questioning to Ms. Lawler is, will the company commit to do this and will the company commit to do that? I think are inappropriate questions to Ms. Lawler, and maybe more appropriate to any of the other witnesses if you would like to propose or recall subject to the company's objection. Let me say this. I don't know that we're getting much out of this cross-examination with Ms. Lawler.
We can definitely consider recalling Ms. Spiller or somebody else who may be more appropriate.
All right. So just to be clear, your request, to go back to your earlier one, is for the commission to take administrative notice of the rule and the fact sheet. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I have no issue with the commission taking administrative notice of the proposed rule.
Okay.
I do. I do have some concern with taking administrative notice of the fact sheet. With that being said, I think you did lay some foundation and get questions asked of the witness with regard to the fact sheet. And if you would like to move to introduce this, we'll entertain it, subject to whether anybody has a concern with that. But we will take administrative notice of the entirety, all 600 plus pages that you've provided us into the record of Exhibit SC8.
Okay. We move to admit Exhibit SC8.
Okay, is there an SC7?
Oh, and we move to take administrative notice of Exhibit SC7.
The way around. Sorry. So I have SC8 as being the rule.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So we've already taken administrative notice of SC8. You would like to move for introduction of SC7, the fact sheet?
Correct. Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
I don't have an objection, Your Honor. I think I don't think the company has any concerns with the commission being aware of this rule. That's not our concern here today. Our concern was in part this particular witness, as Your Honor noted. And then I think we'll have a broader concern about even recalling witnesses, asking them to opine about a rule that was just issued this morning. So I just want to put that kind of conditions out there. But in terms of having this information available to the commission and in the record, that is not our concern.
Okay. And we'll take up individual objections to specific questions.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, counsel?
Okay. Can you please refer to your rebuttal testimony on page 12, lines 19 through 20?
Yes.
Okay, and you're responding to witness Cullen's suggestion that the commission should just wait and address East Bend's depreciation request until later. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you state it's inappropriate to wait for depreciation, from a depreciation perspective, because by that time, it may be too late for the commission to take meaningful action to mitigate costs to customers regarding the remaining undepreciated net book value of a unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you refer to your rebuttal testimony, page 12, lines 4 through 14?
Yes.
Okay. In this paragraph, you state that SB4 necessitates that the depreciation schedule align with retirement date, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Please refer to your rebuttal testimony on page 12, the same lines, 4 through 14. In this paragraph, you discuss how it is appropriate to align the depreciation schedule with the useful life of a unit so that customers don't have to incur capital investment costs for a generating unit that is no longer economical, correct?
Can you point me to that? I don't see that.
Sure.
Okay, is it on line 8? Customers will also be forced to otherwise unnecessarily pay. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Ms. Lawler?
At the end of line 8, I say that customers will also be forced to otherwise unnecessarily pay O&M and ongoing capital investment for a generating asset that is sitting idle because it is no longer economically dispatchable in the energy market. And I would say that I said that, just to read the whole sentence, otherwise because of remaining undepreciated costs. It may be impossible to prove unit retirement and that a replacement is cost effective.
If a new regulation would require a unit to retire sooner than 2035, would it be in the ratepayer's interest to accelerate the depreciation faster than 2035 so that it aligned with when its useful life would actually be?
If a new rule required us to retire it sooner than 2035, yeah, all else being equal, and that therefore meant that our new probable date was sooner than 2035, we would want to align the depreciation rates with that new life.
Okay.
But I would say, too, that we can only do that in the context of a base rate case.
Okay. And referring again to page 12, lines 19 through 20. From a depreciation perspective,
You don't want to wait until it's too late to make that decision, correct?
To make what decision?
About making sure that the useful life and the depreciation are aligned.
Correct.
That's all the questions I have for Ms. Muller.
Thank you. Mr. Grumman? Mr. Bain? Is that?
Yes. And Ms. Muller, I just believe I have one question. It should be pretty quick. In the incremental load investment charge that you talked about in your testimony and some data requests, we just wanted to make sure that no municipality has actually passed an ordinance that the company is worried about.
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. And-
Is that the only question you have, Ms. Mitchell?
Yes.
Question? If EGU, using the term you read earlier, electric generating unit, power plant, retires early, is the undepreciated value ordinarily referred to as stranded cost? Stranded asset cost?
Yes, that's one term. Yes. Yep.
That's, I mean, common parlance, or fairly common parlance. I say common, like, nobody cares about it outside of this room. But amongst us, it gets referred to sometimes as stranded asset costs.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of SB4?
With me here? No, I don't.
Anywhere in your testimony or as an exhibit, and you reference it, I just was curious if you've reviewed the bill, right?
I have
Or the
reviewed
law.
it, but I don't have any, I have excerpts in my rebuttal testimony here, but that's it.
Okay. Do you have a,
Chairman, I have copies.
oh, do
I mean, if
do you
they
mind
wanted
if
to use them.
we hand a copy of the bill? Do you mind to hand council a copy? Thank you. I'm sorry to ask you to.
No, that's fine. I was
Keep
gonna
our
pass
word
them
for it.
out, on my cross if necessary.
All right, thank you very much.
Do you
Let's
want
go.
another one for Ross?
And just give it a look whenever you get it.
Okay, I've got it.
Make sure it's the version that you've seen. So I don't know what version, well, so what does it say at the top?
Unofficial copy.
Okay, all right, so that's probably, that's the bill. So I've got the chapter here in front of me, the published chapter, but the text will be the same.
Okay.
You see the section 2, the one that you were talking about earlier that says, section 2, sub 2, that there shall be a rebuttal presumption?
Yes.
So this is what you were referring to earlier in your testimony, is that right?
I do refer to this in my testimony, yes.
This rebuttal presumption, you're concerned that, well, I want to find your testimony here and just. Your testimony, your rebuttal testimony, this is what you read earlier with Ms. Goad. Rather it, assuming SB4 is the noun there, created a rebuttable presumption against retirement, a presumption that can be overcome with the required evidence. One such element of this evidence is that upon the proposed retirement date, or as defined by SB4, complete and permanent cessation of operations, the utilities customers would not be exposed to net incremental costs. If the commission does not approve the company's request to align depreciation rates of the units with their new estimated lives, the utilities customers will be exposed to net incremental costs. So those net incremental costs that you're talking about there are the undepreciated value of the plant.
Correct.
The stranded asset costs.
Yes, yes.
You would agree?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So if you'll take a look at Senate Bill 4, the version that you have there, section 2, subsection 2.
Okay.
And tell me if I read this wrong. The line starts, there shall be a rebuttable presumption against. Is that what you're looking?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll read it and just let me know if I read it wrong. There shall be a rebuttable presumption against the retirement of a fossil fuel-fired electric generating unit. The commission shall not, the commission's us, the commission shall not approve the retirement of an electric generating unit, authorize a surcharge for the decommissioning of the unit, or take any other action which authorizes or allows for the recovery of the cost for the retirement of an electric generating unit including any stranded asset recovery, unless the presumption created by this section is rebutted by evidence sufficient for the commission to find that. And it provides that list of evidence that can be provided.
Yes.
Just want to make sure I understand your assertion. You're saying that stranded asset recovery is a net incremental cost referred to down later in sub A, sub B, sub C, but that you read the bill saying you can't recover stranded asset costs unless you can prove there are no stranded asset costs.
Basically, yes.
How does that make sense?
It doesn't.
Okay, so let me just ask a non-legal question here. Are you saying that, well, that's a legal question, never mind.
In order for us to be able to comply with the rule, we have to not have net incremental costs for customers.
Yeah, but that's not the question I asked you. I'm asking, do you read this as saying, in order to recover undepreciated value of a retired power plant, you have to prove there is no undepreciated value of a retired power plant?
In order for us to recover, I don't know if that's what I'm saying. In order for us to prove the rebuttable position and seek retirement, we can't have any net incremental costs for customers. And if we don't align the life with what we think is the estimated useful life, we will have those net incremental costs. So what I'm saying is we won't be able to prove the rebuttable position. So we won't be able to retire because we can't prove the rebuttable position.
Would you agree that the second sentence there is about more than just retirement? Retirement is the first action that it refers to?
The second sentence where it's on line 2?
Section 2, sub 2.
Oh,
I
sub-
believe that the second sentence does start on line 2 of sub 2.
Yeah.
The first item is can't approve a retirement. That's the first thing, right? The way the sentence reads?
Are you reading there shall be a rebuttable presumption?
No, the second sentence. So the commission shall not approve, I'm entering this here just for our understanding of the
Yeah.
sentence, right? 1, shall not approve the retirement.
Right.
2, shall not authorize a surcharge for the decommissioning of the unit.
Right?
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Or 3, take any other action which authorizes or allows for the recovery of cost for the retirement, and maybe this is 3A, for the retirement of an electric generating unit, or 3B, 3A, including any stranded asset recovery. So you said earlier in your questions from the AG's office that you believe, your understanding of everything, is that undepreciated value of a retired power plant is a net incremental cost.
Yes.
And I also asked, you agree that undepreciated value of a retired power plant is a stranded asset cost, and you also agreed with that.
Yes.
So you agree that stranded asset costs is a net incremental cost.
Yes.
And so would you agree that the way you're reading this is that you can't recover undepreciated costs unless you prove there are no undepreciated costs?
Yes. And
Okay.
that's why we think we need to align the life now. So we're not in that situation.
Okay. Now, the idea is you don't, I heard some of your responses there, but you're concerned with this intergenerational equity or inequity is about making sure that folks, after the plant doesn't have value, don't pay any of the cost of that plant. Is that generally your
Yeah,
point?
materially speaking. It's never perfect, but yes.
So I also wrote down here, and this may a paraphrase, but it may have actually been a quote that that you read Senate Bill 4 as that it would keep an uneconomic plant from retiring.
It could.
Okay, and that was a concern that you had,
Yes.
specifically in relation to the questions you were asked by the Sierra Club, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that it would drive, if it was uneconomic to operate often, it would drive whatever expenses are necessary to keep it open, stay open, investments or even O&M expenses, right?
Right, and it might
Okay.
just be that it's sitting there idle. If it's uneconomic, it's probably not running, but yeah.
Idle.
Yeah.
Just, okay. Big picture, and the 138 legislators, I don't know what they're thinking at any given time. They don't have to tell us, right? They just vote. It's not their obligation to tell us why. All that matters is yay, nay, abstain. Have you given consideration to whether or not the intent of the bill is to keep uneconomic plants from retiring?
I mean, like you said, I don't know what each and every one of them was intending to
Yeah.
do, but I don't know if that matters, if as it's written, we cannot make the rebuttable position or presumption, prove that,
Yeah.
we're gonna keep these assets open.
So did you hear the debate around Senate Bill 4? Did you see the hearings
A
on
little
it
bit.
or the floor debates or anything?
A little bit.
Okay. Any of the supporters, you hear any of the supporters discuss concerns around resource adequacy or the lights going out, proverbial lights going out?
Yes.
Okay. So even if a power plant, and this is, like the job of combustion turbines, at least historically, especially small frame CTs, is that they may go a whole year without operating, but they're built for, that like a couple times a year, a few times a year, maybe more often here and there, but it may be years before or months in between operating, but they're there for meeting extreme demand or significant demand. Peak demand, I guess is the best way to say. Is that your understanding that some power plants operate like that?
The peakers would operate like that,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, they were built for that, I guess is what I'm trying to get to.
That's my understanding.
Okay. If a power plant sticks around, it's kept open, it's idled, it is not used often, it's otherwise uneconomic to operate often. But it is available for extreme times. Economic or uneconomic, does that provide value to consumers?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if the value outweighs, is bigger than the cost outweighs the value. I don't know.
Yeah, that's almost for us to determine, right?
Fair.
Okay. And then finally, I had questions, I think it was today. Yep, it was yesterday for witness Steinkuhl. And it was about test year expenses and deferral related to replacement power for forced outages. Do you remember those
I do,
questions?
yes.
Okay. You all deferred the incremental replacement power cost for forced outages since the last rate case, is that right?
That's right.
And you're proposing to recover those?
Correct.
Do you think, based off of what you've heard at this hearing, especially from witness Suez, that power prices will be lower in 2023 than 2022?
Power prices will be lower in '23 than '22?
Yeah,
Probably.
that's what we've all heard at least,
Based
right?
on-
That was the testimony of
right.
Mr. Suez, is that what
Correct,
your
yes,
understanding was?
yes.
Okay. And so insofar as replacement power for forced outages is lower than the test year amount, assuming all else equal, right? The test year amount that is
Yep.
proposed gets approved. You all will defer that decrement as a regulatory liability, is that correct?
Yes.
And in the meantime, your proposal is to amortize the regulatory assets that you have as a result of purchase power expense for forced outages being higher than the test year amount.
Yeah, and I think the amount that we're proposing is the incremental over/under through, it's either December of, what year are we in? 21 or June of 22, I'm forgetting, one of those two. That period is what we're proposing to amortize into rates and then restart that over/under deferral. And I would say, that balance as of that time period that we're proposing, had a time period in there where we did have some fairly high costs. And so that's why I think we ended up with a net debit balance. So you're right, it could go over, under in future years. We would track that, but we're proposing to just take that balance now and amortize that and start over.
Okay, so that's one of a couple of reg assets that you have in this case, and even reg liabilities, right? Because we were talking yesterday about the excess ADIT. That's about $4.5 million a year, is
In
that right?
totality, yes.
Okay, between what's being unwound under ARAM and unprotected.
Yes.
Are you all proposing to put any of your regulatory assets or regulatory liabilities in rate base?
No.
Why not?
Well, we proposed that in a previous case. I can't remember, it was our last gas case or our last electric case, and we were denied.
Okay, so taking a step back, the reg asset that we're talking about with replacement power during forced outages, did that carry a return while it was being deferred?
No.
Was the regulatory asset that was denied inclusion in base rates, did it carry a return on it between rate cases, even at a debt rate?
No. What we were proposing to do, if I'm remembering correctly, was put it into rate base so that it would start earning a return. And I'm spacing on what reg asset it was. I think it might have been rate case expenses. So I think we were proposing our rate case expenses go into base rates. I could be wrong, but to answer your question, nothing was earning a debt return before we asked for it to be in rate base. I think we have 2 reg assets today that are earning a return. One is the deferred O&M that we started amortizing, that was associated with the purchase of the remaining portion of East Bend. That's earning a return. And then the coal ash deferral that's in the ESM, that's earning a return. But all of the other reg assets and liabilities, there's no carrying cost whatsoever. So the company is bearing the risk or customers are bearing the risk, depending on if it's a liability, but those are the only 2 that have carrying costs.
So you don't think it's the deferred O&M that earned a long-term debt rate that was denied inclusion in rate base?
No.
In the 2017-321 case?
No, I don't think we propose putting that in rate base.
Okay. But that's why, I just want to be very clear, that's why all of your regulatory assets show up on the amortization schedule as opposed to being included in
That's right.
rate base, is because you were under the impression in a previous case that your rate case expense was required to be amortized separately instead of being included in rate base.
No, I would say that historically, we have not asked for any reg assets in rate base. I think there was this one instance, either in the 17 case, the 19 electric case or the 21 gas case, where we did propose, and I'm going to say it was gas because I think we did it because we saw that you had granted it to Atmos, and we were denied there. But I don't think, other than asking for that asset in rate base, I don't think we've ever requested it before.
Okay. Was that a case where, did you all have capitalization in the 21 gas case?
That's fair.
Would that have been the distinction?
That could have been, yes.
Okay, and you all are doing your return on capitalization or rate base here?
We're doing rate base here. That's fair.
What's the, I'm pretty much a neophyte compared to the knowledge that you have, Ms. Lawler. What's the net, what's the distinction between amortizing your regulatory assets as opposed to including them in rate base?
Well, amortizing them, we're just recovering, it's a recovery of, we're not getting a return on.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
we're
so-
losing out on the time value of money.
That's what I want to make sure
So
of.
customers are benefiting.
That's what I want to, I guess, be clear, is this proposed amortization of the couple of years of replacement power for forced outages. You guys are just proposing to straight line amortize and unwind that amount and not earn that's a return of, and not proposing a return on that amount.
Right.
And that's your alternative proposal to Mr. Collins' suggestion in his testimony. I think you note this in your rebuttal, that if you're expected to extend the recovery period and not amortize it now, but instead wait to see if it's offset by lower purchase power costs related to forced outages, that you would expect to be compensated for your time value of money.
That's right.
And is your proposal a weighted average cost of capital or a long-term debt rate?
I think we propose long-term debt rate.
Last question. Between amortization and inclusion of rate base, does that impact your perspective on how long those balances should be recovered?
From a company and an investor perspective, if it's in rate base, it doesn't really matter how long the amortization period is because we're being compensated for our time value of money.
Yeah, for customers, it matters, because there's the greater
Exactly.
carrying charge, the longer that it
Correct.
goes, right? The eighth wonder of the world, compound interest. It's even
Correct.
worse when there's an equity return. Yeah.
So, but from an straight up amortization where we're just collecting the costs, we would like to, well, you want to recover those costs, same thing on cost causation and intergenerational. You want to recover those costs over the time period where the customers who are benefiting from those costs pay for the costs. But again, too, over a reasonable time frame if there's no carrying costs.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lawler. Any redirect to this witness?
Just a few questions. Ms. Lawler, going back to SB 4, do you have that there still?
I do, yes.
I just wanted to make sure we're clear on a couple of items. When you had the conversation about what is a stranded cost and what is an incremental cost with a couple of different folks here, is it does a cost of a plant become stranded before its retirement?
I would say no.
So if the company is proposing to depreciate and align as best as you can depreciation with the life of the plant, does that have a bearing on whether or not you ever actually have a stranded cost?
Yes.
Okay, now separately, with respect to net incremental costs, you talked earlier about those could include either stranded costs or the cost of new generation. Do I remember that correctly?
I don't think stranded costs would include, stranded costs in my mind would not include the cost of new generation.
Let me rephrase that. I didn't mean that.
Okay.
Net incremental costs could
Yes,
include either
yes.
stranded costs or new
Yes,
generation.
thank you.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
And those are two different things that
Yes.
okay, just wanted to be clear about that.
Yes.
I think it's also important to be clear, is the company proposing an actual retirement of East Bend or Woodsdale in this
No,
proceeding?
we are not.
Okay, and just let me finish my question first,
Sorry.
if you don't mind. What happens if the company's depreciation request for the period to end 2035 is granted in this proceeding, but then there is a need to extend the life of East Bend beyond 2035? What would happen at that point, from a rate-making perspective?
If we had depreciation rates in effect that were depreciating it through to 2035, and then we decided to extend the life, we would likely come in for another rate case to adjust depreciation rates, to change those rates.
Okay, so to what extent does setting the depreciation, aligning it with a 2035 life, provide some flexibility to the commission with respect to the life of East Bend?
I would say that approving the life that we're proposing now is the best answer. Nothing is going to be perfect. Nothing is going to get us to zero at the end of 2035, because these depreciation rates today are based on, first of all, they're based on what Mr. Spanos did. He took that as of 12/31/21 assets. When you're in a situation where you're this close to the end of a useful life of a big asset like this, and you have to continue to make investments that are not extending the useful life of that asset, every time you make a new investment, by definition, you really have to change the depreciation rate to get it to zero by the end of the life. So I think that Aligning the life with 2035 now is the most realistic, it's the most probable. To the extent that things change, we have the opportunity to come in again and adjust, and we will. But it's important to keep that life fairly tight as you get to the end of the useful life of a big asset like this.
Ms. Lawler, were you here in the room yesterday? Because I think you were sitting behind me at the time when Mr. Bauer was on the stand.
I was, yes.
And whether we're talking about, relatively speaking, rather large issues like the depreciation of a coal facility, or amortization of costs like outage costs or rate case expenses, do either of those have an impact on cash flow for the company?
Yes, they both do.
And you heard Mr. Bauer talk about the impact of cash flow and
Yes.
credit metrics and credit ratings?
Yes.
I'm not going to get into that. I just wanted to circle back to it in light of your conversation with the chair, because you were talking about the extent to which the company, it matters to the company what the
Yeah,
length of
that's fair.
amortization is.
Mhm.
Is there a concern, not just about the time value of money, but about cash flow as
Yes,
well?
I think that's a good point. We are definitely concerned about cash. It does impact what Mr. Bauer is doing in the markets. It impacts the FFO to debt ratio that Moody's is looking at. So it is important from a cash flow perspective to be aligning our depreciation rates appropriately, to be aligning our amortization periods appropriately, yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Are there any additional questions for Ms. Lawler?
Can I ask one question? Do you seek QUIP or AFDUC? When you build a new asset, does Duke usually request QUIP?
AFUDC.
Okay, thank you.
Is that a distinction between whether you're seeking to set rates based on rate base or capitalization?
No, we don't include QUIP in rate base, either, if we're asking for rate base or capitalization. Yep.
Thank you. Counsel?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Lawler. You may be excused. Contradict? No, not necessarily directly contradict. Makes it
Oh,
wild
Sarah.
to implement, but no.
We traded. Sorry.
All right. At this time, council, I think we can excuse witness Steinkohl and Zilkowski and Sailors, unless you would like to recall anybody. I don't know if staff does or if the other commissioners do. I do have questions for Ms. Spiller in the context of the questions that Mr. Colley was unable to answer yesterday about the walk-in centers, the payment opportunities. I know he's not located in the Northern Kentucky, I mean, he's not a local employee from that perspective. And so I do have some follow-up questions as to how that works at the local level. But before I asked to recall her, I wanted to make sure that you all had called all the witnesses that you would like, or if you were intended on recalling any of your witnesses prior to submitting your case.
My understanding is we do not intend to recall any of our witness. Ms. Spiller is here. I think it would be helpful if we, I don't know if Your Honor's thinking of calling her now. Just wanted to make sure I understood the order of witnesses for the rest of from this point forward.
Yeah,
It's the best way to put
that
it.
was my expectation.
Yes.
That gives you an opportunity to sort of close the book from your perspective on direct at least.
Okay, I think that would be fine. We'll just need a moment to reconfigure.
That's fine, take your time.
Do we have a sense of who would come up after Ms. Spiller?
I do. It was going to be Ms. Crafton. She has, witness Crafton has an earlier departure requirement than witness Shinstone Harris.
Okay, thank you. That helps us to plan and stay organized ourselves.
And I think it's Mrs. Shenstone Harris, and then, do you know the order for the AG witnesses?
Yeah, it'll be Lane Collin, and then Randy Futrall, and then Rick Baldino.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Colin Futrall Baudino.
Yes.
And do you have their travel departure times?
They drove, so it just
That's the
depends on.
answer,
Yeah.
She put them in a car. She told me.
I hope
That's
they don't
okay.
have to leave too late tonight.
Yeah.
They go by car, but.
Them and me both. Okay. And Mr. D'Asenzo, you'll let us know whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that one? Okay, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Spiller, for coming back. Yesterday, there were a number of questions for Mr. Colley regarding the in-person payment opportunities for Duke Energy Kentucky customers. Has anybody made you aware of that line of questioning from yesterday?
I understand that a line of questioning to that effect occurred.
Okay. And that we pulled up the website, part of the record, where you can search for places to pay in person. And there was only one location in Kentucky in which that would accept in-person payments without charging an additional $1.50 to the retailer. Were you aware that there was only one location
That did not.
Permitted free payment for in-person payment in Kentucky?
In Kentucky, yes, sir.
Okay. Why? I want to ask it very directly, but I don't want to sound rude. Why aren't there more options to do so?
To make an in-person payment without a fee?
That's right.
I think that the one location that exists today, Your Honor, is consistent with how it has been for a very long time in the Commonwealth, probably prior to the Synergy Duke Energy merger, which occurred in 2006. We had one such payment location on Monmouth Street in Newport, Kentucky. And so I think as we move through time and understand that our customers are now availing themselves to so many different payment opportunities, I think there really is just the economics of maintaining multiple locations that are underutilized or utilized less and less. We also have to factor in safety and public safety. If you have a place that's open to the public, there are just safety issues that we had in the past with respect to individuals coming into those payment locations. And so we took into consideration various factors to arrive at the circumstances that exist today.
Okay. So that's a fine question in the sense that it was already the case when you got there? Is that how I take this?
I don't think it,
No, okay, well, let me ask that question. Was it that way when you got there?
When I got where?
When you went into your position, your current position, at Duke Energy Kentucky, Duke Energy Ohio, was your Monmouth office open then?
No, it was not.
Okay. So since you've been in this position, you all have not had an offering of in-person payments at a Duke location?
In the Commonwealth, we have the locations, we have the payment centers. We did close our payment centers. We did close the various facilities that were Duke locations that accepted payment. We eliminated those. We do have the payment locations, think of grocery stores, corner markets, et cetera. We have those offerings for customers if they want to go in and make a payment.
Well, you say offerings, but with the exception of a single location, customers pay for that offering.
If they
directly.
choose to go to a payment center, that is correct.
Okay. Do you get any negative feedback on that at all?
No, and I get a lot of feedback. I ask for a lot of feedback. I do not get any feedback on that.
Okay. Do you know how many customers pay in person?
I do not.
Okay. Yesterday, I thought I heard from the testimony it was about 400. Does that sound at all like a number you've ever heard for people who pay in person?
I've not heard a number, so I cannot confirm or deny that.
Council, do you have any additional questions?
No questions.
I would like to ask just a few.
Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ms. Henry. I'm an attorney for Sierra Club.
Good afternoon, Ms. Henry.
Nice to meet you. Yesterday, there was a discussion about a number of different environmental regulations, one of them that was finalized and some that are proposed. And one of the concerns that came up was about whether when the utility is deciding whether to expend money to comply with the law, they would have to come in for a CPCN. And there was a concern about piecemealing costs, meaning that a utility would come in and seek compliance with one environmental regulation without analyzing the other regulations that are proposed and could apply to those units. And so my question is, would a company be willing to say that if it's when it's considering how to comply with various rules, that it will look at the slate of proposed rules so that the commission can have kind of a fuller picture of what the compliance costs facing a unit are?
Ms. Henry, I appreciate the question, but I don't think that a practical proposition. Under a CPCN, the criteria is quite strict in what we must provide, and you would essentially be asking the company to speculate on the final implementation of proposed rules, and by extension of that, you would be asking the commission to speculate on the final implementation of proposed rules.
If I may, I believe there was a case that happened a number of years ago with regard to, I believe it was the Big Sandy power plant, and in that case, I think that the commission was considering if the utility didn't consider the cost to comply with it, that they would own those costs as $0, meaning that if they weren't included in the calculation, they would assume responsibility. So I think we can agree to disagree, and maybe the commission has different ways to approach that. So you're saying...
Object, Your Honor. The council is testifying. There's no foundation that Ms. Spiller is even aware of that Big Sandy case or anything that council is talking about.
But I'll withdraw the question and say, so it's the company's position that it doesn't consider proposed regulations when it's considering whether to comply with a finalized rule?
That's not the question that you asked me. You asked me in the context of a CPCN if we would include in a CPCN compliance with proposed rules. And I told you I thought that not a practical outcome because of the amount of speculation that would be included.
In a CPCN, do you use forecasted information for other variables?
I don't have the CPCN criteria committed to memory, but again, it is quite robust in terms of what we must put forth in such a filing.
Okay, and a CPCN would probably look at forecasted, say for instance, LMPs or market prices?
I think it depends on what the subject is of that CPCN.
Okay. In general, when you're dealing with rate cases and other elements of utility regulation, are a number of the variables forecasted?
Yes.
And so they're not known what the variables will be, but there's a forecast about a viable range.
This is a forecasted test year, but I don't think you're suggesting that there is speculation or guesswork with respect to that.
I was saying that forecasting is used as a common practice in utilities.
It is, yes.
But you're saying forecasting compliance costs with environmental rules is outside the scope of what you would consider is appropriate in a CPCN?
I don't think that's what you asked me in the past. You asked me about proposed rules. If there are final rules, then I think we would absolutely understand that with which we must comply and what it would take to achieve that compliance.
Okay, but if it's a proposed rule, then no.
I think it depends on where we are in the spectrum of that proposed rule. You're referring to rules that just came out this morning, and so I think we need to fully digest and understand those. And there are lifespans or life cycles to proposed rules.
And what are those life cycles?
Well, I suspect there may be some legal challenges to these proposed rules.
Okay.
There will have to be state implementation plans, perhaps, of proposed rules.
Okay. And if the state implementation plans have compliance dates of 2030, when, at what stage does the company start looking and forecasting compliance costs? for those?
Objection calls for speculation.
How far in advance does the utility look? 2 years before compliance, 3 years before compliance, 5 years?
Objection, Your Honor, compound question.
Which question would you like to ask?
I
Would
would
you
like
to
to
withdraw
ask-
your first one?
How far in advance of compliance obligation does the company start forecasting compliance costs?
I think when we are aware of the compliance obligations, as soon as we're aware, we're going to evaluate those and understand what the compliance obligations are and whether or not they're operationally achievable, what the impact will be to our customers. I don't know that I can particularly pinpoint a date certain for you, but we will be looking at these rules, absolutely.
Okay, so you look at the rules and the cost for the compliance for the rules, is that correct? When they're proposed?
After they're proposed, we will begin to understand and evaluate that, yes.
And if you seek a CPCN to comply with a certain environmental rule, do you share the information about the possible compliance costs with other rules with the commission?
Again, I don't know, Ms. Henry, that is a practical proposition, because you just asked if within the context of a CPCN that is specific to compliance with a particular environmental rule, whether we would further evaluate the compliance costs with a suite of proposed rules.
Yes.
And I'm going to go back to what I said previously. The CPCN filing is quite prescriptive, so we would make a filing consistent with the regulatory requirements associated with the project that is the subject of that CPCN.
When you did the are you familiar with the modeling that was done for the IRP in 2021?
I am familiar with the IRP from 2021.
Right, and the modeling for the IRP in 2021 included a carbon price, correct?
It included a carbon tax as a proxy, yes.
Okay. You weren't here yet, and can that carbon tax be a proxy for other environmental rules as well?
Mr. Park testified to something to that effect, yes.
Okay. And so that and a similar analysis like that couldn't accompany a CPCN?
Again, I think that calls for speculation, and I'm not entirely sure what you would be asking even the commission to decide with respect to compliance with proposed rules.
Well, if the commission was concerned about how to handle the piecemeal nature of regulations, how do you think it's best for the commission to consider those issues?
Oh, Ms. Henry, I'm not here to tell the commission how to do its job.
Okay. You don't have any advice on how to handle kind of when regulations come in a cyclical fashion?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't think it was. It's a different question. She can
Again,
answer it the same way, but it's a different question.
Ms. Henry, it is not my place, again, to direct the commission on the management of its proceedings and the docket that it may have to juggle.
In the next IRP, does the company intend to look at how it would comply with the various proposed regulations? Is that typically what happens in IRPs?
I think the IRP will take into consideration those requirements that affect our operation of generating resources.
And would that include proposed rules that would impact generating resources or only finalized?
It could include proposed rules as well as final rules.
Okay, Do you think it's appropriate for the next IRP for Duke to consider how, for instance, the 111D rule may impact its generating resources?
I think that depends on where 111D is at the time that we submit that filing, but I could see that as a potential outcome, yes.
And if there was a good neighbor rule that would impact that rule, existing units, do you think that that should also be considered?
Again, any environmental rules that the IRP team deems appropriate for consideration will in fact be a part of that modeling exercise.
And do you know what criteria they use to whether they're deemed appropriate to include?
That would have been a better question for Mr. Park. I cannot identify all of those for you today.
Okay. Are the majority of proposed rules considered?
I don't know that.
That's all I have.
Other questions? Vice Chair, any questions? Just real quick, you heard the term throwing good money after bad?
I have heard that term.
So at some point, and I know you feel very strongly about the strength of our CPCN process or our precedent, but generally, I'm a paraphrase here. Generally, our requirement for a CPCN, the Commission's requirement, is that the utility must show there's a need for the proposed facility, and that the actual proposal to meet that need is the least cost, most reasonable alternative. Would you agree?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And the least cost, most reasonable alternative is the test for an absence of wasteful duplication. Need and absence of wasteful duplication. Is that your previous experience?
Yes.
Okay. In that, though, if there are going to be situations where one solution, here's a perfect example. If you have a power plant that you think is going to retire in 2 years, you wouldn't necessarily propose upgrades that you would anticipate would keep that power plant open. You wouldn't make a proposal for $100 million if a power plant could continue for another 2 years without the upgrade, and that you expect the power plant to retire in those 2 years, right? It just wouldn't make sense.
I would agree that's not a prudent investment.
It doesn't make sense to extend its life. So I suspect Duke Energy Kentucky wouldn't make that kind of proposal to say, well, let's spend $100 million, but we get customers get no economic benefit of it because it doesn't actually extend the life, because we reasonably expect something to happen in 2 years that forces the retirement of that power plant. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. The only reason I'm hesitating is that we would also be informed by sort of the service obligations we have and what we're going to do in place of the retiring asset.
That's right. The reasonable alternatives, right? And I think that's maybe the questions that I had yesterday is, environmental regulations are passed in a piecemeal fashion. And do you believe it's reasonable to ignore the risk that reasonably expected or already proposed rules would have a meaningful effect on the utility's decision-making? Do you think it's reasonable to ignore those for purposes of making CPCN decisions?
I think they would be factored. They would be factored into the decisions they could be factored into the decision that is made with respect to alternatives.
Mm-hmm. And to the original proposal. Would you agree?
Sure.
Yeah. And I think that's what I was trying to get to, is that it seems like there's a spectrum here of making decisions today based on very speculative concerns, all the way to completely ignoring anything that happens after tomorrow. Like that's basically the bookends of the questions that you were getting asked just now, correct?
Yes, those are the bookends.
Okay. And it's reasonable to assume that DEK would take into account and provide some sort of weight to those varying risks or the probability that certain actions may occur in the future and making its proposal to the commission in a CPCN proceeding. And for the proposal and for the alternatives in weighing those different outcomes. And it would only make sense for the commission to take that into consideration and give those same factors some sort of weight between how they apply to the proposal and how they apply to the reasonable alternatives.
Yeah, and I think some of it is a question of timing, right? I mean, as the CPCN is brought to this commission, the company will have fully evaluated, to your point, the need, right? So consideration of alternate factors would have gone into the company's evaluation process. Ms. Henry seemed to be suggesting that we should be within that CPCN construct offering review of a whole suite of other proposals.
Yeah, and look, when it comes to like generation, I have a very broad worldview. I won't give away too much here, but like generation exists to produce energy to serve consumers. That's the need, right?
Sure.
Okay. Do you know when your next IRP filing is?
It's due in 2024.
2024. Okay. Do you know, have you had any initial conversations with Mr. Park about the IRP that's due in 2024?
Not yet, but I suspect those will soon start.
Okay. I have a personal perspective that things move faster today than they used to. Maybe that's just a matter of, being a day older. I don't know, all the time. But you have experience in the utility industry. Would you have a perspective that things are moving faster in the electric industry, electric utility industry, faster today than maybe they were 10 years ago?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. We do IRPs every 3 years. They're inherently already stale by the time it's nobody's fault, but they're stale by the time they're filed with us because you got to get the data to create it, and then it takes time to put it together. Mr. Park isn't a magician, and then by the time you file it and review it, you could be talking about input from 2 or 3 years before, right?
I believe that's right. I think our hearing was last year on the 2021 IRP.
Yeah, I think the post-hearing items were filed in June, May or June, so yeah, middle of last year. Okay. The reason I ask this is because doesn't that necessarily mean that the commission should have confidence that our utilities are internally reviewing and weighing those factors that you're considering, even between IRP cycles and CPCN filings and rate cases, that we should have some sort of confidence that we shouldn't just have to wait necessarily until an IRP to have an appreciation for how you all are considering these risks and options?
I can assure you that we think about it every single day. We fully appreciate our core service obligation to our customers. You have heard throughout this proceeding some incredible I will call them challenges that we are facing, right? We have heard concern, there's been reference to PJM's reliability report, and I'll call it the cliff that they have identified for 2030. You have heard of some proposed Clean Air Act rules. We haven't had the chance to fully digest those. That is another headwind for our company and by extension our customers. You have heard about Senate Bill 4, and again, I think that sets up different challenges, something else that we will need to navigate as we go forward. We have identified a probable retirement for our East Bend power plant. We have to reconcile that retirement with what the responsible replacement generation will be. We would very much like to do that with reference to the Inflation Reduction Act and all of the very substantial tax credits that are afforded within that act. Those tax credits would ultimately flow to our customers. Under Senate Bill 4, we're a little hamstrung in being able to consider the effects of the IRA. We are looking at all of those issues. We are part of the Commonwealth's Nuclear Energy Working Group, so we will participate in those conversations for what can be the next really reliable source of generation within the Commonwealth. We think about it every single day. And I hope you got a sense of that from some of the witnesses who were before this commission over the last 3 days. We are very happy to share with you that thought process as it evolves. But I can commit to you, it's on our mind.
Yeah, and I think it's that final item that it would seem, this is not a question as much as a statement. A lot of the responses when the proverbial tires were kicked during the hearing, a lot of the responses were of the kind of, we'll look at that in the next IRP, or we'll consider that in the next IRP, or that's something that you can expect to see in the next IRP. And so I just want to have an appreciation, and I thank you for your answer on that you all aren't waiting until the IRP to kick the tires on these increasing risk or different factors to be considered.
We're looking at them. I mean, I know the IRP is a predicate to a CPCN, right? If it's not in the IRP, we're not going to put it into CPCN, and that's some of the process that we have to navigate as well.
I'm happy to hear that, because that's not necessarily the case. So, well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for coming back, Ms. Spiller. Counsel, do you have any redirect, Ms. Spiller?
Do not, Your Honor.
And is there anything else for the company's case?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Spiller.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think you are, I think we've excused Ms. Lawler. That's right?
Yes.
You may be excused.
Thank you.
Can you take a break? You good? Okay. Hold on 1 second. All right. I'm losing all my papers. Okay. So we have the drivers, we have a 7 o'clock departure and an 8:30 departure. So given you, oh, I'm sorry.
It's 8. I messed it up.
8. Oh, sorry. I will mark that. First, we'll have the Kentucky Broadband and Cable Association, if you'd like to call your witness or take your time.
Thank you. As we're approaching, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to ask about Jason Keller. As you may have seen our witness list, we don't anticipate calling Mr. Keller, but he did sponsor 4 responses to Duke's data requests when I was in non-substantive answers. I spoke with counsel, they wouldn't have any questions.
Yeah, so let's do this on the record. So you're requesting that Mr. Keller be excused from the remainder of the hearing? Does anybody, sorry, Ms. Brahma, do you have a objection to excusing Mr. Keller from the remainder of the hearing?
No, we have no objection.
No objection.
And Ms. Frunman, any objection? Mr. Keller may be excused. Okay. Mr. Warner, would you like to call your witness?
Yes, we call Ms. Patricia Crabton.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Patricia D. Crafton, Kravtin. My address is 1240 Lowell Avenue, Park City, Utah, 84060.
Okay. Counsel?
Ms. Crabton, nice to see you. For whom do you work?
Yes, I'm self-employed.
Okay, and what is your title or position?
Yes, I'm principal and owner of Patricia D. Crafton Economic Consulting.
Okay, did you prepare and cause to be filed written testimony in responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
Okay. Do you have any corrections to those submissions?
I do have one small correction
Okay, and
on
what-
page 14 of my testimony, footnote number 8. In the third line, the word utility should read party.
Okay. Any other corrections?
No, that is the only one.
Okay. And with respect to the testimony that you submitted in this proceeding, if you were asked those questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And do you adopt your written testimony and responses to the data request as your testimony in this hearing?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Warner, and you will please file the next few days errata for that.
Yes.
For that. Thank you. Ms. Goode?
No questions.
Sierra Club? Ms. Grundman?
No cross.
Mr. Bain?
No questions.
Counsel?
Just briefly. Good afternoon, Ms. Crafton. Nice
Good
to see you.
afternoon.
You have your direct testimony in front of you?
I do.
Can I please have you turn to page 4 of that testimony? And let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm here.
On page 4, and I apologize, there are no line numbers, you state that you've served as a witness in several other recent Kentucky proceedings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And all of those proceedings were related to pole attachment regulations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In any of those proceedings, to your knowledge as a witness, did the commission make any changes to the methods used by utilities to perform pole attachment calculations?
No, my understanding was those proceedings related to terms and conditions relating to pole attachment regulation, not to the rate formula at issue in this case.
And in your testimony, I didn't see anywhere where you disputed that a utility's pole attachment charges should be calculated in accordance with, I think, the commission decision that you were referencing in administrative case number 251. Is that correct?
No, my testimony doesn't suggest that as much as the way the company has calculated the rates aren't reflective of just and reasonable rates that would be permitted and expected under those regulations.
I understand that, but you don't dispute that the regulation that they should be calculating them under, or is that administrative case, correct? 251?
That is correct. Administrative case 251 is the governing applicable law.
And if I can have you turn to your direct testimony at page 6. And I'll get there as well. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Am I correct that one of Kentucky Broadband Cable Association's issues with how Duke Energy Kentucky calculated the pole attachment charge is that Duke's calculation did not take into account attachments on 50-foot poles? Is that correct?
Well, more generally, my testimony addressed the fact that Duke's calculation did not reflect their actual data on pole attachment distribution across different height poles. It was not specific to 50 feet poles as much as Duke provided data on their actual distribution of pole attachments by pole height, and so that data would be the appropriate data to use, not rely on presumptive data that the commission set up as presumptive, but in this case, there's actual data.
I understand that, Ms. Crafton. I'm looking right at your testimony about in the middle. I apologize, again, no line numbers, where you state Duke's calculation does not take into account attachments on 50-foot poles. That's the portion of your testimony I'm referencing. Do you see that? It's about in the middle, after where you state second.
That is correct. Following the sentence that I was primarily focusing on as the main point, that both 2 and 3 user poles do not accurately reflect the actual distribution of attachments on Duke's 35, 40, and 40 feet poles pursuant to their own data. And then I proceed to say, in addition, there's the issue that there are now a substantial number of attachments on 50 feet poles, again, pursuant to Duke's own data.
Right, and so that's the piece of your testimony I want to focus in on, is that 50-foot pole issue. And we've already spoken today about commission decision and administrative case number 251, and you attach that as an exhibit to your testimony, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that you're familiar with that decision, correct?
Yes, I am.
And if you have that decision in front of you?
I do. It was attached to my testimony, and then also, I believe, as a further exhibit. Yes.
And if I can have you look at page 12 of that decision. Specifically, I want to look under the heading usable space.
Yes.
And is it your understanding that in this section, the commission discusses the assumptions that it made to calculate the usable space on different pole heights? Generally speaking.
In that section, yes, that is correct.
And in that section, am I correct, the commission does not discuss usable space on a 50-foot pole, correct?
That is correct, not specifically. It does talk generically about the more typical poles used to host pole attachments. So they would be included implicitly in terms of that focus of the commission. But at the time, don't forget this was 1982, it would have been more of a rarity then. It's not a rarity now based on Duke's data and also current industry practices. But in the context of 1982, it would make sense the commission at that time was focusing on 35, 40, and 45 feet poles.
So again, just to make the record clear, there's no discussion of 50-foot poles in that section, correct?
Not specifically, but it starts with the commission focusing on poles commonly used for pole attachments, recognizing this was in 1982.
Understood. And in that section, the commission does not perform any analysis of a 50-foot pole. Is that correct? And if there is a section where they do provide that analysis, if you could point me to that, that would be wonderful.
No, as I explained, in the context of a 1982 decision, one wouldn't have expected the commission to use those as examples. But they did indicate that where a major discrepancy could be determined between their values and values that more accurately reflected the characteristics of utility poles, then that would be allowed to be presented. So it's with that context that my testimony addresses 50-feet poles based on Duke's own data.
And Mrs. Crafton, did you perform any analysis of a usable space on a 50-foot pole for purposes of this proceeding?
I did not. I did perform analysis, I would say, by calculating what the usable space would be pursuant to the other standard industry values involved in the commission's determination, which largely, it wasn't usable space, as was discussed during the cross-examination of Mr. Saylor. The commission actually determined characteristics for unusable space, and then the usable space was determined as a residual. So there'd be no reason per se to be looking at usable space directly. That's not what the commission order does. But I certainly did evaluate, pursuant to my own extensive knowledge, but also the commission's language in this ruling as to the industry standards used for buried space, above ground clearance, and also safety space. And those are as applicable to 50-feet poles as they were to 35, 40, and 45. So that analysis certainly was done within the context of my testimony.
Mrs. Crafton, are you aware whether or not the company has done any analysis of its 50-foot poles to determine usable space or, the space for attachments on those poles?
Well, I think that was discussed a little bit during Mr. Saylor's cross. I would certainly hope the utility would have some idea of usable space on its poles, particularly as it's putting in a substantial number of 50-feet poles today. But again, that really isn't pertinent to my application of Admin 251 for the reasons I just explained. The commission looks at unusable space, 3 components, and then takes the usable space for all its pole heights, or the average pole heights, based on the residual.
Right, but usable space is part of that calculation, correct?
Not really. I just explained that it wasn't. That the commission's ruling, we can read through it, even though it's under the heading usable space, actually is based on the components of unusable space and then simply subtracting the sum of the unusable space from the total pole height to derive the usable space used in the formula. That's an important distinction. It's how pole attachment regulation is generally applied, because it's the unusable space that meets certain safety requirements that drive these industry standard characteristics for poles.
And I think we will both agree that the commission's decision in administrative decision 251 controls, correct? As far as how pole attachment charges are calculated.
Yes, admin 251 is certainly the standard, as I addressed in my testimony. And again, certain presumptions are set forth, but also, as is common in pole rate regulation federally and throughout the states, presumptions are based on certain averages, but where there is actual data to substantiate discrepancy, then the actual data certainly should be used, and that's the basis of my testimony. Here we have actual data. There's no reason not to use that data because it reflects better the actual characteristics of the utilities plant and gets to a more accurate, just and reasonable pole rate, which benefits everyone and helps deploy broadband in the most efficient way to all consumers, as well as your own customers.
No additional questions, Your Honor.
Commission staff?
We don't have anything here.
Welcome back to Kentucky. I noticed in your CV that the first the first time that you had down there as presenting testimony was in Kentucky. So welcome back.
I'm very, very impressed by that. It was a great, inauguration of my career. Thank you for noticing that.
I think that was the coincident or nearly coincident with admin 251. So it's one of those things where everything I take is somebody else has done all the work and I just read it. So you've got this experience where this has been going on in other places, especially you've testified here, I think, in previous, not necessarily for KBCA, but for KCTA and for other CATV attachers, right?
As well as for the state of Kentucky.
Okay. So you've got Kentucky Power cases, AEP Kentucky Power cases, LG&E, KU cases here in Kentucky, now Duke. So pretty much the swath of the investor-owned group. Even with admin 251 and it being in effect since we effectively reverse preempted, we had to come up with some sort of rules when we got ourselves into a whole heap of trouble. Working across the entire territory, or all the IOU territories, is it your understanding that all the investor-owned utilities are implementing admin 251 the same way in regards to this used, unused space and the calculation of the rates?
Okay, that's a good question. Admin 251 is a variation of the widely used FCC cable formula. So here in Kentucky, it's a little bit of a homegrown version, but of a widely used industry formula. The FCC cable formula is used throughout the majority of jurisdictions that have certified, like Kentucky, to regulate.
Mm-hmm.
And so in that context, there are some differences and some similarities, but there are more similarities. And yes, in almost every state that I can think of that applies an FCC cable-like formula, of which admin 251 is a variation of, it is applied, in the same way. Generally, there are presumptions, values built in, because in a formula methodology, it's meant to be self-administering, as least transactionally costly as possible. And so there are presumptions, but there is also an expectation that those presumptions can be challenged where there is more accurate data available. Otherwise, you're sort of defeating the purpose of a formula. A formula is only as good as the inputs that go into it. So generally speaking, except maybe in one case, all the formulas that apply this type of pole attachment pricing are meant to reflect actual data where it's available. And where there are deviations from these presumptions that would lead to an inaccurate and an unjust and reasonable rate that would be at cross purposes to the intention of pole attachment regulation, which is to promote efficient use of these shared essential facilities and also minimize inefficiency throughout the economy, in this case, in the delivery of broadband, which is really important in terms of the economic development.
Yeah. So, but we got this, a lot of distinction between use of average versus weighted average for the purposes of these 30, 35, and 45, 40, 45 foot poles, right? This material discrepancy argument, correct?
Yes, because the commission's rules, the presumptions built in was that the only poles being used, let's say for a 2-user pole, was 35 and 40 feet, and then for a 3-user pole, be 40 and 45 feet.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is, one could make the argument that this material discrepancy language from a 1982 order could be a material discrepancy between what it looks like on a weighted average basis versus an average basis. That we were supposed to be averaging 35 and 40s, except as a system, maybe as some utility just chooses not to have 35-foot poles, right? And I guess what I wanted to know was, are you aware of whether all the other utilities in Kentucky that are supposed to be using the same formula have the same relative number of those size poles for primary distribution, and whether it's similar across all the different territories, and whether that should be the comparison to determine material discrepancy? Does that make sense?
It does, and I will answer based on my experience. I can't recall specifically whether in those other cases that I was involved, whether I had access to the data that Duke has provided. What I will say, based on my substantial expertise around the country, is these trends where utilities are replacing out shorter poles and putting in taller poles is absolutely an established phenomenon. And I have been looking at this information not only in Kentucky but across the country, and absolutely this is generically happening through the electric utility industry for a host of reasons, primarily because the increased demands in electricity needs, as well as the increased needs to build a more resilient, hardened network. Taller poles are going in, and that is generic. That would apply across the utilities in this state, but also generically across the nation. I've seen there's substantial data that would demonstrate that, similar to what Duke has provided here. I think absolutely representative.
Okay, so can we go to that Exhibit 2, page 11, the usable space language
Yes.
to your testimony?
I am on page 11.
I just want to make sure I understand your assertion. In 1982, the commission said, halfway through that paragraph, poles with 3 users, I'm leaving out the parenthetical, but poles with 3 users are commonly 40 feet and 45 feet with an average length of 42.5 feet. Is that what you recommend using for purposes of calculating that average height? Using that average height for purposes of calculating CATV attachments?
No. What I am recommending is that for purposes of implementing Admin 251 and pursuant to the Commission's concluding caveat that where there's a major deviation from utilities' pole characteristics and these presumptions, that those can be, the actual characteristics can be used or other versus the presumptions, I'm saying base, and what I've calculated, usable space factors that are based on Duke's actual distribution. In the case of the 2-user pole, it's primarily it's still the 35 and 40 feet poles, but it's according to the actual distribution. It's not 50-50 anymore, the way the presumption set it out to be. The data shows it majority 40 feet poles. It's split more, I believe 23-77. So I'm using, instead of 50-50, I'm using the distribution that Duke's data indicates. And then in the case of the 3-user poles, that's where Duke's data is showing today that a substantial number of pole attachments are on 50 feet poles. So I'm factoring those in to this average. And specifically, where the commission determined a 37.5-foot average using Duke's data, I derived a 38.8-foot average. Again, the commission's rules apply on the average. That's why it's not specific to each pole height. It's done on an average basis. It's just I'm recalculating the commission's average using Duke's actual distribution, which I have in my testimony. So the 37.5-foot average, I replaced with 38.8. It's not a huge difference, but believe it or not, it makes a big difference in the pole attachment rate, and ultimately will flow through to broadband users, because many poles are used to serve any one broadband subscriber. So that's where I beg to differ with Mr. Sailors, because what he says, he doesn't think it's major. I can tell you that a difference of $1 or even 50 cents in a pole attachment rate flows through a significant impact on broadband deployment pricing. And then for the 3-user poles, I recalculated, instead of a 42.5-foot average, the average I calculate is 43.2. So again, my averages are within the zone of what the commission presumed, but using actual distribution data, I come up with a more accurate average foot pole that is used to develop the usable space factor.
Okay. The other question, KBCA council asked a question that Mr. Sailors couldn't, I don't think, couldn't answer either way. But I'd heard the statement said out loud, so I'll just ask you, or previously heard it. I haven't had a real science class since high school, so forgive my ignorance. But the physics of a pole, the height of a pole dictates the depth it must be buried. Is that right?
Yes,
hear that?
generally there's a relationship.
Okay, do you know what that general rule of thumb is?
Yes, and I think it was described in a question. It's generally 10% of the pole height plus 2.
Okay, so for the purposes of the admin 251, it keeps getting referred to, because, well, you were saying earlier, the usable space is described as whatever's left over once you determine the unusable space.
Exactly.
And then the averages that are calculated here are 32.5 and 37.5 feet. Is that right?
30, excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
37.5 and 42.5.
Thank you. 37.5 and 42.5.
Yes.
But that wouldn't necessarily lead to those poles being buried 6 feet. Would you agree?
Well, when you, that is a rule of thumb, but generally they're in the vicinity of 6 feet because there's rounding. So 37.5 with rounding, 10% would be 4 plus 2. Okay, so within the range of these commission averages, and this is the way it's sort of applied, between a 37.5-foot pole, again, we're talking on average, we need to keep that in context. The pole regulations don't apply at the level of the individual pole, where the type of measurements where an engineer would go out, and I'm an economist, not an engineer, but what would be happening in the field for an individual pole at an engineering level is different than how the rate regulations apply, which are based on averages. So between a 37.5-foot average and a 42.5 feet average, for purposes of this formula, generically 6 feet is what is used. Okay, it might be 5.8, it might be 6.2, but
That's all fair.
for purposes of rating purposes, it's still 6.
I want to make sure I have an appreciation for, like, going to page 12 of that order, that, you know, it's trying to give you, the amount that the CATV operator must be responsible for, right?
Exactly.
And that's 1 foot.
1 foot out of the usable space.
Yeah, which is 5.5 feet. In that, in like, the full paragraph there in the middle of the page, or 2/3 of the way down, right?
Well,
That's for a 32.5 foot pole. I'm just using it as an example.
yeah, but that's not actually relied on for purposes of the pole rate for electric. It's the 30, today, it's 37.5 feet. It has to
It's the next
continue on
page.
the next 2 pages, 12 and 13.
Yeah, that's, I'm asking just that math there.
Yeah.
What would that, well, let's just go to the next page
Yeah,
and make
let's-
it more
it'd
direct.
be-
So the first one, the 37.5 feet, results in 1 foot of 8.17 feet. Right?
Correct.
And that results in 0.1224.
12.24%.
That's an input in determining the rate for CATV, right?
Based on the 37.5 foot average.
That's why I'm asking, and I don't want to split hairs, but I just want to have an appreciation that it seems like we're going to 4 decimal points on the application of this amount to the rate for determining the rate, but we're really working on averages for purposes of determining the height of the pole.
Yes, and that's because poles of different heights are used to host attachments. Now, the commission could have come up with a different rate for each height pole, but for purposes of administering a rate formula, again, that might be more pertinent if we are talking in an engineering sense, but the purposes of a rate formula is just try to streamline the pricing and also recognizing that the pole attacher doesn't really have agency over what pole height it is attaching to. I have to say, I enjoyed your questioning where you're talking about market signals. That's kind of my alley. The point is, in this case, an attacher has to attach to poles that the owner, the pole owner, has available pursuant to its own build-out. So there really wouldn't be really a pricing signal. The purpose of the pole rate regulation is trying to minimize the pole owner's ability to exercise monopoly power over a central facility.
Everybody except for the non-regulated co-ops, right? So I guess what I'm asking for is if you're talking about in the calculation of that rate, we're going to use averages, and well, it approximately
And that's
6 feet,
common.
and don't. I guess what I want to make sure of is, does that mean that you wouldn't care if that 0.1224 was 0.12 or 0.13? Because
Well-
I have a feeling that would matter quite a bit in determining your all's rate.
Well, it would, but more importantly, the rate I've calculated using Duke's actual data on poles on which they host attachments, it's not 12.24. The usable space factor I calculate is 10.5% based on their actual distribution. That is a very significant discrepancy, and that is why I believe it's very important for this commission to rely on the actual distribution, because there is a substantial discrepancy, a major discrepancy between what these presumptive rules lead to in terms of an allocation of costs versus a true economic allocation of costs based on the actual distribution that this utility has provided data. And that also is reflective, as I testified earlier, I think of utilities, other utilities across this state that are replacing and putting in taller poles.
Okay. Mr. Warner, do you have any redirect?
No.
Any additional questions for this witness? All right. Thank you, Ms. Crafton.
Thank you so much.
May Ms. Crafton be excused?
She may be. Let's just take a short recess and then we'll have the Sierra Club call their witness. Let's take a recess until 4:10, 10 minutes. we're back on the record in case number 2022-00372. Which one? Council, would you like to call your witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Sierra Club would like to call Ms. Shenstone Harris to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record, please.
Sorry?
State your name and address for the record.
Sarah Shenstone Harris, and it's 485 Massachusetts Avenue, number 3, in Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02139.
Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are you the same Ms. Shenstone Harris that's caused direct testimony to be filed in this case?
I am.
Do you have any modifications to the direct testimony that you would like to articulate for the record today?
I do. Just a few.
And what are those changes?
On page 19, footnote 27, D-O-E-K should be changed to D-E-O-K.
Okay, any others?
On page 30, line 14, Mr. Scott should be changed to Mr. Park. And on page 51, footnote 96, the source should be corrected. It's now going to be an act relating to investor-owned utilities, SB 192, introduced February 21st, 2023, signed by the Kentucky Governor, March 23rd, 2023. Available at, and then there's a link. Would you like me to read the link?
I think we're okay.
Okay.
Are those the only changes?
Those are the only changes, yes.
Subject to those changes, if the questions that were posed in the direct testimony were asked again today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Sierra Club has filed her corrected testimony in the record already, subject to the notice that you provided yesterday, and we now tender Ms. Shenstone Harris for cross.
Thank you. Ms. Goode?
No questions.
Mr. Osterloh? No questions. Ms. Grundy? Mr. Payne? No questions. Counsel?
I do have questions. Hi, Ms. Shenstone Harris. I'm Liz Brahma. I'm an attorney with Taft, representing Duke Energy Kentucky in this proceeding. I'd like to just kind of level set on the perspective from which you're reviewing some of the company's testimony in this proceeding. Have you ever been a coal plant operator?
No.
Have you ever been a CT or CC gas plant operator?
No, I haven't.
Okay. As I look at your resume, you've spent a fair amount of time in various positions modeling potential generation and power supply decisions. Is that correct?
Yep, that's true. I did energy procurement at a utility for a few years.
Thank you. Do you typically prepare your own models?
I do.
Why do you do that?
I'm an expert in energy modeling.
But why do you prepare your own models?
I work with a team and we do the modeling together.
Okay. Could you please turn, well, let me just follow up on that one more question. What is the value to you in running your own analyses and completing your own analyses as opposed to relying on others' analyses?
I want to review and do the due diligence and have a look and see what, are you referring to looking at Duke's models?
I know, I'm asking just what to you, when you are doing modeling, what is the value of doing your own models versus relying on somebody else's models?
I trust my own models.
That's fine, thank you. And so when I looked at your direct testimony on page 7, if you have that available.
I do. It's in front of me here, yeah.
And there you say that your analysis findings and observations in this case rely primarily on the work papers, exhibits, and discovery responses of Duke Energy witnesses in this proceeding. Did I read that correctly?
Yep.
And then you also rely on some public information from other commission proceedings and available documents,
That's
right?
true.
Okay. I take that to mean you did not conduct any independent resource planning model of your own with respect to the potential useful life of East Bend, Woodsdale, or any other Duke facility. Is that fair?
Well, I looked at East Bend's costs and revenues and value going forward, and I found that it's not economic.
I understand what your conclusion was. My question was, did you conduct your own resource plan with respect to
I didn't do a full RP, no.
Okay. Would it be fair to characterize your analysis of the probable East Bend retirement date as comparing likely costs versus benefits of operating East Bend?
Yeah, I look at the avoidable costs that ratepayers can avoid if East Bend continues to operate or closes.
And would you agree that a complete analysis or resource plan would also look at a comparison of East Bend or any other generation facility versus alternative sources that may be needed?
Yes.
Now, you've not estimated the cost per megawatt of replacing East Bend with renewables, right?
No.
And you have not calculated a cost per megawatt hour of replacing East Bend, is that right?
So I'm not advocating to replace East Bend with renewables
Okay.
one-to-one tomorrow.
Okay.
So I'm advocating to start replacing East Bend with renewables.
I understand, but my question is really about what analyses you've conducted, and you have not estimated that cost at this point, is that right?
I looked at the cost of building a new CT plant in my analysis when I was looking at CONE, which is a very conservative estimate.
I'm sorry, there's just when you looked at the cost of a CT plant when you were looking at, I didn't hear what you said there.
I'm sorry, can we back up? What did you say your question was?
Sure, my question was just, you have not estimated the cost per megawatt of replacing East Bend with renewables. That was just the only question.
No.
Okay. And so you started to say that you did conduct an analysis with respect to a natural gas unit replacement. Is that right?
That was part of my analysis.
Okay, and did you complete, and you said it was conservative, I believe you said, or high level? I can't remember what word you used. So I'm trying to get to how you would characterize that analysis.
Yes, I included the cost of building a CT plant, but I assumed that we were building that plant every single year, so it was very, very conservative.
Okay. And you did not assess whether renewable resources, to the extent they play a role in East Bend's probable retirement date, should be located within Duke Energy Kentucky's service territory or not?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
You did not assess whether renewable resources, to the extent they would play a role in the replacement of East Bend, should be located within or outside of Duke Energy Kentucky's service territory.
Yeah, that's up to Duke to look into.
Okay. And you did not analyze what percentage of a customer's energy needs will need to come from market purchases if East Bend were replaced with renewables or gas, is that right?
Well, yeah, I wasn't advocating for a full replacement right away with renewables. I'm just saying Duke should start building renewables going forward and taking advantage of the Inflation Reduction Act benefits.
I understand that's your characterization, but at the same time, you said earlier that your analysis suggests that East Bend should retire around 2030. Isn't that Sierra Club's position?
And that comes from Duke's numbers themselves, actually.
Okay.
2 of the 3.
No, that's not my question. My question is that what Sierra Club is advocating for?
I'm advocating for Duke to do modeling and to determine the most economic retirement date, because my analysis shows it's not expected to be economic going forward. And those are very conservative numbers, because they don't include the Inflation Reduction Act. They don't include the environmental regulations we talked about yesterday. These are big changes and in the energy industry, and those aren't included. So those are all putting downward pressure on retirement dates, and 2 of the 3 scenarios Duke modeled found a 2027 retirement date. So
My question was just simply, is Sierra Club advocating for retirement by 2030 for East Bend?
Yeah.
Okay, that was it. Thank you. Do you agree that a regulated utility has the obligation to serve its customers?
Yes.
And so unlike a non-regulated business, Duke Energy Kentucky can't simply choose to stop serving customers in a particular space based solely on a cost-benefit analysis, right?
No, reliability is absolutely important, and Duke needs to do the analysis, and East Bend could retire sooner than later based on, 111D, and Duke needs to do the analysis, yes, to continue serving its customers.
And Duke needs, in order to do that from your perspective, the part of the calculus is the cost of replacement units, market energy purchases, or other needs to serve any particular load that might exist, right? Okay. So going back to your comment that it is Sierra Club's position that the East Bend facility should be retired by 2030. Easiest question all day. There are less than 7 years to 2030, right?
Yeah, and so,
Yeah, so where in your testimony do you evaluate the likely capability of a utility to fully replace the generation capacity and energy provided by East Bend by 2030? Not the economics, but the feasibility.
it's, as you said, it's a question of serving customers. East Bend could retire earlier based on, these new new environmental regulations, and so Duke needs to do that analysis.
Okay, but my question for you was, where do you evaluate the likely capability or feasibility of actually taking East Bend offline by 2030? Not the economics, which is what you were speaking to.
Gotta get going now.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Park's testimony that the company has not yet identified a specific replacement type for East Bend?
Yes.
And that means that there's not a particular RFP or project plan that's out in the marketplace?
Right, but it's important to.
Those would be necessary steps, right? Okay. And were you here from Mr. Suez's testimony that right now PJM requires about 3 years to begin looking at potential interconnections for a new facility? And after the project is...
Sorry, Council. So can I just ask?
Oh,
I know
yes.
That we get a oral answers. Yes. I appreciate you getting to a rhythm, but just out loud would be best. Thank you.
Thank you. After the project is fleshed out, the company needs a CPCN for new generation in Kentucky. Is that correct?
That is. Yes.
And what is your experience with how long it takes to plan for, prepare, and obtain a CPCN in Kentucky?
It does take time, and East Bend should start planning. Duke should start planning for that, because as I said, there may be costs or a forced earlier retirement date. And so, yes, it does take some time, but Duke needs to start thinking about the replacement resources.
Do you know about how long it takes?
I'm not sure exactly how long, but yes, it does take months to years, yeah.
So, did you also hear the testimony yesterday that it would take about 4 to 6 years for approval of a CPCN, considering the planning, interconnection, and then the CPCN process itself?
Yes.
Okay. And then on top of that, of course, there's going to be time for construction after that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we talked earlier about the fact that you have not personally been involved with overseeing or operating a generation facility, so we can not get into the time it takes for the construction. If you could please turn to page 14 of your direct testimony.
Yep, ready.
Okay. And at lines 18 through 22, you talk about the country's recent experience in the last, my words not yours, 2 years or so, with inflation and supply chain challenges. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And isn't it also correct that these supply chain and inflationary challenges have made access to construction materials, third-party vendors, and parts and equipment even more challenging than in prior years?
Sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
Sure. Isn't it also correct that these supply chain and inflationary challenges have made access to construction materials, third-party vendors, and heavy parts or equipment even more challenging than in recent years?
Mm-hmm. As well as other costs, like costs to keep East Bend running and labor at East Bend.
Okay. Now, do you understand that Duke is not requesting approval of an actual retirement date?
I do, yes.
Okay, and I'll just ask you to let me finish asking because it's hard to follow otherwise. Would Sierra Club agree that if the commission does not agree that 2030 is the probable retirement date, then 2035 is preferable to 2040 or 2041?
Sorry, could you repeat the question one more time?
Sure. Would Sierra Club agree that if the commission does not agree that 2030 is the probable retirement date, then 2035 is preferable to 2040 or 2041?
It's preferable to 2040 or 2041, but Duke needs to update their modeling with, Inflation Reduction Act and all those changes that we've discussed. But yes, it's better than 2041.
Okay. Does Sierra Club agree that it's a general principle of rate making that a commission should typically?
Objection, she's an expert who's been hired to represent Sierra Club in this case. She can't speak to Sierra Club's positions beyond those in this case. And this case was about whether this depreciation should be aligned with useful retirement date.
That's exactly what I'm getting to. I didn't get a chance to finish my question yet.
Ask the question in its
Okay.
entirety, please.
Thank you. Does Sierra Club agree that it is appropriate, I'll change my word a little bit, does Sierra Club agree?
You can ask if Ms. Shenstone Harris, who doesn't
Please
work
let
for Sierra
her,
Club.
at least let her finish the question before we get the objection.
Does Sierra Club agree that it is appropriate for the commission or a commission to align the depreciation and decommissioning costs associated with a generation facility with its anticipated remaining useful life?
Objection, Ms. Shenstone Harris speaks for her own opinion, not for Sierra Club's opinion.
Counsel.
If Ms. Shenstone Harris isn't here speaking on behalf of a party, then I'm not sure what role she actually plays in this proceeding. I'm
You can ask
asking
for her
her with,
opinion on it.
excuse me just a moment. I'm asking her what her position is with respect to depreciation and alignment with useful life, which is an issue she talks about in her testimony, which is issued on behalf of Sierra Club.
She can ask her opinion. I'm fine with her asking her opinion.
So I sustain the objection. And so council will talk about this for just a second. This has been, I can't speak for forever. But especially when it's not the applicant in these cases, and especially in issues like the Attorney General is a person, an attorney, right? Not an entity. The commission has ordinarily allowed entire entities, entire parties to take their position in their brief rather than through individual witnesses that provide expert written testimony. So from that perspective, I want to sustain the objection. You're happy to reword the question however you like.
I'll be happy to do that. Thank you. So I guess I'll ask you, Ms. Shenstone Harris, do you agree that aligning the depreciation of a generation facility with the, I'm sorry, I actually lost my spot for a moment. Do you agree that it is generally a principle of rate making that a commission should align the depreciation and decommissioning costs associated with a generation facility with its anticipated remaining useful life?
Yes, and because of that, I would recommend that
It was just a yes or no question if you agree.
Well, I would recommend that the depreciation life is shortened even further so that Duke has the flexibility to retire the plant economically when it might need to do so ahead of 2035 while still complying with SB 4.
Do you also agree that aligning the depreciation of a generation asset with the facility's probable life provides flexibility to the commission to adjust the actual retirement down the road if the data changes?
Sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
Do you also agree that aligning the depreciation of a generation asset with the facility's probable life provides flexibility to the commission to adjust the actual retirement down the road as information evolves?
Generally, yes, but it would depend on what that information is, the timing, that kind of thing.
Okay. And so if at some point the life of a facility is extended beyond the applicable depreciation term decided at one point in time, the commission can readjust the depreciation to align with the new facts, right?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. So again, why not shorten it now, and then if things change, can change it, update it later.
I'd like to have you look at page 48 to 49 of your testimony. Page 40? Page 48 to 49, where you talk about securitization. And in particular, if, in that section, page 49, line 10.
line 10, yes.
Yes. And there you say, importantly, the customer bond repayment surcharge is irrevocable and non-bypassable. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Please explain what you mean by irrevocable and non-bypassable.
The customers will always pay the bond, which is at a lower rate than what the utility can offer typically. And regardless of future decisions by the commission or bankruptcy or other changes of that nature, the bond will always be paid back by those customers.
So if the company were to choose to set up securitization and the commission or company ultimately determines that East Bend should operate longer than the end date selected, there's no going back and aligning those two under a securitization model, right?
I am not sure at the moment.
Okay. Is it your position that it is a good goal to incentivize the closure of coal plants where feasible?
Can you maybe rephrase that?
Sure. Is it your view that incentivizing the closure of coal plants as opposed to incentivizing keeping them open is a good thing?
Incentivizing
closure of coal plants, retiring them early.
Objection, outside the scope of this proceeding.
Overruled.
Well, I don't think coal's really in the best interest of ratepayers typically. I think they're typically more costly than other resources, and this one certainly is. And so enabling the retirement when it economically makes sense to do so is important, but I'm not sure if I understand quite what you mean by incentivizing closure.
Okay. Do you think it's a good thing to close coal plants earlier than as early as feasible?
They're generally costly, but I think economically, they should be retired economically, and generally they're much more expensive and dirty than other plants.
Okay, let's turn to page 30 of your direct testimony. Sorry to have you skip around a little bit, but trying to go by topic here.
Sorry, what page?
30. And in particular, at lines 6 to 7. There you say, since wind and solar have a dispatch price of 0, they displace the marginally priced resources, which are typically expensive and aging fossil plants.
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that unless battery storage becomes more feasible, wind only displaces baseload or dispatchable resources when the wind blows, and solar only displaces baseload assets when the sun shines?
Yes, without batteries, that's correct.
Okay. And so, while I saw that you spoke extensively about fuel price risks in your testimony, I didn't see anywhere in your testimony where you speak about dispatchability considerations in the next 7 years. Did I miss anything?
No, you didn't miss anything, but again,
Okay,
I'm
thank
not
you.
advocating.
That answers my question. Thank
She
you.
was in the middle of, she was in the middle of her answer. I think it's disrespectful to let her finish.
Regardless of disrespectful, please let them, let her finish. Y'all had 31 witnesses over the last 2 days that have taken their opportunity to finish their answer. So
Your Honor,
if you could continue.
Yes, and I'm happy to let her answer. My concern is that it's not very responsive to the question, so that has been my concern. But if you'd like to go ahead, please do.
I'm not advocating for like a one-to-one replacement of East Bend with wind tomorrow. Dispatchability is a concern, but that's only a concern when we have much higher rates of penetration of wind and solar. There's no reason to not start building renewables now, which are low cost and lower risk than coal typically.
Okay. Now, on the same page of your testimony, you state that PJM forecasts that average LMPs could fall by as much as 26% in the future as a result of renewable energy adoption. Is that an accurate reading?
That is, yes, and that's, that'll make East Bend more uneconomic.
Again, Your Honor, I'm just asking that the witness answer the question. I didn't ask her about the economics of it, I just asked her what it said.
Her entire testimony is about the economics of it.
All right, so,
Sorry.
please continue.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, was that to me or
Yes.
to the, I'm sorry, I just wasn't sure. So I looked at the footnote reference for that site on footnote 43 on page 30 of that testimony. And I didn't see anything in your testimony or in the citation that you provide that speaks to what the high end of future LMPs might be. It spoke to 26% reductions as the low end. Is that right?
Sorry, I just need to consult this here. Okay, so my footnote references page 9, and you're asking, sorry, could you repeat the question again?
Sure. My review of your testimony and your cited source is that it only speaks to 26% as the low end of the potential future LMP range, or a 26% reduction as the low end.
Mhm.
I didn't see anything that points to what the high end of future LMPs could be. Did I miss anything?
You did not miss anything, but generally the trend is that LMPs are going down.
Okay, on page 42 of your direct,
Sorry, this binder's very large here. Page 42?
Yes.
All right, yes.
Okay. Generally speaking, at the bottom of page 42 and on to page 43 of your testimony, you speak to other risks of coal plant operation, such as extreme weather, coal supply, water shortage, et cetera. Is that fair?
Yes, that is.
And do you provide a specific analysis or quantification of how those claimed risks would affect Duke's modeling going from 2035 to 2030?
I do not, but that's absolutely something that Duke should be incorporating into their own modeling and risk analysis.
And is it your assertion that they did not?
They did not include some of the, well, I didn't do their analysis, so I'm not sure how well I can comment on that.
Okay, thank you. I am going to switch topics and talk a little bit about some of your testimony around EV adoption at this point.
Okay.
So, speaking generally about the company's proposed rates, RTOU, CPP, rate DT, and rider LM, you
Mhm.
talk about each of those in your testimony.
I do.
First of all, do you understand that rate RSTOU CPP is a whole account rate?
I do.
It's
yeah.
not an EV specific rate, right?
I do.
Okay. And rate DT and rider LM similarly are for the customer's entire account load, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And would you also agree that this commission has a current investigation pending specific to EV adoption and EV rates?
Yes.
Okay. So with respect to RSTOU CPP, I read your argument to be that this rate differential between on-peak and off-peak charging isn't big enough to incentivize customers to adopt the rate. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, I talk about the differential between the standard RS rate and the proposed RS rate changes and the proposed RS TOU CPP rate. The differential there is only 1 cent per kilowatt hour, which it's not a lot. It's not going to incentivize customers to move over. It's not going to incentivize a lot of customers to move over to the time of use rate. And to encourage new EV load to charge off peak, they need to be getting that price signal, and they need to be, they should, a time of use rate is the best way to send that price signal. Or
Okay, and
one
so-
of the good ways, best ways.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Did you finish? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And so your recommendation to solve the problem you perceive is that the company should strengthen the on-peak to off-peak differential, right?
Yes, and the differential between the RS and RS TOU CPP off-peak period.
Okay.
So that customers are encouraged to enroll on this rate and get those price signals.
Okay. But you don't quantify what the differential should be, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, your discussion that the rate differential isn't big enough to incentivize behavior is based on an assessment of dollar savings to customers, is that right?
The differential, like the 1 cent per kilowatt hour, and I also do look at the savings per month, yes.
Yes, but it's stated in terms of dollars or cents.
Oh, yes, sorry,
Yes,
if
yes.
that's what you're asking, yes.
And if we look at specifically your analysis for RS TOU CPP on page 56 of your testimony, so backing up just a little bit.
Yes.
Your table 3.
Yeah, I see it here.
That analysis is specific to EVs, isn't it? That's what it says in the title of the table.
It is specific to EVs.
Okay.
And
Now, would you agree that while your analysis is speaking in terms of a differential in dollars and cents, Mr. Saylor's is speaking more in terms of a percentage change in the rate?
Are you referring to the 50%?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. Isn't it possible that what you consider to be an insignificant or insufficiently significant dollar differential is a function of the low pricing? In other words, the dollars sound small because the rate is small.
Could you repeat the question again? Can I
Sure.
rephrase?
Sure. You are speaking in terms of an insignificant dollar differential from your perspective, but isn't that a function of the fact that the rate itself is already low? So of course, a differential between two different low rates is going to be small.
We want to send price signals to new adopters of EVs so that they will charge off-peak. And making sure that price signal is clear is a critical part of this, of rate design for when considering EVs.
Okay. I saw in your testimony that you spoke to some programs that exist elsewhere that didn't work to entice customers to TOU rates, namely Duquesne Light and Baltimore Gas and Electric, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Does your testimony offer any empirical evidence where a higher differential has succeeded in creating significantly higher enrollment rates?
No, but it is well understood that to encourage customers to change onto an optional rate, there has to be a big enough saving and a big enough incentive for them to go through the effort of switching rates and learning about how time of use works and that kind of thing.
And in order to understand what's big enough, we have to have some quantification of what that differential should be, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
should think about that and maybe do that analysis themselves, yeah.
Okay, so turning to page 65 of your testimony.
Okay, yep.
And looking at table 4, this is your analysis of rate DT.
Correct, yes.
And again, this comparison is specific to commercial customers with an EV fleet, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then lastly, with respect to Rider LM, is it correct that your concerns hinge on the fact that including off-peak hours in the tariff would result in customers paying too much for charging during off-peak hours? That's your testimony.
Yep, and that it blends the price signal to charge off peak.
Okay, and again, because we're speaking about charging, we're talking about EV charging, right?
We are talking about EV charging, yes.
Okay. And so the similar table you provide in your testimony with respect to Rider LM on page 67 is likewise specific to commercial customers with an EV fleet, right?
Correct, and I just looked at EVs here for 2 reasons. One, because witnesses from Duke did indicate that EVs were a major consideration for the rate development, or maybe not major consideration, maybe that's the wrong word, but were a consideration for the proposed rate changes, and encouraging EV adoption and encouraging it off-peak charging will benefit all customers.
And you did not provide a whole account analysis, did you?
No, for that reason.
Okay. And so do you have any quantitative analysis to show that participation in the proposed, or let me rephrase it. Do you have any quantitative analysis to show that it would be incorrect in Mr. Saylor's testimony to say that participation in the proposed Rider LM lowers the customer's bill as compared to rate DS or DP without Rider LM participation on a whole account basis?
Could you rephrase the question again?
Sure. Do you have any quantitative analysis to dispute Mr. Saylor's testimony that on a whole account basis, participation in Rider LM lowers the customer's bill as compared to rate DS or DP without Rider LM participation?
No, I didn't do that analysis, but.
Thank you. That's all I have. I'm done. Thank you.
Well, I thought you meant that's all you had with that question.
Oh,
Sorry.
well, that
too. Commissioner staff, do you have questions for the witness?
No, we don't.
No.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You are a consulting expert now, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Previously, you worked at a utility?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Doing integrated resource planning?
Yep, and energy procurement.
What's that?
Energy procurement as well as some rate design.
Okay, so on the rate design front, in your experience, do customers care about rates or bills?
Bills.
Okay. Is there a particular reason for that in your experience?
It's what they pay. I mean.
Let me ask you this. Similar to the question I asked Mr. Saylor, do you have friends and family whose eyes glaze over when you talk about your job?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you personally know of any of your friends and family that are not involved in the utility industry that know what their utility rates are?
Almost nobody.
Okay. Do they, at least with some sort of
recurrence, either monthly, quarterly, I know it's a little weird someplace, quarterly, but do they generally have an impression or appreciation for what their utility bill is?
People, they complain about paying bills, but I don't know if people really know. Like, I don't think they do, but
Yeah. They're more likely to know what their end bill is, the amount that they ultimately paid, than they are their rate. Would you agree?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So, going back to this RSTOU CPP tariff.
Yeah.
Duke has, and I don't know, I'm guessing here, I've got it somewhere, but Duke's, to the question that the council was asking, at least under proposed, Duke's RS rate is like 10 cents, in the neighborhood of 10 cents, right?
Yeah.
That's less than, well, I think I know this, it's less than the rate in Cambridge, Mass. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah. Less than California, certainly.
Yes.
There are places in the U.S., continental U.S. for sure, that easily have just an ordinary RS tariff of probably a quarter, maybe 30 cents a kilowatt hour occasionally, right?
Probably in that magnitude, yeah.
Yeah. And have you seen Duke's customer charge?
Yes.
Okay. Duke has in your experience, a fairly low or a fairly high customer charge?
I don't remember.
Yeah, so I think the RSTOU CPP that Mr. Sailors was referring to earlier has a proposed customer charge on that rate of $13. What would you say that is in relative to your experience in other jurisdictions? Let me ask you this way. It doesn't matter as much as the question I'm going to ask you. Do you agree that whatever's not recovered by the customer charge for a two-part tariff is recovered by the volumetric charge?
Sorry.
Yeah, if you have a tariff that only has a customer charge component and a volumetric component, whatever revenue is not recovered through the customer charge is recovered through the volumetric component.
Yes.
Just by definition.
Yeah.
How big of a differential? Okay, so first thing, it's a four-part time of use CPP charge. Are you fine personally, through your expert witness, with it having those four distinct parts?
It might not be the clearest or simplest to customers. It might be hard for customers to understand, but I haven't looked at the, really dug into that part of it, what the fact that it's 4 versus 3 versus 2.
Okay. Why does how simple it is matter?
Simplicity and understanding. Simplicity in rates, or rates that are clear to end users, is a key part of rate design.
Okay. Understanding or implementation, or both?
Both.
Okay. I want to move on to economic. You conducted an analysis where you determined that East Bend is no longer economic. Is that right?
Yeah, looking forward, it's looking like it's gonna lose money.
Yeah, but you were looking at it compared to its costs to operate versus its revenues in the market. Is that right?
Revenues in the market and the value its capacity serves.
Okay. Duke is a vertically integrated utility. Would you agree?
Yes.
If Duke leaves PJM, do you know whether PJM has a penalty to leave the RTO?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Are you aware in vertically integrated states like Kentucky that the Kentucky PSC had to approve the functional transfer of Duke's transmission system to PJM? That the Kentucky PSC effectively had to agree to allow Duke to join PJM?
Yes,
Would
generally.
Would it generally make sense that the inverse of that would be true, that the Kentucky PSC would have to, if they have the power to the old, the mothers say, I brought you into this world, I can take you out. Like I let you join PJM, I can take you out. Would that be your general, expectation?
I think that would make sense.
Okay. So as a vertically integrated utility who has enough generation to meet its native load, why is the definition of economic for Duke's generation its revenues from the market instead of whether or not its stay open costs is more or less than its replacement costs?
Money it loses, ratepayers have to pay for the money it's not recouping in the energy market. And I mean, yeah, replacement costs are a factor, but what other resources are available that are more affordable on a forward-going basis? Coal generally has a high cost, but there are a lot of resources that are more affordable.
But did you do that analysis? The stay open cost of, well, so let's just say, if it wasn't part of the, regardless of how much Duke, East Bend, Woodsdale makes or costs in the, makes or loses in the market, in base rates, customers are paying the embedded cost of those generating units either way, right?
Mm-hmm, yes,
And that would be the case whether they were in the market or out of the market. Would you agree?
yes.
Okay. So why then do market revenues necessarily matter if customers are already on the hook for the embedded costs?
There's more costs to maintain the plant. And I'm not sure if I understand your question, sorry.
Yeah, so you defined economic as, well, okay. Economic to what alternative? What, in your analysis, what was the alternative to the status quo?
Duke should be doing that analysis. I didn't do the analysis, but East Bend could be forced to retire earlier with all of these environmental regulations and other issues. And so Duke needs to do that analysis.
Yeah, but you did an analysis that said East Bend is uneconomic.
Correct.
Right? What's the counterfactual to what the actual experience with East Bend was to make that decision? You compared one scenario, what has happened with East Bend, correct?
Correct.
To a counterfactual, correct?
I looked at the costs and the revenues of East Bend.
Right, okay. So, but what's the alternative?
Building new resources that are more affordable for ratepayers.
Right, but that's not the analysis that you did, right?
No.
Would you agree that for a vertically integrated utility, that's the analysis to determine whether a current plant is economic or not?
Yeah, that's an important analysis, but
Okay. I mean, that's the alternative. Because if you're saying it's uneconomic and East Bend retires, the replacement capacity value would be the counterfactual to determine whether it made sense to retire.
yeah.
Right?
Yes.
It's a going forward analysis.
Yes,
And those going forward analysis, I asked somebody else the question, you would agree it should ignore sunk costs.
correct, yes.
Okay. And it should take into account stay open costs, cost of production, expected revenues, things like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the same analysis, or it's a similar analysis, well, it's effectively the same analysis when you look at doing environmental upgrades versus not complying and having to retire, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and so when you say it's uneconomic for your analysis, did you take into consideration the additional costs that the utility would have to incur if it was not a member of PJM?
No, I didn't.
Okay, but you would agree there are additional costs that would incur if it was just said, well, yeah, forget market revenues, forget market costs.
we're gonna do standalone basis, there are additional costs that it would incur that it necessarily is foregoing or avoiding through RTO membership. Let me give you an example. Okay. Would you agree, have you ever heard of contingency reserves?
Yes.
Okay. And generally, that utilities have to carry enough contingency reserves at any given time equal to its largest single contingency?
That sounds familiar.
Okay. And occasionally or ordinarily, a largest single contingency is the biggest unit currently operating on the system.
That sounds familiar.
So if you lose a 2,000 megawatt nuclear plant, you need to have contingency. If 2,000 megawatts is your largest operating plant, you need to have 2,000 megawatts of contingency reserves available in the event that that generator goes offline. Generally, is that your understanding?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember the specifics of how much you have to have, but yes, contingency is important for grid reliability, yeah.
Duke has 2 generating units. One has multiple, or 2 generating plants. One has multiple units. Is that right?
Yes.
East Bend and Woodsdale?
Yes.
I mean, ignoring the behind the meter stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. And it would have to, Duke Energy Kentucky, to comply with NERC, is it your understanding they would have to carry their own contingency reserves or enter into agreements with other utilities to carry their portion of contingency reserves?
If they weren't part of PJM? I mean, if they weren't part of PJM, they should have, yes,
If they're
some
part of
contingency, yeah,
If they're part of PJM, they pay their share to PJM. If they're not a part of PJM, they've got to come up with their own.
yeah.
Right? Okay. That's a cost that would be incurred absent PJM membership that is not necessarily taken into account in your determination of whether the status quo is economic.
Mhm.
The final questions. There's a lot of questions in the last couple of days about taking into account the risk that proposed or non-finalized or discussed possible environmental compliance costs could represent to the future of an individual EGU, right?
Yes.
How do you recommend taking into account those risks when doing modeling if the cost of compliance is not yet determinable?
I don't know, there's a lot of uncertainties when it comes to energy modeling. It's all uncertain, no one knows the future. That's not a reason for Duke not to do its own due diligence. It needs to consider those potential future costs. And it's really up to them to do that, but they should be doing the due diligence of looking at cost, because it will really change the economics of plants like East Bend.
Yeah, but you can kick it to Duke, but ultimately the buck stops here with the 3 of us. That's why I asked the question whether you have any good ideas.
I
Because
don't.
we all agree, it sounds like, that one end of the spectrum, which is saying, even if it's a whisper about a possible regulation, you don't just say, well, it's definitely going to happen. Or the other end of the spectrum, which is you can't just stick your head in the sand and assume that no additional environmental costs are going to comply. There's somewhere in between. I just want to make sure I have an appreciation, given your testimony, that you don't have any recommendations how to take those considerations into account.
I don't have any suggestions, but.
Okay. Have you seen in your experience, folks using the, we'll call it the cost of service assumption, which is EGUs have seen, I don't know, decades of environmental compliance cost, and assuming that the going forward environmental compliance cost looks something like the historical compliance cost? Is that a reasonable assumption to at least model risk?
Maybe. I think environmental regulations are potentially picking up speed, but that's, looking backwards is one way to do it. Yeah.
And when you say picking up speed, you mean in the speed in which they occur, the magnitude of their impact, or some other metric?
Maybe a bit of both.
Okay.
Council, any redirect?
I do. Is this case about retiring East Bend and Woodsdale or about pegging depreciation to anticipated retirement dates?
Depreciation.
Could you speak
Sorry,
up?
could you repeat the question?
Sure. Is this case about retiring East Bend and Woodsdale or about pegging depreciation to anticipated retirement dates?
Pegging depreciation to anticipated retirement dates.
Okay. You recommended that the commission peg depreciation for East Bend to 2030 instead of 2035. Is that recommendation based purely on your analysis or other information?
It's based on my analysis, but also Duke's own analysis, where 2 of the 3 scenarios that they model with climate regulation shows a retirement date of 2027. Plus, when we consider these new rulings coming out, that puts downward pressure, and the Inflation Reduction Act.
So you're saying that the modeling in Duke's IRP supports your recommendation?
Generally, yes, combined with all these new changes that have come out since the IRP.
Okay, so what events have happened since Duke did its IRP modeling that support your recommendation?
The Inflation Reduction Act, most notably, 111D, which came out this morning. Obviously, we haven't had a lot of time to digest that, but it looks like it might force an earlier retirement date or costly upgrades. And the other rulings we discussed yesterday during Mr. Greer's testimony.
Okay, let's talk about the Inflation Reduction Act. Under the Inflation Reduction Act, are there provisions that would lose value if Duke waited until 2035 to figure out how to replace Woodsdale or East Bend or actually any units?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of tax benefits for wind, for solar, for batteries that will expire around 2032, and Duke should start taking advantage of those.
And so is one of the ways to figure out if they should take advantage of them, how would you recommend that they figure out what's the value of this?
They need to study the, sorry.
How would Duke go about figuring out the value of the Inflation Reduction Act? That it
Oh,
could
they
have
need
for
to
its customers?
update their IRP.
Okay.
With all of these new changes.
You had a conversation with counsel for Duke about the time frame for getting a new resource interconnected and getting approval for a CPCN. Does the time frame for those actions tend to favor earlier action on the part of Duke, or does it favor waiting until later to figure out what to do?
Absolutely earlier. But Duke should be doing an analysis and, analysis of replacement resources, affordable resources to diversify their portfolio, and starting to take advantage of those tax benefits.
And counsel mentioned supply chain and inflation issues. Do you think that those issues tend to favor waiting to take action, or do you think that those tend to say that it's better to take action earlier?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I think that the premise of her original question was, why are we here and what is the purpose of your testimony? And I thought the witness's answer was to align the depreciation. And now we're going into a future analysis that needs to be conducted to make a decision that cannot be conducted for purposes of this commission's decision in this case. And so I just feel as though this is beyond the scope of the purpose for which the witness said she's offering testimony.
I was just responding to counsel's questions about supply chain issues.
You can overrule. Please proceed.
I've forgotten the question, though.
Counsel mentioned supply chain and inflation issues, and I just asked if those issues tend to favor earlier action or waiting to take action.
I don't think it's a reason to wait.
Is your opinion based purely on the economics of the facility?
The economics of the facility, and using Duke's numbers to to look at that, as well as all the risks that we've seen with coal, like the risk of fuel supply issues and delivery, risk of environmental regulation, which I've talked about, risk of extreme weather.
You had a conversation with council about the risks of coal plants, aging coal plants operating and coal supply issues. Did you think that Duke's modeling handled those in a reasonable manner? I'll give you an example. How did Duke handle fixed costs?
I was concerned with the fixed costs in Duke's IRP. They were projected to be lower than historical spending at East Bend. They were lower than industry averages for coal power plants of similar size. And they were also the same between both the carbon regulation scenario and the scenario without carbon regulation, which is also very questionable.
In your analysis, did you simply look at the cost of East Bend compared to the BRA or the auction, or did you also look at something else?
I also looked at the net cone as a way of measuring capacity as a very conservative benchmark.
Okay, and would you consider that to be, net cone to be considering a replacement resource?
Yes, natural gas peaker plant. But I included that as a very conservative estimate because it assumes that we're building a plant every single year. But I did look at that, yes.
Okay, so that did look at the costs and revenues of the plant and also compared it to a resource alternative?
Correct.
Okay. You had a conversation with Chairman Chandler about how would you, I mean, they're grappling with the issue of these new proposed regulations and how do they account for them. So I know 111D just happened today, but if you were, to evaluate how to comply, like how would you begin to evaluate how to comply with a rule like that?
Objection is proposed rule or rule?
I thought I said, did I not say proposed? Oh, I'm so sorry. The proposed rule, proposed rule 111D.
So can I ask, so I was asking about just environmental compliance with lots of different rules. I was not asking specifically about 111D, and I don't know that there's much evidentiary benefits to the question that's asked.
Okay. But I can ask maybe in a more general fashion, if that's okay, Your Honor?
You can ask what you'd like. I don't know, for a proposed rule that came out this morning, and the witness did not have any suggestions when I asked generally how to, I don't know specific to the.
I thought I might be less intimidating, and she.
I'd like to think I'm not intimidating at all, height of the dais aside. But you're more than welcome to ask the question pending objections, but I just don't know what evidentiary basis there will be, or evidentiary benefit there will be in the response.
Okay. Well, now that you've had a moment or two to reflect on Chairman Chandler's question about if a utility or commission is trying to grapple with how to account for uncertainty around compliance costs, have you thought about it? Do you have any insights now?
I mean, what will the costs do to the economics of the plant, really? And what are the options to comply? Is it better to retire them? What would the replacement costs be? Yeah.
So kind of getting to the analysis that you were talking about with, if I'm understanding correctly, the conversation you had with Chairman Chandler, where you're looking at the prospective costs of a unit compared to the all-in cost of an alternative?
Yes.
Duke Energy Kentucky can purchase energy from PJM?
Yes,
Okay.
and does.
I know that it's they can also purchase bilateral contracts if they're available.
Yes, they can.
And you had a discussion with, I think that's all I have.
Yeah, I have just, I'm sorry.
Can we talk about the low EV enrollment rates? Are they, I think we're gonna leave it there. No more redirect.
Any additional questions for this witness? Vice Chair? Commissioner? All right, thank you very much. You may be excused. Is there anything else? Ms. Henry?
Oh, no.
Okay, thank you.
Can we ask them Ms. Shenstone Harris be excused?
She may be excused.
Thank you,
I already,
Your Honor.
well, y'all were talking, I let her go.
Thank you.
So that's the case for the Sierra Club. Counsel, would you have to call your first witness?
Thank you, Chairman. The Attorney General's office calls Mr. Lane Collin to the stand.
And just while Mr. Collins making it, staff, you all have questions for Mr. Collins? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me just ask, and I'm not gonna ask how much you have. I was just gonna ask, would you all prefer for me to swear in Mr. Collin and to take a short recess, or to go ahead and, just go ahead and start with our cross-examination?
Let's go ahead and get it done.
Great, okay.
I like that.
And before we start, hold on one second, Mr. Collins.
Oh, I don't. Why not?
So real quickly, Mr. Osterloh, I want to turn to you all back here first. Let me just confirm that your attorneys do not anticipate conducting any more cross-examination, is that correct?
Pending the witness's responses, that's our anticipation, there would be no other questions from us.
Okay. Well, so what I was going to say is, I'm happy to excuse, for whatever it's worth, Ms. Wicker and Mr. Warner for the remainder of the hearing if they would like, as long as you stick around, Mr. Osterloh. Yeah, we're going to have some sort of counsel here. All right. Mr. Collins, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Lane Collin. My address is J. Kennedy and Associates Incorporated, 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia 30075.
Okay. Ms. Goode?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Collin, what is your occupation?
I'm a consultant and I'm a principal and vice president with the firm of J. Kennedy and Associates.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to your direct testimony?
No.
Did you sponsor responses to the commission staffs and Duke Kentucky's discovery requests in the pending case?
Yes.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is it your intention to adopt the direct written testimony as your testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Chairman, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Huddleston, do you have any questions for Mr. Collins?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Osterloh, any questions for Mr. Collins? Ms. Grumman?
Very briefly. Good evening, Mr. Collin. How are you?
Good evening. I'm fine. Thank you.
Were you listening yesterday? I know you weren't in the hearing room, but were you listening yesterday when I was cross-examining company witness Halstead about the Clean Energy Connection Program?
I heard some of it, but not all of it.
So let me give you that sort of background to the extent that you didn't hear all of it. My questions to him were in the context of if the commission were to approve the Clean Energy Connection Program now, the tariff subject to a future CPCN, that during that intervening period, the company would likely be able to gauge customer interest in the program. Did you hear those questions?
I did, but I would note that the company hasn't actually proposed a program. There's no program on the table. There is a tariff, however.
Correct.
But do you agree with the concept that if the commission were to approve the tariff in this proceeding, subject to a future CPCN, that would give customers, that would give the company some ability to gauge interest from customers as to whether proposing a future solar project subject to the Clean Energy Connection tariff would be of benefit and interest to customers?
I don't think so. There's no program on the table, there's no CPCN, and there's a tariff here untethered to a program. And at this point, I think it's very, very premature to have the commission consider a tariff for a program that doesn't exist. And there are certain elements of the tariff as drafted that are incomplete, unknown, and there's no way for a potential customer of an unknown program with an incomplete tariff to make such judgments. So I think it's very premature. I really think and believe and recommend that the commission should deny the tariff at this point in time.
No. Obviously, I've seen your testimony. I see your recommendation.
Right.
I think my point is obviously, is it your understanding that, let's just assume for purposes of my questions, that a future CPCN is filed for a project that would be subject to the Clean Energy Connection tariff program. You understand the goal of that program is to not impose costs on non-participating customers, correct?
I don't know, because I can't really assess the components of how the cost would be recovered or from participating customers versus non-participating. For example, there clearly would be an effect on the fuel adjustment clause, but we have no testimony, no detail on how these bill credits that Mr. Halstead proposes, how would they be funded? Would they be funded through an extra charge through the fuel adjustment clause? Because on the one hand, you have subscription fee revenues coming in into the base revenue requirement, as I understand Mr. Halstead's proposal. And then on the other hand, you have the costs of the program going into the base revenue requirement. So where exactly are the bill credits being funded? Well, typically they're funded through a fuel adjustment clause. You know, in essence, a hypothetical cost based upon avoided costs, including the fuel adjustment clause. There was no discussion of that in Mr. Halstead's testimony. And really, the tariff is incomplete. The program is not fully developed. We don't even know what it is.
Well, so let me just ask you another question. Did you happen to review the Clean Energy Connection program that was approved for Duke Energy Florida?
I did not.
Okay. So are you aware that Duke Energy Florida, an affiliate of Duke Energy Kentucky, has implemented a program called Clean Energy Connection in Florida?
I'm aware of that simply because of the testimony, but I have not reviewed it.
So when you saw that testimony from Mr. Halstead indicating that they were conceding of a comparable project, you didn't go to look to see how that program worked and to see whether it imposed cost on non-participating customers?
I did not. That should have been Mr. Halstead's testimony or the subject of it, if that was significant. But at this point, the Duke Energy Florida program is not before this commission. It cannot make a decision on
Understood.
that.
I just was obviously asking if you had consulted the Duke Energy Florida case to get an example. Then it sounds like you hadn't. That's the only questions I had. Thank you so much, Mr.
You're
Collin.
welcome.
Babe. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mr. Collin. How are you?
I don't know, when does evening start? Is it 6 o'clock or 5:30? I don't know.
I usually eat dinner about 5:30, so
Okay,
it's evening
okay,
for me. My name is Valerie Herring, and I represent Duke Energy Kentucky in this proceeding.
Nice to meet you.
And as I just mentioned, I like to eat dinner at 5:30, so if we can keep our, I'm going to try and ask you pretty short questions, so if you can keep your answers to yes or no, that'd be much
If they're
appreciated.
not complicated, we'll be happy to comply.
Let's start talking about your expertise. You are a certified public accountant, is that correct?
Yes,
But you're not an engineer, correct?
that's correct.
And you're not an attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not a certified depreciation professional, correct?
That's correct, yes.
I'd like to turn first to your recommendation regarding East Bend 2. Am I correct that your recommendation is in this case is to maintain the retirement date for East Bend 2 of 2040 to calculate the depreciation expense for that asset?
No, that's not quite correct. It's 2041.
Sorry, I misspoke.
Right, right. Yeah, the probable retirement date is an estimated retirement date for depreciation purposes and to be used for other purposes as well, but it's not a definitive retirement date.
Correct. And your understanding is that the company's proposal is to change that depreciation date to 2035, is that correct?
Right, and I'm opposed to that.
Right. And you'd agree that the company's proposal is based on their most recent 2021 Integrated Resource Plan, or IRP, is that correct?
It's based upon certain of the studies done in conjunction with that IRP, but it isn't a definitive analysis in the sense that there are different outcomes of different scenarios that were performed in the IRP. The company is not making a commitment to retire the unit in 2035. It doesn't know what it would replace it with. It has a fixed a fixed dispatchable resource, an FDR, in the IRP. And, you know, the witnesses for the company have all stated unequivocally that they're not definitively retiring East Bend 2 in 2035. So at this point, I just recommend that the commission maintain the 2041 probable retirement date for the depreciation rate calculation. If there's dollars, if the unit is retired earlier after the company comes in and under Senate Bill 4 and seeks the commission authorization to do that, the commission can do an economic analysis or assess what the company's analysis was at that time and then make a determination. But in any event, there will be net book value remaining, and that net book value will be recovered by the company, whether it's through base rates or the company's proposed GTM, which is a generation true-up mechanism rider for that purpose.
And my next question is pretty simple. Neither you nor any of the other OAG witnesses in this case have provided any modeling to support a continued, using the 2041 date for depreciation expense. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I don't think any modeling is necessary because the objective is to not pile on in this rate case for an additional increase by shortening a depreciation life, not only for depreciation, but decommissioning and certain amortization periods as well. There's no need to do that. The status quo really should be maintained. It's the company's burden. It's an uphill burden to demonstrate that the probable retirement date should be 2035. The commission doesn't have the information it needs to make that assessment at this point. It isn't going to make the decision of whether to actually retire the unit in 2035. The company hasn't made that decision. I don't know why the commission should find it necessary to make a decision that the company has not made and is not unwilling to make at this point in time.
Mr. Collin, but under your recommendation, the East Bend depreciation rates would reflect a 2041 retirement date, and the Woodsdale depreciation rates would reflect a 2041 retirement date, 2040 retirement date, is that correct?
Yes, I think that is correct.
Did you provide any analysis in your testimony or in the discovery in this case about the impact to customers of retiring those two major units in a 12-month period?
I did not, and I answered that in response to your discovery, nor is any analysis necessary. This is a probable retirement date for depreciation purposes. At this point in time, the company has not made a decision as to when it actually will retire either of those resources, and the commission has not had the opportunity to make that assessment. It's premature.
But you would agree that retiring those two major assets within such a close period of time would have a substantial impact on ratepayers?
I don't know. I don't know that because whatever is in base rates that hasn't been recovered presumably will be recovered through a generation true-up mechanism with credits for what remaining costs are still in base rates if my recommendations to modify the GTM are adopted. And at that point in time, it may very well be that Duke Energy will have other resources that can step right in and be lower cost over their life cycle or on a declining cost basis. I don't know, because that information is not before the commission at this point in time.
All right, let's turn to you have your direct testimony in front of
I
you?
do, yes.
All right, let's turn to page 31 if you will, and you can let me know when you're there.
Yes.
All right, you're faster than me, hold on. Here, starting on line 2, you discuss the possibility that the company does acquire what you were just talking about, the new capacity, and then retires East Bend 2 prior to 2041. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree in this case, assuming there's been no change to the depreciable life of East Bend prior to that time, that there would be an undepreciated net book value of East Bend at that point?
Yes, well, that's true, and that will be true regardless of the probable retirement date used for the depreciation rates in this proceeding, because the company, as long as it continues to operate East Bend 2, will continue to make capital expenditures that will increase the gross plant, and it won't be fully depreciated, period, whether the retirement's 2035, 2041, or some other year, but it won't be fully depreciated. There's always going to be dollars to be recovered, and hence the value of the GTM.
Sorry, I couldn't tell when you were done. Were you in the room when company witness Ms. Lawler testified?
I was listening on YouTube.
And you recall her testimony that the purpose of the company proposing the 2035 date was to reduce that net book value, correct?
Well, I mean, mathematically, that's exactly what would happen, but there's no reason to do that. I mean, the whole argument of aligning the depreciation life, the probable retirement date, with what the company's modeling for IRP purposes is somewhat flawed. I mean, it sounds very good, it sounds very reasonable and everything else, but remember that under the generation true-up mechanism, the company will still recover its net book value, but it will recover it over a longer period of time and on a levelized basis, so that at the same time that a new resource comes in, at the time if East Bend is actually retired in 2035, the recovery of the East Bend 2 costs through the GTM rider will reduce the overall revenue requirement in exchange for an increase for the new resource. So the timing, there's a reduction at that time and a decremental change in the revenue requirement at the time East Bend 2 is retired. At the same time, there's an incremental increase for the new resource. So there's not a net incremental increase as Ms. Lawler has suggested. That's just simply mathematically incorrect.
And we can agree to disagree on that point. Let's turn to page 30, which just the page before you were looking at lines 4 through 7. And here you're discussing recovery of the remaining net book value of East Bend 2 if indeed the plant is retired in 2035 rather than 2041. You see that?
I do, yes.
And specifically, you testify that these remaining costs of East Bend 2, assuming there's been no change in the depreciable life, should be, quote, considered a cost of transitioning to the new capacity. Is that what you testified to?
Yes, and in fact, in a number of utility rate cases where the utility has retired power plants and replaced them with renewable resources or other resources, it's been characterized as a transition mechanism, the recovery on a levelized basis, similar to what the company has proposed for the generation true-up mechanism. So, I mean, this is essentially, kind of the thinking that is pervading the utility industry now. If you essentially early retire these natural gas-fired or coal-fired power plants and then recover them through some type of levelized rate recovery mechanism over a longer period of time, it transitions and then shifts the costs to the customers in the future who are benefiting from the early retirements. So it is generationally putting the cost into the right bucket. This, I think, is a fallacy trying to get the depreciation on the existing power plants completed by the time that you think you might retire. I think that's a fallacy.
And so, Mr. Collin, and I think you discussed this in your answer, those future customers would be paying for a large undepreciated net book value of East Bend 2, in addition to paying for the new generation source to replace it, under your scenario. Is that correct?
Well, yes, but they'd also get a rate reduction because there's no longer the operating expenses associated with East Bend 2, and under the company's proposed GTM, it's a levelized type of recovery. So you have this transition period where, in order to accelerate the retirement date of an existing coal-fired unit, the customers in the future, because it's economic to do so for the customers in the future, they pay some of the baggage that comes with getting a lower cost future. So
Understood.
that's
But-
totally equitable and appropriate.
Understood, but they're paying for a resource that's no longer operating. Is that correct?
Well, that's true, but why should customers then pay today, in effect, accelerate their payment to get rid of the cost so that the future customers can have a lower cost? Because that's the trade-off.
But
That's
you
what
and I
economics
don't
means.
disagree that East Bend 2 is currently operating and generating energy for customers, correct?
East Bend 2 is currently generating for customers, yes, that's correct, yeah.
Let's turn to your direct testimony at page 29.
We're going backwards.
I know.
Okay.
I like to keep you on your toes.
Okay.
Here you discuss your recommendation, not to change the our depreciation rate for East Bend 2 in this proceeding, correct?
Not to change the probable retirement date.
Sorry.
Other than that, the depreciation rate still will change because of other changes recommended by the company's depreciation witness.
Understood. Bad language by me. But your recommendation is that in a future CPCM proceeding, that the commission would then approve a replacement resource for East Bend 2, and that would then be the appropriate time to adjust that rate. Is that correct?
Well, no, that's not quite correct. What I'm saying is that at this point, the company hasn't justified and has not made a decision with respect to the retirement of East Bend 2. And I wrote this testimony before Senate Bill 4 was law. But now, after Senate Bill 4, the company, and I was pointing out that in order to come in with a request for CPN, there has to be a new resource, and the reason for a new resource would be the retirement of East Bend 2. So essentially, the commission would look at both issues together at the time that the company would file an application for a CPCN. And at that time, if the company, or if the commission approves the company's proposed generation true-up mechanism, then whatever net book value remains at whatever the retirement date is, then would be recovered over a 10-year period on a levelized basis. Now, I've recommended 20 years, but the company's proposal is that that kicks in at that point in time. And that would be true in terms of the retirement of East Bend 2 at whatever time, whatever year it is retired.
Let's turn to your recommendations on page 36.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 37, actually.
Okay.
And here you're discussing your recommendation related to the end-of-life materials and supply inventories. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you do not dispute the fact that at the end of life for both Woodsdale and East Bend, there will be materials and supply at those facilities, correct?
Yes, that's true. The question is, we don't know how much. We don't know what items will be there when the plant is shut down. We don't know what materials and supplies inventory can be transitioned or sold in the marketplace, and we don't know what the dollar cost of that is. Anything at this point in time, any estimate today is simply sheer speculation. It is not known and measurable. There's no way to know that today.
But you haven't performed any studies or analysis that contradict the ones performed by the company that forecasted those costs, correct?
Well, they're not really a forecast based upon any factual basis. It's just an escalated dollar amount out to the end of the life of the asset that was, first of all, performed by Mr. Kopp, in 2022 dollars, and then escalated by Mr. Spanos to $2035.
Based on the current materials and supply
Right,
of those.
which is not a reasonable basis for an end-of-life materials and supplies. It's clearly overstated. As power plants end trend into the end-of-life circumstance, then, of course, you make decisions differently in terms of what you're going to replace in your inventory. If you use something, you may use a valve that might be replaced once every 10 years. So you replace that 2 years before the plant is actually retired. Then you don't buy another valve to replace that because you don't expect to ever have to replace it again. So over time, as you approach the end of life, those materials and supplies go down.
We're going to jump again. Are you ready?
Okay.
Let's jump to page 11 of your direct testimony.
Okay?
And in this section, you discuss your recommendation to reduce the revenue lag days in the company's cash working capital calculation. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And your recommendation is based entirely on your assumption that you state at line 12 that Duke Kentucky sells its prior day customer accounts receivable on a daily basis to Synergy receivables? Is that
Yes,
correct?
and it does. The actual purchase and sale agreement that the chairman was referring to, I believe yesterday with Mr. Heath, it actually says in the first page in the series of recitations, whereas, basically says the originators, which are Duke Energy Kentucky, Duke Energy Ohio, and Duke Energy Indiana, and Synergy Receivables Company, agree that this is a true and irrevocable sale of the receivables, and it is not to be construed by the parties or anybody else as a loan. I know that's directly contrary to Mr. Heath's testimony yesterday, but the document really speaks for itself.
And that was going to be my question, Mr. Collin, whether or not you did watch that part of the proceeding where both of those witnesses clarified there was no...
I did, and that testimony in my assessment, based upon my reading of the document, was incorrect. The document speaks for itself.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Ms. Eccleston, did I ask you earlier if you had any cross-examination for Mr. Collin?
You did, and I did not.
All right.
Thank you.
I looked at my list and I thought, you should have been the first, but it's been a long couple of days. Staff, any questions?
No questions.
Vice Chair? I have no questions, Mr. Collin. Let's go, do you have any redirect?
No.
Anybody have an objection to excusing Mr. Collin? Thank you, Mr. Collin, you may be excused.
Okay.
Ms. Goode?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The Attorney General's office calls Mr. Randy Futrell to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Randy A. Futrell. I work with the firm of J. Kennedy and Associates, Inc., 570 Colonial Parkway, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia, 30075.
Ms. Goode?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Futrell, what is your occupation?
I'm a director of consulting with J. Kennedy and Associates, Inc.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
Yes,
Do you have any additions or corrections to your direct testimony?
I do not.
Did you sponsor responses to Duke Kentucky's discovery request in the pending case?
Yes,
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
yes,
Is it your intention to adopt the direct written testimony as your testimony in this matter?
yes.
Chairman, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Any
No
questions?
questions.
Mr. Bain? And is anybody able to represent on Ms. Grundmann's behalf whether she has questions? All right.
I can go try to find out.
That's okay. If she had questions, she would be here. Counsel, you have questions for Mr. Futrell?
I do have a few questions. Hi, Mr. Futrell. My name is Les Brama. I'm an attorney on behalf of Duke Energy. Just had some questions for you with respect to the property tax calculation. First of all, just as a fundamental, is it your understanding that the Kentucky Department of Revenue establishes property taxes based on calendar year data?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to look at question number 36 from Duke Energy to you in this proceeding. Do you have your discovery responses there?
Okay.
Just preliminarily, the question here was, does Mr. Futrell's property effective tax rate, or ETR, have a component to account for changes in operating income, correct?
That's correct.
And then you say no, and then go on to explain why. Is that a fair
Yes.
characterization? Okay. So, you say in this response that you observed before filing your testimony that Duke's operating income was projected to decrease from 2021 actual amount significantly before new rates from this case would go into effect. Is that correct?
That's correct. Those net operating income amounts are displayed on Schedule I-2.
Do you mean I-1? It's in your response.
I think you're right. I-1, yes.
It's I-1, thank you. So therefore, you did not think it was appropriate to reflect reductions in projected operating income. Is that correct?
For that reason, and for other reasons as well.
Right, and those are outlined in this response, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm talking about this particular reason for a moment. So turning to, your basis for comparing the net income numbers, you said just a moment ago was Schedule I-1 from the company's application. And if we scroll down a little bit further in this response, you note that the actual amount of electric division operating income for 2021 was $59.813 million. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this is for calendar year 2021. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
And that's actual data from 2021, not a forecast.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you say that Schedule I-1 indicates that the projected base year electric division operating income would fall to $48.705 million for the projected base year. And pausing there for a moment, did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And what is the projected base year in this proceeding, Mr. Futrell?
I believe it is through March of '23.
And I don't mean to make too much of a quiz. Would you accept that it's the 12 months ended February 28th, 2023?
I'm sure that's probably right.
Okay, not a calendar year.
That's correct.
And at the same time, when in Schedule I is about the base period and the test year comparisons of data. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And at the time Schedule I was filed, the base period consisted of 6 months of actual data through August 31, 2022, and then 6 months of forecast. Is that right?
That's correct.
So turning back then to discovery question number 36, after talking about 21 and the projected base year, you also say that the electric division operating income would increase only slightly to $50.991 million in the forecasted test year prior to any rate increases. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'll ask, do you agree that the forecasted test year in this proceeding is the 12 months ending June 30th of 2024?
That's correct.
So again, not a calendar year.
That's not a calendar year.
Okay. Mr. Futrell, are you familiar with what a utilities FERC Form 1 is?
Yes.
Could you explain what that is?
The FERC Form 1 is a compilation of some 300 pages worth of data and notes to financial statements in regards to financial data, load data, data in regards to all the different items on the balance sheet. It's a group of information that's used by regulatory bodies to assess where the company is.
And would you agree that an annual FERC Form 1 typically provides actual data for the prior period, whatever period that may be?
Yes.
And is it also true that a FERC Form 1 for a utility is a publicly available document?
Yes.
I am going to ask if we can approach the witness.
So this is the perfect time. You may.
Okay.
But I think given we've hit 6, it may be good to take a 5-6 minute break as you're giving the witness a copy and the court reporter, whoever you may need to give a copy. So we'll take a short recess. Let's just take 5 minutes and then we'll come back and allow you to mark that document, introduce that document.
And just to alert, we emailed the entire FERC Form 1, which is a big document. When we can give a complete copy to the witness, we have an excerpt for other parties to avoid
say this, but we just won't take any breaks before. Finish up. Not telling you to finish up, I'm saying we're not gonna take breaks before we're finished, excuse me. Great. We're back on the record in case number 2022-00372. Ms. Bromwell, would you like to continue with your cross-examination of Mr. Futrell?
Yes, please, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Futrell, before the break, we were talking about utilities annual FERC Form 1. You recall that conversation?
Yes.
I've provided to you what has been pre-marked as Exhibit DEK 5. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you recognize what that document is?
It's a Form 1 for Duke Energy Kentucky, Inc. for 2022.
Thank you. And is it true in your experience, Mr. Futrell, that a FERC Form 1 includes a statement of income for the electric or gas department, net operating income for the current and prior calendar year?
Yes, and it would consolidate those two as well, yes.
Okay. So if we could take a look at what's been marked as DEK Exhibit 5, the first two pages just are what indicate that it is Duke Energy Kentucky's Form 1 for 2022, as you indicated, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to have you, on your, because it's a thicker document, there is a tab that's marked with a green tab. If you could turn to that page, please. They're not numbered very well in a FERC Form 1, so for those here who have the subset, the first two pages of that is the first two pages of the FERC Form 1, and then the third page reads at the top Statement of Income. Do you see that Statement of Income reference at the top of the marked
Yes.
page in your exhibit, Mr. Futrell? I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to have you take a look at the column headings on, in the Statement of Income below the quarterly and annual or quarterly notes, and find the headings that are labeled Electric Department, or Electric Utility, excuse me.
I see that.
So we have an electric utility current year to date. Do you see that heading?
Yes.
And the current year to date would be calendar year 2022 in this
Yes.
instance? Yep.
Yes.
And then right next to it is the electric utility previous year to date, which in this case would be 2021, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now if you could keep in mind those column headings, because they don't carry over to the next page, but move down until you get to row 27.
I see that.
And that line is considered net utility operating income, enter total line 2 less 25. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and if we look at the electric utility previous year to date, or calendar year 2021, there we see the net utility operating income of $59,813,236 that you referenced in the discovery response. Is that right?
Correct.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're answering as I'm finishing, so I'm not always hearing you. Now, if we go one column to the left to look at 2022 actual calendar year net utility operating income for the electric department, there we see the total was $61,216,563. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's an increase of roughly $2 million in net utility operating income. Is that right?
One and a half, but yes.
Fair enough. So in that data, those two data points, the 59.8 million and the 61.2 million, represent the net utility operating income differential or increase from 2021 calendar year to 2022 calendar year, correct?
That's correct.
And that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Would you like to introduce this exhibit?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I would like to move for the admission of the EK 5, please.
Is there any opinion, anybody having an objection to the introduction of the FERC Form 1? And just to be clear, you want the entire FERC Form, you're fine with the entire FERC Form 1 that you've provided previously to be the DEK 5, is that
I am
right?
just fine with that, and I'm also fine with the subset if that's easier, but for completeness, the FERC form in its entirety is just fine.
I appreciate it.
May I get a digital copy?
We've got a digital copy for you, yep. All right, so if there's no objection, we will make, under DEK 5, the FERC Form 1 as an exhibit. Okay. Staff council, any questions?
No.
Vice Chair, any questions?
No.
Nope. I have none. Ms. Go, do you have redirect? this
Just
witness?
one question, Chairman. Mr. Futrell, did Duke Kentucky's property tax expert, Mr. Panizza, either cite to this FERC financial report or utilize it in his testimony or rebuttal testimony?
No, he did not. Actually, he would have filed the original testimony, the direct, before the FERC Form 1 came out. I'm not sure about the testimony that he filed on Friday. That was probably just after this came out, but he did not cite to any actual income increases, how he determined the income increases, why he thought the income increases were applicable, and to what extent in the Department of Revenue's assessment of property taxes. Because in the state of Kentucky, you have real property taxes, and then you have tangible property taxes. The real property does use an income-related factor in terms of, you know, what do those assets produce in terms of income. They also couple that with a cost approach and with a sales approach. For instance, similar assets, especially with real property, in determining a property value. But most of the tangible personal property, for instance, all the machinery and equipment at the generating plants and the distribution plant and that sort of thing, usually focuses more on the cost approach when determining a value. And that's usually the gross plant less a diminished value of some sort related to depreciation. Most of the states, including Kentucky, actually, they have an accelerated type of depreciation rate that's not necessarily the same as book depreciation, but it could be something similar. But Mr. Panizza didn't provide any work papers to determine how he had gotten any of the numbers on his schedule, so we can't validate any of the so-called increases related to net operating income whatsoever. You know, one of the things that would be troubling to me is with a test year so close to the 2022 FERC Form 1 operating income, the base period is so much less at 48 million than the 61 million of actual, that it's certainly concerning to me that perhaps the operating income that's been estimated or forecasted for both the base period and the forecast test year perhaps is too low.
Thank you, Mr. Futrell. I have no further questions.
Is there any questions, any additional questions for the witness? Okay, thank you, Mr. Futrell. You may be excused. Okay, Ms. Goode?
Thank you, Chairman. The Attorney General's office calls its last witness, Mr. Richard Baldino, to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Richard Baldino, and my business address is J. Kennedy and Associates, Inc., 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia.
Counsel?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Baldino, what is your occupation?
I'm a consultant for J. Kennedy and Associates.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to your direct testimony?
I do not.
Did you sponsor responses to Duke Kentucky's discovery request in the pending case?
Yes, I did.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is it your intention to adopt the direct written testimony as your testimony in this matter?
Yes, it is.
Chairman, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Henry?
No questions, Your Honor.
Gone again. Oh, there she is. Mr. Grumman, do you have any questions?
Surprise.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Bame, any questions?
Where's Walt?
Counsel, do you have questions for Mr. Baudino?
I do.
Please proceed.
Hello, Mr. Bodino.
Hello.
I am Liz Brahma. I'm with the Taft Law Firm, as you've probably heard by now, on behalf of Duke. I'd like to ask you some questions, starting with page 42 of your direct testimony, if you have that available.
Yes, I have that.
Are you there? Okay. So on lines 11 through 13 of your direct testimony, you note that EEI reported that average allowed ROEs in the third and fourth quarters of 2022 were 9.34% and 9.73% respectively. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And your source for this information is EEI, as cited in footnote 22 to that statement.
Yes.
Do you know where EEI obtains the data it reports for authorized ROEs?
Regulatory Research Associates.
Okay. And is that S&P Global Market Intelligence and regular RRA?
Yes, they took that over, so yes. Same
Okay.
thing.
And actually S&P Global Market Intelligence is now called S&P Capital IQ, correct?
Yes, as far as I know, that's right.
Okay, all the same thing. Is that the same source that Mr. Novak, company witness Mr. Novak cited for figure 1 of his rebuttal testimony? Do you,
You know, I actually don't recall.
okay. Do you happen to have Mr. Novak's rebuttal testimony there, or if not, I can provide you a copy?
I do have a copy of it.
You do, okay. If you could turn to page 7 of his rebuttal testimony, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I left that in our conference room. I don't have it with me.
I think I have the.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I may not. No, I don't. Okay. I can pull it up on my computer, or if
No,
you
that's
have a
fine.
hard copy,
We have
then
it. We have
thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I actually have it here now. The only thing I don't have, I need to find it.
What did you say?
So just to remind you and everyone, Mr. Futrell, so we're looking at Mr. Novak's rebuttal testimony, page 7, figure 1.
Okay, I have that.
Okay. And do you see that he cites as the source for his figure 1, the same S&P Capital IQ Pro RRA data that you use?
Let's see, rates. He cites Capital IQ as well as Bloomberg Professional.
Okay. Do you, and he specifies on this table, or in this figure, that this is the set of ROEs for vertically integrated electric utilities. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. You would agree that Duke Energy Kentucky is a vertically integrated electric utility, is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And would you agree that other vertically integrated electric utilities are a better proxy for the risks to Duke Energy Kentucky than distribution utilities?
Yes.
But RRA includes other cases in its full database as well, such as transmission-only cases and limited issue riders. Is that right?
You know, I'm not sure. I think it may be. I'd need to check that.
Okay. This is not in any event a transmission-only or limited issue rider case, right?
No.
Okay. Now, the most recent data you cite in your direct testimony, given the timing, I'm sure, and the reported average ROE was 9.73%, is that right?
Right.
And this is about 18 basis points above your recommendation, is that right? I hope my math is
Yeah,
right.
I think that's right, yes.
Okay. And are you aware, Mr. Bodino, that since the fourth quarter of 2022, Moody's has changed Duke Energy Kentucky's outlook from stable to negative?
Yes, I did read that announcement.
Okay. Did you look at the data from Figure 1 of Mr. Novak's rebuttal to determine the average ROE for vertically integrated electric utilities in
Well-
quarter 4, 2022?
I'm sorry. I didn't look at the data. I mean, I looked at the graph that he presented.
Okay. Do you have any basis to dispute that limiting the data for the fourth quarter of 2022 to vertically integrated electric utilities brings the average up to 9.87%?
I would accept that subject to check, sure.
Okay. And do you also see in Figure 1 of Mr. Novak's rebuttal testimony that the authorized ROEs are compared to the yield on the 30-year U.S. Treasury?
Yes.
And based on the trend of the 30-year U.S. Treasury in this chart, would you agree that the yield increased substantially in the third quarter of 2022 before leveling out between 3.5 and 4%?
Yes, that's correct.
And would you agree that this overall, going back a little bit further in time on this chart, there's a clear upward trend and higher interest rates than we've seen since at least January 1st of 2020?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the average yield on the 30-year Treasury increased from about 2.3% in the first quarter of 2021 through to about 3.26 in the third quarter of 2022?
Did you say the third quarter of 2022?
I did.
And you said it increased to about 3.6?
3.26.
3.26. And that's the 30-year Treasury?
The average yield on the 30-year Treasury, yes.
Now, is this based on the graph? Is this what you're
It's based on
asking?
the data underlying the graph or your own knowledge.
Well, that sounds like it's in the ballpark. You're talking about the end of the third quarter, so that would be, say, by September of 2022?
Right, because we talked about in the third quarter of 2022, after that it leveled out between about 3.5 and 4. So I'm just asking about the increases through the earlier 3 quarters of 2022.
Sure. You know, I would need, for precision on the record, I would need to review that. That sounds about right to me,
That's fine.
based on my experience.
Thank you, and for our purposes, I'm just trying to get a sense of scale here. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to look at page 19 of your direct testimony. And put Mr. Novak's aside for a moment.
Okay, I have page 19.
Okay, I need to get there myself, so. Sorry about that, my PDF was behaving a little bit funny. So on page 19, you indicate a range of DCF model results of 8.89% to 10.51%, with the average being 9.48%. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and for the method 2, in your testimony, you relied on an average of 9.58%.
Right.
Now, would you agree with me, Mr. Bodino, that market credit rating agencies and investors, when looking at how to think about the credit rating and potential of a utility, consider business risk and regulatory risk as well as investment risk?
Those would be the 3 broad sort of risk factors they would look at, yes.
Okay, and the reason I ask is because I don't see in your testimony where you discuss specifically business risk or regulatory risk. Is that fair?
Well, I didn't specifically discuss that, although Certainly, I did evaluate the proxy group that I used and that Mr. Nowak also used for purposes of estimating the ROE for Duke Energy Kentucky. I did look at the the credit ratings of Duke Kentucky, and as well as the credit ratings for the proxy group as well. And I think Mr. Nowak and I both looked at that, and I think we're in agreement that there's no reason to make any sort of adjustment for Duke Energy Kentucky, either up or down, based on the results of the proxy group.
So I guess my question is, did you consider any of the specific factors in choosing within your range, specific issues like the regulatory environment or like cash flow issues that are outlined in Mr. Bauer or Mr. Novak's testimony?
I did not specifically do that. I just based, as I said, I compared the credit ratings of Duke Kentucky to proxy group and saw that no adjustment really either up or down was required for that.
Okay. Did you rely at all on your CAP-M results in establishing your range or recommendations in this proceeding?
Not my range or my recommendations, but I did use it as a supplemental basis to sort of check on the results of the DCF, and of course they fell within the range of my CAP-M results, which were quite wide, actually.
Okay. Is it true, Mr. Baudino, that over the last 10 years, the ROE proposals you have made in electric rate cases in Kentucky have relied on the DCF method?
Yes.
And you've used the constant growth form of the DCF, right?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that the constant growth DCF analysis requires several assumptions to hold true, including, for example, a constant growth rate for earnings and dividends?
Yes.
And a stable dividend payout ratio?
Yes.
And a constant price to earnings ratio?
Yes.
Over the last 10 years, has the price to earnings ratio for utilities remained constant?
Well, no, it hasn't, and I think that's probably true of the market in general.
Okay.
What we do is make that assumption at the point in time going forward. These models such as the DCF, CAP-M, even the risk premium, expected earnings, they all have simplifying assumptions. And I think the assumptions you mentioned are certainly part of the DCF method.
Okay.
And these price earnings ratios do tend to vary over time with market conditions and earnings and so forth.
All the more reason to consider multiple variables, correct?
Yes, and I did do that in my analysis.
But ultimately, your analysis, as you just said, was based on the constant growth DCF?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to your CAP-M results, on maybe turning to page 30 of your direct testimony,
Okay, I have that.
On lines 9 through 12, you state that the forward-looking CAP-M ROE of 12.48% is implausibly high and represents an extreme outlier. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also say that this is due to an unsustainably high growth rate for the market of 11.58%. Is that also right?
Right.
Okay. Now, you refer to recent forecasts of the long-run GDP growth of around 4.0% to state that the 11.58% constant growth rate is not sustainable. Is that a fair characterization?
Right.
Okay, so let's talk about the GDP growth rate for a minute. First of all, the GDP isn't specific to any one company or to the utility industry in general, is it?
No.
It reflects all the different market participants that affect the changes in GDP.
Well, yes, it reflects the growth in, it reflects the value of goods and services in the economy as a whole.
Okay, and some of these companies' growth will expand in the years ahead, whereas others will contract or disappear entirely, right?
Now, could you please repeat that question?
Sure, and some of those many companies that contribute to the overall GDP growth will expand, their growth will expand in the years ahead, whereas others will contract or the companies will disappear from the market entirely, potentially.
Sure, that's right.
And the rates of growth will vary individually for each of the companies within the overall market.
Yes, there would be quite a variation.
Okay. And that's true, as we said, I think, a moment ago, not just for utility companies or utilities in any one state, but all market participants that are included in GDP growth rate.
Yeah, and you're talking about the variation of growth rates between companies, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, okay. Now, your range of CAP-M outcomes is between 8.30 and 12.8%. Pretty wide range, no?
Yes, and I found that to be the case with the CAP-M when you look at it from, when you use different inputs that are available to investors. And I've used quite a range because I essentially used sort of 3 different approaches to estimating what the market risk premium would be. And those did produce wide ranges of results for that market risk premium.
And based on our discussion a minute ago in your testimony on page 30, what you did was remove essentially the high end of your CAP-M range.
Well, I did look at that, and I think, you know, it does represent an extreme outlier. The others, I mean, it's far above really the top end. The second, I should say the second highest number, which is based on historical risk premium analysis.
Okay, and again, you did that because according to your testimony, the growth rates were unreasonable in your mind because they didn't compare to a GDP that takes into account the growth rates of the entire economy.
Well, this is part of the problem, and this is a good question, really. This is the problem, I think, when you apply the constant growth method to the economy as a whole, or the S&P 500, for example. Those 5-year growth rates may or may not be accurate over the next 5 years, but they cannot be sustained, especially when you look at mine, 11.58%. It's almost 3 times the GDP growth rate. So, and I've cited financial evidence in my testimony that you simply cannot have a sustained growth rate that greatly exceeds GDP over time, because it's a perpetual growth rate. It is a growth rate to infinity. And you can't have an 11.58% growth rate to infinity when we're looking at a long-term growth rate of 4% for the GDP. Eventually, yes, that, in this case, the value line market index would be more valuable than the economy of the United States if that's projected out to its ultimate conclusion. So that's why it overstates it.
Okay, so would you agree with me that we're not setting rates indefinitely here?
No, actually, what we're trying to do is estimate the investor required rate of return.
Mhm.
And so when you have when you apply a DCF with a constant growth rate that's significantly above GDP, it will, over time, overstate that. Now, why that's important is because that's going to overstate the investor required return. I've used other sources which show that, both historical risk premiums, and 2 other sources, the Damodaran implied market risk premium and Kroll's market risk premium, which are substantially below that. And the Brearley-Myers quote I also included in my testimony, which, although they have no formal position on it, they say that it's probably between 5 and 8%. So this really shows the overstatement of that number. Also, the 12.48%, it has been many years since we've seen an average commission allowed return for electric utilities of 12.48%. That really is so high that it disqualifies itself, I would say.
And nobody in this proceeding is recommending 12.48%. I understand you disagree with Mr. Novak, but he's not recommending 12.48% as the ROE either. Is that right?
Well, but he did recommend, since we're talking about the CAP-M, let's talk about that. I
Just answer my
responded,
question, though, if you wouldn't mind, please.
pardon me?
Objection, Chairman, Mr. Baldino should be able to finish his response.
Mr. Baldino, sustain the objection.
Okay. I was asked whether Mr. Nowak is recommending 12.58, and no, he's not, but he is recommending a CAPM result that is excessive.
Okay, so let's go back to one thing we said a moment ago. The GDP is an average, is that right?
Well, it's a forecast
It's a
of
forecasted and it's.
growth in gross domestic product.
Okay. So do you recognize that the S&P growth rates Mr. Novak uses are from Value Line?
Yes,
And your 11.58% growth rate that you reject is also based on Value Line data?
it is.
Okay. And do you consider Value Line to be a well-respected, well-established source for data?
Yes,
In fact, you yourself say that Mr. Novak should have considered Value Line's dividend growth forecast as you did with respect to the DCF.
yes,
And you say that several times. You refer to Value Line in your rebuttal, or in your direct testimony, right?
well, obviously, it's a source that I used.
Yep, okay. Have you found a calculation error in Value Line's data?
What do you mean?
So in the data that you have used, or including the 11.58%, did you find some mathematical error in the way Value Line calculated its number?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Now, I'm going to switch gears a little bit to the DCF results. You, on page 35 of your direct testimony, and you can go there if you'd like to, but I just wanted to, there you acknowledge that your DCF approach is similar to Mr. Novak's approach. Is that correct?
Yes, we used similar sources for our growth rates. We used the same proxy group. I think the one difference is that I used Value Line's dividend growth projections. He disagreed with that. I found those growth projections, certainly within the range of the earnings growth estimates.
Okay.
So that's probably the main difference between us.
Thank you. And you specifically stated in your testimony that Mr. Novak's approach to the DCF is generally reasonable. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed Mr. Novak's rebuttal attachment, JCNR2?
Yes, I did.
And that provides his updated constant growth DCF analysis through March 31, 2023?
I'm sorry, could you give me the exhibit number again?
Sure, it's JCNR2. In other words, it's his rebuttal schedule 2.
Yes. Yes, I did review that.
Okay, and that contains his updated constant growth DCF analysis through March 31, 2023?
Yes.
This is the same, updated numbers, but same overall model that you
Yes.
referenced earlier, okay. And if you were to look at page 1 of his rebuttal attachment, JCNR2, do you see the line labeled proxy group mean?
Yes.
And do you see on that line that Mr. Novak's updated proxy group mean for the constant growth DCF is 10% on that proxy group mean line?
Yes, I do. And that is with his 30-day, I believe that's a 30-day average of prices for the proxy group. If you go further, his 90-day constant growth DCF the average is 9.89%, and the 180-day is 9.88%. That would be roughly comparable to the same period I use for calculating my dividend yield.
Okay, thank you. And you anticipated where I was going. I was going to walk through each of those, so we've taken care of that. Okay, I'd like to talk about cap structure briefly, if we could.
Okay.
It appears you did review the company's cost of short-term and long-term debt, is that correct?
I did.
Okay. Now, your basis for rejecting the company's requested common equity ratio of 52.5% is that it is excessive when compared to Duke Energy Kentucky's recent historical common equity percentage. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, do you understand that the commission is being asked here to authorize a capital structure and equity ratio for Duke Energy Kentucky going forward?
Yes.
And do you understand that there's testimony in this case that the company will manage its equity ratio to what the commission authorizes it to manage to?
Well, I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. Well, I'll rephrase it. Would you agree that utilities tend to manage their actual equity ratio to align with what a commission authorizes for their equity ratio?
I'm not sure I could make that broad a statement because generally, yes, if the commission's going to allow, say, a 50% equity ratio, I think companies would have an incentive to manage that to that level.
If they didn't, customers would get all the benefits in the form of reduced cost of capital, good credit ratings, with a company basically covering that cost, that incremental cost. Is that right?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
I'll withdraw it. It's fine. So if the utility could only obtain the historical equity ratio to which it is currently managing, that would mean the utility could never improve its equity ratio. Is that right?
By improve, you mean increase it?
Correct.
Well, historically, it looks like, if you could, just give me a moment. If I can refer you to page 32, table 2 of my direct testimony. These are the historical capitalization ratios that Duke Energy provided in discovery to the Attorney General. And we see that 2020, the common equity ratio there was 46.44%. Now, that's roughly what this commission authorized in the company's last electric rate case. It was about 46%. That's roughly what the company had requested in that case, and I agreed with that. Now, 2021, that increased to 48.38%. In 2022, that admittedly, that's 11 months, which is the data that I had. That increased to 50.19%. So actually, the company has been increasing its common equity ratio.
Okay. And where, of course, here in a rate case, the whole point is to establish what the equity ratio should be going forward. We established that already.
Yes.
Yep, okay. And you also noted on page 32 of your testimony that a reason to keep the equity ratio around 50% is because the company was able to hang on to its credit ratings at that rate. Is that right?
Yes.
But in fact, Duke Energy Kentucky's S&P credit ratings were A- in 2020 and triple B plus in 2021 and 2022. Is that right?
Right.
And we already referenced the negative outlook from Moody's for Duke Energy Kentucky.
Yes, and it should also be noted, when I filed my testimony, that Moody's credit opinion had not come out.
Right.
Or the announcement, I should say, putting Duke Energy at a lower outlook from stable to negative. However, those are still very strong credit ratings, and S&P has not revised either its credit rating or its outlook for Duke Energy Kentucky.
Would you agree that the equity ratio, the historical equity ratio for Duke Energy Kentucky should change if the company's historical capitalization was no longer sufficient to maintain its rating?
I don't think I can answer that. That's a very broad question, and there's a number of things that need to be considered in order to really say whether that equity ratio should or should not be increased to maintain a specific rating.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Appreciate it.
Commission staff, any questions?
No, sir.
Vice Chair.
No.
I just have one, and it's something that council asked, and I just want to know if it's related in your opinion. Council asked you questions along the lines of, you know, and I'll ask it. I don't want to misstate what she asked, but that we're not setting rates forever. We're just setting rates now for some period of time. Do you remember generally that question?
I remember something along that line, yes.
If we were setting rates forever versus setting rates and expect them to be reset at some reasonable time period in the future, would that necessarily change your opinion on the use of forecasted interest rates in determining appropriate ROE proxies?
Using
Let me ask you a
forecast-
different question. Is
Sure.
the fact that rates are periodically set, does that argue for using more definite near-term information as opposed to forecasted information?
It kind of depends, I think, on what you're using. Now, I've been a firm proponent of using current long-term bond yields in the CAPM, because we know what those are. Forecasts have been notoriously wrong for a long time, and forecasted yields, I should say. And so it's better to really go with what we have and what investors are essentially saying in the marketplace today with respect to those bond yields. As far as forecasts, both Mr. Nowak and I have used forecasts. We use dividend and earnings growth forecasts. I used and we both used market-based earnings forecasts in our CAPM as well. So I hope that's answering your question or getting to what you want.
Yeah, and so with the forecast that you're talking about, I think the last document you're referring to, are you referring to the value line growth rates?
Yes.
And those are, it's been a while since I looked at a value line report, but are those 3 to 5 year growth rates?
They are.
Okay. And so if you expect a utility to reset their rates within a 3-year period or a 5-year period, let's just say comparing those two, should that be necessarily taken into account when considering disparate growth rates and setting an ROE proxy?
I don't think so. I think you used, at least for the value line data and as well as the Yahoo Finance and Zacks, which Mr. Nowak and I also relied on, and those are forecast as well. I think we just you have to use the best that you've got, the best info that you've got at the time. And because we don't really know what's going to happen in 3 to 5 years. And so we both use the most up-to-date information that we have, including the earnings forecast, earnings growth forecast. And you just have to kind of go from there. And the assumption, of course, is that this is information available to investors to determine what their required return is. Our analysis is an investor analysis, and we assume that this is information that investors would use in determining what their required returns are for the proxy group and for Duke Energy Kentucky if it were publicly traded.
So if they're reasonably using this information to make their investment decisions, the commission should use the same breadth of information to guess what it is their required rate of return is. Is that right?
I would recommend that because we are in a sense, making educated guesses. We don't know for a fact what the return on equity is. It's not stated like a bond coupon. So we use models, we use market data as best we can, and then use our informed judgment based on our experience to make those recommendations to the commission, and hopefully help you make a decision that's in the public interest.
Okay. Just real quick, CAPM results are varied between the high and the low. Is that a fair?
Yes, it's generous. I mean, they're pretty wide.
Is it wider than it normally is?
It has been. I mean, it seems like it is. I'm a little surprised at how high the 3 to 5 year market projection of earnings is. That's higher than I've seen in the past, at least in my analysis.
And that's the driver of that disparity?
Yes.
Okay.
are betas higher or, so betas initially have always been relatively low. Electric, gas, and sewer, electric, gas, and water betas relative to the market or relative to all other betas are fairly low. Would you agree?
They were lower than they are now. And during the pandemic, that changed. And the aftermath of the pandemic, utility betas went up substantially.
Have they
after
come
2020.
down from that peak?
They've maybe come down just a little bit, but not very much.
Okay. Ms. Go, do you have any redirect?
No redirect, Chairman.
Is there any additional questions for Mr. Baudino? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Baudino. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Before I get presumptive and move along, that's the entirety of the witnesses, correct?
Yes.
Take them if we need them. I do want to do a little housekeeping before we move along about exhibits. I know some of the council from Sierra Club left, but I just want to compare notes, I guess is what I really want to make sure. And I'm sure the reporter has better notes than I do, but I have that between actually moving them for admission or taking administrative notice, Sierra Club has marked Sierra Club 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Does anybody have notes that are different than that? Okay. I also have a Commission Exhibit 1, which is the updated EIA information with the coal prices. That's effectively an update to Ms. Shinstone Harris's table in her testimony. I also have DEK 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the Kentucky Broadband and Cable Associations 1, 2, 3, and 4. Are there any other exhibits that were introduced or marked for purposes of the record that any party would like to make note of at this point so that we have a complete hearing record? Okay.
Your Honor, I don't know if you're planning to go there, so I don't want to get ahead of you, but I believe we do have an outstanding, Duke's outstanding motion for corrected testimony for Ms. Steinkuhl and Mr. Paniza.
Yeah. So we do, and we will address that through a written order. And I believe Sierra Club filed a motion earlier today for the same for Ms. Shinstone Harris's testimony, and I expect, Mr. Bain, will you have an update to your testimony as well? An errata?
No.
Anything for
Hard
Witness
copy.
Chris? Witness Chris filed his a couple weeks ago. Ms. Crafton will have a updated.
She had errata.
So we'll take all of them under submission as filed as a motion, give everybody 7 days to respond should they choose to do so, then we'll take those under consideration and enter an order on them.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, do you prefer a motion similar to what the company and Sierra Club has done with that, or just file errata that was stated on the record?
Either way, I don't, at this point, I don't, as long as it, let me make clear, as long as it reflects the corrections that were made on the stand and a notice of filing or just as an errata would be fine. If it is different than what they stated on the stand, then I would ask parties to seek leave to amend that or to do something different.
Understood.
Just to make clear, I obviously, because it was noticed weeks prior to the hearing, I didn't file a motion, we just filed it, and so I assume you don't need me to do something sort of mea culpa after the fact.
My position is that he noted it on the stand as well. There was adequate notice for everybody to take consideration of it and ask
Perfect.
questions accordingly.
Wonderful.
That's my only concern of it occurring after the hearing.
No worries.
Okay. I don't want to have somebody do a procedural file arguing a procedural due process issue based exclusively because somebody filed a motion or a notice instead of the other, so. Okay. Oh, here we go. I think some parties, particularly commission staff, will have post-hearing date of requests. The statutory date, let me get this right here. The statutory date in this case is in, well, Q3, I think. And the suspension date is July 14th. Is that right, Mr. Diacenzo?
That sounds right.
Okay. Commission staff, when will you all be able to have your data requests?
I think we could have those out by Tuesday.
Tuesday, the 17th?
Yes, please.
Okay. So if the, having heard the date.
That's the 16th.
Oh, the 16th, you can have.
That's Tuesday, is the 16th.
Yeah, thank you, yesterday was the 10th, I'm sorry. So if those are out on the 16th, council, when would you need, having heard them today, I don't think you'll have very many surprises, having heard the questions throughout the hearing, when would you need to respond to those?
Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. The Attorney General's office did have, I believe, one. I just
Yeah,
wanted to mention that. Okay.
that's, I just figured 5 days you could be able to.
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
Let me ask Mr. Diaz, just to put data out there for your consideration. Do you think if those are filed by close of business on the 16th, that you'd be able to have those answered by the 26th?
That should be reasonable, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't believe there were any requests to any of the intervener witnesses, is that right?
I'm sorry.
All right, so if those are back by the 26th, well, let's just talk about process for a second. Mr. Giacinzo, you probably know this at this point, but my preference has always been the party that bears the burden should have an opportunity to have their initial brief and an opportunity to respond to replies or reply to responses. In this case, however, there have been a couple of proposals that I think arguably by interveners, they carry the burden of proof on those. Does anybody have an objection to doing simultaneous briefing and in that a strict rule that no response brief can address issues that were not directly relied upon in the initial briefs?
So every party files an opening brief, and then to the extent necessary, files a response brief.
That's right.
I don't have any opposition.
Mr. Diacenzo?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, so everybody files an opening brief should they choose, and everybody has an opportunity to file a response brief, but related exclusively to issues that were raised in initial briefing.
That's, yes.
You all would be fine with that? Okay. All right, so with that, and the reason I ask that is because that materially changes the scheduling here. I'll just put everybody on notice, if you all wanted to have the initial opening brief and everybody else files a response, then I would have made the initial brief do that much earlier because you'll have known what the record is earlier than everyone else, because those data request responses are within your own control. With all of that, and given that I think that the only outstanding issue, now that we have our 111D rule already in the record, we don't have to wait around to seek discovery, other than Ms. Gode's single data request response, the record I think that you all would depend on or intend on depending on for your briefing is effectively closed at the end of this hearing, right? There's not going to be a lot of data that you guys are going to be depending on data request responses. So I say that to ask, how does an initial brief due on the 6th of June and a response brief due on the 16th of June sound to everybody?
The only thing I think would be helpful is, I agree with you that the evidentiary record is closed, but I think it would be helpful if you set a deadline for parties to file, to the extent you've asked for a motion for their testimony erratas, for that testimony to be filed by, so that if you're gonna give the 7-day time.
That's fine.
Bring, like.
So I'll do
back
that.
up.
Close of business Monday the 15th. And everybody's here, right? Yeah, we've got, hold on, you were hiding back there. I want to make sure we've got everybody here. So, that wouldn't even apply to them. So, Monday the 15th, to make sure that corrected testimony is filed in the record in errata form. Okay?
And Chairman, just to clarify, I may have misstated earlier, the AG, I don't think we have any requests coming to us. We only have one issue.
One issue.
I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure I didn't, yeah. It's late.
That's okay. I don't know to turn to Ms. Bravo or Mr. Diaz-Senza. I also give you all a little bit of time. We've been here 3 days. You all can take 2 or 3 minutes to converse about this.
Yeah, the only difficulty, Your Honor, is the company has another rate case hearing coming up that I know at least one other party in the case is involved with. Could we maybe do the 9th for the initial brief instead of the 6th?
We can, if you're gonna do the 9th, my preference would be that responses are due on the 19th.
Instead of the 16th?
That's right. And that, I just don't wanna really don't wanna have to entertain motions for enlargements of time to respond to an unforeseen number of issues in different briefs, and I just would rather set enough adequate time at the outset so we don't have to.
Certainly. And, Your Honor, is the concern from a briefing perspective the suspension period?
It's a consideration, that's for sure, yeah. So, yeah, do you have something on that point, Mr. Diaz-Senza?
Yeah, so we'll go with the 9th.
So I just say, I mean, this is not necessarily unique, Mr. Diaz-Senza. The company effectively proposed and the commission agreed in 2020 to, I think the company just single-handedly said we will not be putting rates into effect at the suspension period, right? And deferred the suspension period. So if this is something you all would like to go back and take under consideration, then I think that, if you wanted to file a notice to whatever effect your anticipation is, and discuss it with parties for an enlargement of time, we would certainly always consider, entertain the motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could go with we would agree to the 19th, and we'll take it back internally about the suspension period. And
If there was ever going to be an enlargement of time, if giving it to us is the one to ask for. Asking to give us more time is always the enlargement of time to see.
That one
All right,
gets
so
granted.
yeah, it's probably quicker than normal. So just go over everything before we're done here. The data request responses will be issued by close of business on May the 16th. Those responses will be due by the end of day on the 26th. That is it for the record. Initial simultaneous briefing will occur by the end of the day on the 9th. For responses to issues raised in the initial briefing due on the 19th, and on the 12:01 on the 20th, the case is submitted. Is that everyone's understanding before we leave here? Okay.
And then all erratas would be due on the 15th.
That's correct. May the 15th. And we'll enter an order, today's Thursday, we'll probably enter an order by the end of the day on Monday, setting this out. Okay. All right, thank you all very much. If there's nothing else, this hearing is adjourned.